Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to the Adventure Time Card Wars unboxing. So, for those of you who do not see the picture on Twitter or Blue Sky, I have a massive box full of cards right here. That's making it very difficult for me to get in and out of my desk because I've just set it here to get into it and unbox things. But essentially, welcome to the Adventure Time Card Wars. Actually, did not do my go live tweets. I'm gonna have to fix that in a minute. But in any case, welcome to the Adventure Time Card Wars unboxing thing. Um, Essentially, what we're doing is we're gonna be going into it. And I gotta do my go live tweets real fast, but yeah, we're gonna be going into essentially what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be doing a deep dive into this box because for those of you who don't know, Adventure Time Card Wars recently celebrated its 10th anniversary. So what we're gonna be doing is we are going to be essentially what they did was they made is that Cryptozoic Entertainment, essentially to explain the premise, there was an episode based on the hit series Adventure Time, indie hit series Adventure Time, where they spoofed trading card games, and then they made the actual official version of it. That's actually kind of fun to play. So yeah, it wound up being a really successful episode for them. They made an official card game based on the episode. Cryptozoic Entertainment made it. And that episode aired a little over. That episode in the original card game came out a little over 10 years ago now. Ultimately, what they did was they created a big old box of cards. So what they did was essentially what they did was they did a Kickstarter to create a modern remake of the game, and that is essentially what's been clogging up my walkway for the better part of several days. So yeah, this is essentially they had a really successful Kickstarter with that because it showed up for like an hour. They like essentially what happened was they set it down. The way to kind of explain how Kickstarter works, they'll do essentially it's a crowdfunding platform. If you guys don't know how it works, it's because I feel like I need to explain it for some people. I think I'm not sure if everybody knows what Kickstarter is, but I'm gonna assume everybody knows what Kickstarter is. But it's me, so I'm gonna explain it anyway. So essentially what they do is Kickstarter. It's a crowdfunding platform. So what they do is everybody submits money to the creator, and if they meet their goals, they get to make their project. If not, then no. And if they go over their budget and they have more time on the Kickstarter, then they are like, okay, here's stretch goals. Essentially, what happened with Adventure Time Card Wars, the 10th anniversary edition, is they met their goals within the first hour of the Kickstarter being live, and so that was just 30 days of pure profit. So there's just this massive box of cards, there's this massive box of expansions, and just about everything else you could possibly want out of Card Wars, and the end result is a massive box that's been clogging up my walkway. So pretty fun, but very good for them, of course, because if they make that much money, that's great. But yeah, it's fun. But yeah, in case I gotta do my go live tweets because I forgot. Did you? I'm making a joke at Adventure Time's expense. This is essentially what I'm doing. But yeah. So you guys will see that in a couple of minutes. Should have done this before it was live, but oh wait. Oh well. That's what you get for not doing. It's me. I'm dumb. That's the only reason why I'm doing it now. Good news is I can just copy paste it. Yeah, okay. Copy. Blue sky. Gotta pop over there to copy that. When I'm done with this, we'll start officially. Okay. Now I gotta find YouTube. Should be easy. I had it open. I'm an idiot. Hold on. I have it open. Why am I dumb? Why am I me? Why am I me? Okay. Should be okay, there's my stream. I gotta share it. Doop, doop. Post. Doop, doop. Post. Okay. And now, boop. But yeah, give me a couple of seconds. I should have done this before, but I am, well, dumb. I forgot to do it, is essentially what happened. There's no long or short of that. I just forgot. Okay. That's the YouTube done. Twitch should be easier. Okay. But yeah, we got a massive box that we need to get into. Starting a little bit later than I was hoping, but you know, it happens. Like I was working on Christmas lights today. We literally lost track of time, so I was like, oh, it's 3 o'clock now. I meant to start this an hour ago. Oh well. So yeah, that's essentially all you need to know about what happened. Doop. 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 Yeah, we're good. Okay, now we can officially start. Okay, so first things first, we have a packing list on top. So essentially, this has all of the things. It's just an invoice that I'm not going to show that to you guys because it's got my address on it. But it's got or at least not for an extended period. But yeah, I got a thing here. I got a thing here that with all of the things on it. So now we know what I need, what's supposed to be here, and now we can start getting into the nitty gritty of it. So first things first, it's got a big old box of bubble wrap. Big old thing of bubble wrap surrounding the entirety of the contents of the box. Oh, that's a lot of cards. Okay. Okay, there's a lot here. There's wow, there's a lot. Okay. Okay, I didn't even actually think. Let's start with this big old box to start, because this is the main box. And this is the main box I went with, and you note it has the picture on it. That's from the episode, which is great. But yeah, this is the Kickstarter Adventure Time Ultimate Collection. Yeah, gotta make room for this. Hold on a second. Gotta make some room so I can actually properly unbox this. Or I could set it on my lap, which, you know, I don't recommend, but okay. But yeah, this is a big old box. Alright, so, the Ultimate Card Wars box. For the glory, you're holding in your hands the ultimate collection of Adventure Time Card Wars. You get all 6 original collector's packs, plus all the booster collection cards and a ton of bonuses and exclusives. In this 1v1 trading card game, you play as your favorite heroes, each with themed decks inspired by the TV show. Action takes place across 4 lanes, with each player using spells, creatures, and buildings to take down They're your opponents. Customize your decks for extra fun, and don't forget to floop the pig. Inspired by Adventure Time episode Card Wars, more than 650 game cards. Collects all six original True Collectors packs. Includes all 107 Kickstarter booster collection cards, over 60 Kickstarter exclusive cards, over 110 foil cards. Now what the hell's all the things in the plastic bags that I have here as well then? Alright, well, I guess we'll figure that out. So it's 12 decks of 40 cards each, so 408 collector's card packs, 107 For the Glory booster card collections cards, all foil, 5 foil promo cards, 6 promo cards, 50 solar Kickstarter exclusive cards, 23 oversized cards, 12 hero cards, 1 promo hero card, 8 Kickstarter exclusive hero cards, 1 art card, 1 the Pig 10th anniversary card. Okay, so yeah, I know that's in here. 48 landscape tiles makes sense because that's how the game works. Lots of hit points and frozen tokens. 1 rulebook, 1 deck breakdown, and card classification booklet. Okay, so there's a lot in here. Is essentially what that is. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go through all of it. I have to go through all of it because there's a lot here. There's also a big ol' collector's box as well. I'm assuming to put all of that in there. Yeah, okay, that's... Alright, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Alright, but here's the deck breakdown and rule book. So here's the deck breakdown. Here's the Ultimate Collection rule book. Here's all of my card packs. Plastic baggies, presumably to hold... Oh, yeah, that would do her. Okay. So all of these... The landscape cards are doubly thick. Okay. And then there's a whole bunch of them. Okay. I'm not going to punch these out. I mostly want to get to the cards, but I am going to show them. Front and back. Okay, so here's the landscape cards. Alright, so they actually, something I actually should mention is that they actually updated some landscape cards. Okay, so first things first, we've got, they actually, oh, there's a lot here. Okay, let's start. I guess we should start with the Icy Lands. So there's Iceland deck cards, which is fun. So these are, so essentially the decks all come in different archetypes, I think is the best way to describe them. So there's 4 Iceland cards. Alright, there's 4... I'm going to put these back as I go. Alright, there's 2 Niceland... Right, because the Iceland cards were exclusive, so they're probably elsewhere. Oh, there's more Iceland cards. Okay, there's a lot... This is a little confusing. Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out, but there's a lot here. Okay, so we've got a lot of landscape cards. I'm not sure how well this is gonna go, actually, because there's a lot of these. Okay, here's the remaining Niceland cards. They reprinted... Okay, that's why they're... Right, they reprinted Niceland. Because they include the original versions of Niceland, which I think is what's going on here, but then they also have new versions of Niceland. Okay. But then are also Useless Swamp. So these are all so the way the game works is that they're all themed around lanes. So all your lanes are themed, and you need certain amounts of lanes to actually do what you need to do in the game. So that's fun. Okay, but here is... I'm going to have to punch all these out, I'm sure. But here's Blue Plains. This is the deck that Finn uses in the episode. So this is an important episode. This is important. This is an important one of the important ones. Sandylands. I believe this is BMO's deck. Yes? I'm pretty sure this is from BMO's deck. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's the Sandylands or BMO's deck. If I recall correctly. Obviously, Icelands are, you know, Ice King's deck. Because all the characters have themed decks, canonically, I think, because of how the game works. Because I think all of the characters have their own decks, is the thing. And then we have Cornfields. So cornfields, the way they so these are Jake's cards, of course. He uses a lot of cornfield monsters, so these are obviously his deck, and then he also has, and then there's also a bunch of other ones. These blue plains ones can go back. Nice lands ones can go back. There are other ones. Yeah. Let's get to my invoice again, because that's buried underneath. Okay. Invoice again. I had the Ultimate Collection. I have... Oh, that's why. There's the double tournament. Okay. Okay, there's a card there. Okay, there's a couple of things here. I need to. So this box I'm probably not keeping because I have the collector's box, which is designed to hold all of my stuff. This is probably going in, like, I don't know, my closet or something. But also we've got ability card. Ooh, we've got abilities. Hold on, I didn't realize we had Ooh. Okay, so there's a frozen ability that you can run, which is cool. So I'm assuming these are supposed to work with these shutdown lanes according to their descriptions. So that's useful. And then there's also life points. The game gives you life points to play with. So there's a collection of these. The way the life points work in Card Wars is that they actually, they make fun of, they riff on a lot of card games. Card Wars are specifically Yu-Gi-Oh. So it riffs on Yu-Gi-Oh with, obviously it doesn't have trap cards, it has building cards. But it riffs on Yu-Gi-Oh. And of course it has all of those cards. But yeah, it's got blue plains, it's got a whole bunch of other things. But yeah, it's also the way life points work is that you got 25 of them. And I believe that's all of them. There's Useful Swamp, there's more Nice Lands cards, and then there's another blue plains card. And then there's also these 4 cards, which are not supposed to be for Useless Plain. Okay, these are not supposed to be over here, I'm guessing, but they're supposed to be with the rest of their card group. But they're not for some reason. They probably slid in transit is probably what happened. That would make the most sense to me in my brain. Alright, in any case. Ooh, okay. Okay, these are the foil cards. I'm pretty confident these are the foil cards. Okay, so these are all decks. I should probably keep these together. Oh, no, these are the foil. Are they? Well, there's the blue plains. There's Useless Swamp. No. Yes? I'm not entirely 100%. I kind of understand. I'm not sure where to start, so I think I'm gonna start with the jumbo cards. Because they're the biggest and sticking out and everything. So these are jumbo size cards. So these are hero cards. I don't actually know what hero cards do. I believe they have various abilities and stuff like that. I mean, I have the rule book. I could probably go through the rule book. Yeah, all this is about the same as what I remember. Yeah. So where's the part about hero cards? Yeah, hero cards. Heroes will give your deck some extra punch. When the game first released, hero cards didn't exist yet, but now we can't imagine Card Wars without them. Each deck has a specific hero associated with it, which you can find listed in the deck breakdown and card clarification booklet. Okay, so the other booklet I have, that's around here somewhere. Okay. Breakdown card declaration book over the card list. Take your oversized hero cards during setup and keep it faced up near your deck. Make sure your opponent knows what your hero card does before you begin. Most of the hero cards have abilities that are always on. If you meet the requirements listed, you get the bonus, and during your opponent's turn, some heroes have abilities with a cost. You may use them. Okay. Frozen tokens, customize the deck. Okay, so there's customizables. That's why there's so many decks here, I think. Alright, so this is... Okay, so that was what I wasn't sure on with hero cards, but I can show off the hero cards first. Since they're all characters we know, hopefully. They're all people that you should understand. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is going in the trash. Alright, so I believe this is the commemorative and Floop the Pig card. It says thank you for backing on the back. So this is to thank me personally for helping support the game, which is great. But yeah. There's 10th anniversary card. Yeah, this is the card, the backable card. So this is just a foil pig. That's pretty cute. This is a card of all the characters you can play as. You say you got all the main characters from the main box on this side. Then on the reverse side, you got all the sub characters with all their specific decks in it. So that's pretty cool, pretty neat, pretty cool stuff. But yeah, also the Lich is playable, which I'm not entirely sure how well that's going to go for everyone involved, but you can play as him. Because everybody knows what the Lich's deal is, that he's a mess. He's a hot mess. Okay, so in any case, here's Finn. I don't know what his ability does, but he has stuff on the back of his deck. But yeah, these are all jumbo-sized cards. So in any case, creatures you control with no damage have Floop deal one. Have Floop deal 1 damage to target creature. Oh, so he can. So as long as he doesn't have damage on his cards, he can just Floop them to deal damage. Okay. Okay, so that's interesting. Alright, so, and then you have Jake. Creatures on face down lane you control have +2 attack. That's pretty useful. So depending on what, you have to figure out... So there's a deck breakdown, so you need to know what the decks, each of the decks do. That's pretty important. But yeah. Jake. And then we have BMO, of course. BMO does not like playing the game, so it's ironic that he's here. Well, actually, he doesn't like playing the game with Jake specifically. Isn't that the joke? That he doesn't like Jake and how bad and how angry he gets when he plays the game? Yeah. Okay, so BMO has a thing. Lady Rainicorn. I may as well show this. Okay, Lady Rainicorn. If you can return 2 or more creatures to your hand from play, you discard a pile during... Ooh, I can heal with this one. That's pretty useful. I'm thinking that's gonna be fun. And then we have everybody's favorite princess, I think. I don't know. Jury's still out. She does a lot of awful stuff in the show, if I remember correctly. But she's pretty cool. But in any case, once per turn, you may deal 1 damage to one of your creatures. That creature has ++. Oh, so she damages creatures, but they gain power. But they gain more powerful the more damage they have on them, which is what it seems to be. Okay, and then you have Lumpy Space Princess. Her ability apparently is to just draw cards every time you have to replace a creature, which can be helpful, especially if you're not doing so hot. That works. Then you have everybody's favorite lunatic Ice King. He's fun. Everybody loves Ice King. Well, early season Ice King, later season Ice King is just sad. But yeah, the first time one of your creatures attacks your opponent during their turn, it has 1+1 attack. Okay, so it just boosts damage. That's helpful. Then you have Marceline. Everybody loves Marceline. Your creatures with 5 or more damage on them have 1 attack. Okay, so the more damage you put on so if you're not doing well, you gain more attack. Lemon Grab. Oh boy, Lemon Grab has not aged well, has he? So Lemon Grab is yet another character who was voiced by Justin Roiland. If you know what happened with Justin Roiland, you'll know that Lemon Grab had to be revoiced because unfortunately Justin Roiland is not a good person. So yeah, that did not end well for Justin Roiland. But yeah, and Lemon Grab, unfortunately, voiced by Justin Roiland, who very much encapsulates the idea of, Oh, this guy can scream. But yeah, unfortunately, he didn't. Lemon Grab, not doing super hot nowadays. But yeah, at the start of your fight phase, gain 1 HP if you have one or more empty lanes. Cannot go over 25. Ah, so that heals me. Okay. Okay, so if you have empty lanes, you heal, but it can go over the max, which is 25. That makes sense. All right, Gunther. Everybody loves Gunther. Gunther's great. Well, sort of. Creatures you control in the landscape with frozen tokens have 1 attack. Okay, so his deck is built around freezing. I'm going to guess. And then we're in some of these character cards. Yeah, a lot of the ones after this point I think are new. Okay, so yeah, a lot of these later ones there's some promo cards in here, but a lot of these are Kickstarter. A lot of these after these point are Kickstarter exclusive. Yeah, so Fiona and Cake I think are the only returning ones. So we got Fiona. My sister actually dressed up as Fiona for that Halloween one year, so that's pretty fun. But yeah, I want to make sure I'm actually. Am I actually? What is it? Playing audio through my phones. I want to make sure because I'm also doing it through a different audio setup, so I'm a little confused as to how it will work if it's working. I'm gonna say yes because. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I was a little concerned. I'm also again I'm dumb because I remember setting that because I heard that when I was checking the stream. I'm good. All right, when you control only one landscape type, your rainbow creatures have 1 attack. Ooh. Okay, so you're using this one for any deck where you're running one specific landscape, and then you boost the rainbow creatures. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty good. All right. Each time, okay, and then there's Cake. She's the last of the ones that were from the original game. So we're in the Kickstarter of exclusive ones now. All right. Each time you play a building, heal 2 damage from each of your creatures in the lane with a building you control. Ooh, so that's pretty useful. I can heal creatures with that. All right, and now we're in the exclusive ones. Starting with Peppermint Butler. His deck is interesting. Like I saw some of his exclusive cards when the Kickstarter was going through, and they are pretty interesting. Once during your turn, if one of your creatures leaves play, deal 2 damage to an opposing creature. And then the Lich. The Lich this is gonna end well. It's the Lich. It's not gonna end well. All right, the Lich. Destroy one of your creatures. Gain 1 action. Okay, but you only can do that once per turn. Yeah, the Lich has a lot of burn strategies associated with him. So his from what I remember from the Kickstarter, the Lich and Peppermint Butler's decks work really well together because the Lich has the ability to sacrifice cards, and then a lot of Peppermint Butler's cards are built around doing burn damage if a card is sacrificed. So they're a pretty dangerous combination. Then we have Nepter. We have Ice King's son right here, or Finn's son. I'm not entirely sure whose son he is, being perfectly honest. It's very confusing. But yeah, once during your turns, you may discard the top creature from your deck if it's a creature or has pie in its chart. Okay, right. He has a lot of pie. I forgot. He has a lot of pie-based creatures. I forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot when the Kickstarter was going through. A lot of pie-based enemies came through the game as well that are specifically designed to work with Nepter's ability. So Nepter just has pie creatures that you can control, and they work in tandem with his ability. I forgot about that. All right. Well, in any case, we got Party God and Party God. When there's one of your creatures changes lanes, it has +1 attack. Okay, so if a creature changes lanes, you get to move a creature and boost its abilities. Then we have Death. Death is just around the corner, coming for us all. It's really, not to get morbid, but that's Death for you. In any case, turn a landscape creature control face down. When the landscape you control is face down, deal 4 damage to your opponent. Ooh! So you can inflict burn attacks with a flip, with a card flip. That's kind of cool. Alright. And we got Cinnamon Bun. Again, these are all Kickstarter exclusives, so you probably can't get these. At least for now. There's probably going to be a Kickstarter, support deck or something later down the line, I'm sure. Probably. Or they'll be added to the main game. I don't know, but I have them, so I'm going to show them off. Deal 2 damage to one of your creatures. You gain 2 HP. Ooh! So you gain 1 HP for... You can do that once per turn, but you get to heal yourself by dealing damage. Alright, and then you have James Baxter, the horse. And, of course, a reference to and animated by James Baxter, the animator. So, yeah, if you guys don't know, there's a really talented 2D animator named James Baxter. He worked on, specifically James Baxter's episodes, but he's also worked on the pterodactyl from... He's worked on the pterodactyl from the Gravity Falls episode, Land Before Swine. He did several sequences for, what is it, Infinity Train, I'm pretty sure. He worked on the finale of Steven Universe, the original series. I don't think he worked on Future. Or at least if he did, I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, he's a pretty talented dude. He does a lot of stuff. Once during your turn, you may draw a card. If you do, your opponent may also draw a card. Ooh! Okay, so that's pretty much draw a card. Then your opponent does the exact same thing. Okay, so that's helpful. Alright, so, in any case, and then to kind of be a little bit of a, a wall, to be a bit of a fourth wall joke, you've got the 10th anniversary backer. The first time you play a Kickstarter card on your turn, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a Kickstarter card, draw it. So, essentially, just use all the Kickstarter exclusive cards is what this particular one is telling you to do. Which makes sense. There's probably gonna be a lot of those. I would not be surprised. And then Ice Queen. I think Ice Queen is apparently a promo card. So she's neither a Kickstarter exclusive one or one from the original game. She's just here. But yeah, during each opponent's turn, creatures you control with no damage on them have 1 attack. Okay, that's pretty useful. Okay, so let's get into the actual decks now. I believe this one's all sorts of messed up because it's a little bit wrapped incorrectly. It's wrapped a little tight. Where's the unwrap for this? Alright. Where's the unwrap? Okay, that should do it. Alright, I'm gonna just rip the packaging off, I think, because that's really the only way I can do this. I suppose I should probably explain how the game actually works. Essentially, you've got 4 lanes that you can play. Essentially, you and your opponent each have 4 lanes. Then you can play a card on each of those lanes, but they have to match that specific card. And also each character has a number. Each card has a number on it. You'll see in a minute. To kind of explain, this will be better. It'll be better explained with a visual because when you can actually see the cards, you can actually see the cards. That'll help out a lot. All right, so let's get this unwrapped. There we go. Let's get this undone. All of these are sort of messed up. I'm gonna have to set like a rock or something on them to flatten them out, but they're all sorts of curved. They're not supposed to be this way, but they're all sorts of curved. I'm gonna have to set something on them to flatten them out. Yeah, maybe like a paperweight or something. I don't know if we have a paperweight, but I'm gonna be... But yeah, you've got, any case, I think all of these I think are foil cards. So I think these are all the... Yeah, all of these are foil cards. Okay. Okay, so any case, we've got the starting off. I'm not entirely sure how well these are going to work on, because they're all foils. But yeah, okay, so kind of explain. Each character has an attack and defense, of course, down here in the bottom, and then an ability. But they also have an attribute, which is which is based on what the landscape is, and also you have to. This number is however many points you have, how many ever of that specific landscape you control, which determines whether or not you can play this. And then you have 2 action points, so which is also determined by it being a 1 or a 2 or a 0. So depending on your action points, you can either play so you can play a more powerful monster, but you need the lanes to do it, and you also need the action points to do it. Whereas you could play 2 smaller monsters, which is what this one is, which is what Ginny Ghost is. So yeah, that's to kind of explain how it works. In any case, blue brains creature, fluke, pay 2 last night to play your next spell this turn. Okay, so that just gives you a free spell, is essentially what that is. Okay, that makes a bit of sense. Okay, and then we've got Pentaculites, I think is how you pronounce Pentacutie. Okay, I was mispronouncing it, but Pentacutie. I'm not sure how well this is going to work because all of the foil and all that, but yeah, this is a 2-point monster, so pretty powerful. In any case, blueprint creature, opponents cannot play cost 0 card. Ooh, this shuts down cost 0 cards. Ooh, that can be really helpful. All right, and then we got Traveling Wizard. All the wizard cards look exactly the same. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. All of them have there's a bunch of different variants of this specific card. All of them look exactly the same. But in case, blue plains creature. When Traveling Wizard enters play, the opposing creature in this lane and Traveling Wizard switch sides. Oh. Okay, so this flips. Okay, that may or may not be helpful. I mean, because he flips sides if he enters play. So you're kind of just giving your character a free buff. But in any case, we got Blue Ogre. Blue Ogre's pretty neat. I like Blue Ogre a lot. I like his design at least. Blue Plains creature. When you draw a card, Blue Ogre has +1 attack this turn. Ooh. Okay, so this works well with the one it was at the other one with James Baxter, I think, where you can draw a card, or I forget. I don't know. In any case, Kung Fu Power. This is a pretty funny one. I like this one a lot. But in any case, Blue Plains spell. Ready 1 of each type of creature you control. Ooh. Okay, so this is a spell. This readies any creatures you have that aren't currently ready to be played. That's pretty helpful. That's pretty useful. Okay, now we're in the Cornfield promos. There's a lot of these. Nice Lands. There's only one Nice Lands promo, it seems. That's weird. And then we have, okay. Yeah, we only have one Nice Lands one. Okay. Yeah, but there's a lot of rainbow ones. Here's the 10th anniversary ones. Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense. Okay. I haven't gotten to those yet. In any case, getting back into the actual cards. Cornbat. He's a cornfield creature. Pretty useful. He has 2 attack, 7 defense. I haven't been doing the attack and defense, but I have a lot of cards, so we're going to have to just deal with that. But in any case, play 1 action, deal 1 damage to each target to creature in this lane for each different landscape type you control. Ooh. Okay. So this is a rainbow. So this is one of those where you have multiple lanes. This deals a lot of... This is more effective. This is more effective the more lane... if you're doing a rainbow deck, I guess. Like, if you're running a lot of rainbow cards and you're also running a lot of, different lanes, that's what that one's for. And you can do that. That's a very viable strategy. Just run a bunch of different landscapes. Run a bunch of different cards that are designed to work on those landscapes that are all 1 point. And then send those in. That is an absolutely valuable strategy. That is very useful, and people do that. Either you can go fully commit to a deck or to a type of deck, and be able to play 2 level 2 monsters, or just commit to level 1 monsters. That's absolutely a viable strategy. But in any case, we have even all fire. He has a fun design, but he's apparently a cornfield creature, even though he doesn't. He's on fire, so which I can imagine would be the exact opposite of what you want on a field. When Ethan all fire deals leaves play, draw 1 card for each cornfield's landscape you control. Oh, okay, so that's pretty useful. Okay, and then we have the Sun King. He's pretty fun. Sun King. Okay, so Sun King, cornfield creature. Sun King counts as an additional cornfield landscape you control. Ooh. All right, so if Sun King's in play, that boosts the damage of any cornfield creature that you have that relies on that effect. That's pretty useful. Okay, and then we've got Great Butt. It's Adventure Time. Why not? It's a spell, but yeah, why not? But in any case, cornfield spell. Play only if you played a non-cornfield card this turn. Deals 5 damage to the target creature. Ooh, so this could potentially kill a creature. But it needs to specifically be a non-cornfield creature. So if you're running, if you're running a rainbow deck, that's helpful. And then we have Apple Bully. I don't know what Apple Bully does, but he looks cool. Did you guys get to see that? I'm going to say you guys didn't get to see that because it's a foil. Yeah, it's an apple tree. I'm trying to show you guys, but it's not cooperating. Alright, cornfield creature. Apple Bully's landscape cannot be flipped face down by opponents. Ooh, that's useful. And he's also a level 2 monster, so that's pretty helpful. In any case, we've only got 1 Nice Land card for some stupid reason. Okay, so we've got Sack of Pain. He's pretty useful. In any case, Nice Land's creature. While Sack of Pain is exactly 6 damage on it, it has 10 and 6 attack. Well, he's got. Okay, so you have to deal a lot of damage to it, but it's a risk reward card. Essentially, what it does is, if you beat it up too much, it's beating you up with 8 attack. So pretty mean, and it's a beefy monster on top of that, so pretty helpful. In any case, we're in rainbow creatures now. So there's a rainbow. I think this is a rainbow spell. No, this is a rainbow building. Okay, so Fountain of Tears. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but yeah, Fountain of Tears. All your creatures in this lane has exactly 3 damage on it, has 3 attack. Okay, that's a pretty useful building. Quadri, okay. So it's a samurai, but it's a spider samurai, which is pretty neat. So pretty helpful, pretty useful. All of these are fun. This game is very charming. I like this game a lot. In any case, rainbow creature. At the start of your turn, deal 2 damage to each opponent with 4 more cards in their hand. Ooh, okay, this is useful for, the Adventure Time doubles tournaments. That's useful, because that attacks all of your opponents. That'll attack both your opponents, okay. That could be very useful, but it also has 6, okay, so that's used, and it's a cornfield monster, so you can play it without any sort of having to worry about it. Okay. In any case, we also got another rainbow spell. Witch Slap. Okay. They have to clean it up a little bit, but that's supposed to be Bitch Slap. Okay, that's funny. Alright, rainbow spell. Target opponent discards down to 5 cards and then takes 1 damage for each card discarded this way. Ooh. Okay. So that can be mean because it forces them to thin their hand down. And then you deal damage for however much that is. Okay, and then these are the Savannah ones, and then there's only Savannah ones, and there's only useless swamp ones. In any case, Lady Beetle. So there might not be as many landscape cards as I think there are, because I thought there were more. In any case, Sandylands creature. At the start of your turn, you may return one of your creatures with 2 or fewer defense remaining to its owner's hand. Ooh, okay, that's helpful. But that's okay. That effect makes me think that if you, I get it. You can return the farmer to the end. That makes more sense. You can use Lady Beetle to do that. Golden Axe Stump. He's pretty useful. Golden Axe Stump is pretty fun. A Sandy Lines feature. Whenever opponent draws a card, deal 1 damage to that player. Oh, but it only applies to... Okay, never mind. It doesn't affect you. It affects whoever's in front of you. Okay. Okay, so that's helpful. We've also got Sandosaurus Rex. Pretty cool. Sandosaurus Rex, Sandy Lanes creature. +2 attack for each of your empty lanes. Ooh. So if you have a lot of empty lanes, this guy buffs your gets a +6 to his attack. That's mean. So you gotta really... So if you're not doing great at the game, or you're just starting out, this is a great monster to start with, or end with, because he can be mean. All right, in case Psychic Tempest. I don't know what Psychic Tempest does, but I'm assuming it's a spell. Yes, return all your creatures in play to your hand. Ooh, okay. So this resets the board, but it specifically resets your board. I'm not sure how helpful that will be, but I'm assuming if a lot of monsters are taking damage, you can wipe the board and then place them down again. If I had to guess, it's probably what that is. And then you've got Portal 1 Summoning, which does the exact same thing, but only with one creature and not necessarily one you control. Essentially, it says return target creature to its owner's hand. So that's useful. And then we're in the useless swamp ones now. But we've got Lieutenant Mushroom. I like Lieutenant Mushroom's design a lot. It's just a mushroom with a gun, but it's great. Useless swamp creature. If Lieutenant Mushroom leaves play during an opponent's turn, that opponent discards 3 cards. And it's very weak, so it probably will be doing that. Okay. So yeah, it's got 2 attack and 3 defense. So it's probably going down to a stronger monster and forcing them to thin their hand. That is very useful. And then we've got Smoldering Elder. Not entirely sure what Smoldering Elder does. But yeah, useless swamp creature. When Smoldering Elder enters play, each player discards 2 cards. Oh. Okay. I'm learning that a lot of these cards... Ooh, okay. And the next one is interesting. What I'm learning is that a lot of these useless swamp ones are about removing cards from play. That's interesting. So this, case in point, this next one, the Sludger. This one, useless swamp creature. You floop him, you choose a card name, remove each card from that with that name in target player's discard pile from the game. Ooh, so you can't play with them anymore once this guy goes into play. That's interesting. It's essentially similar to banishing from Yu-Gi-Oh! Essentially, you remove them from play and then you can't use them anymore. To an extent, you can get them back, but it's very difficult. And then we have a couple of useless swamp spells. Useless swamp. Yeah. Okay. Toilet of Doom. Useless swamp spell. Deal 1 damage to target creature for every 5 cards in your discard pile. All right, and then we have Raise the Dead. Okay, this was an ability that Finn had. But I don't think he used an actual spell. I think he just used his Ancient Scholar to do it. Put a creature with a cost of 2 or less from your discard pile into play. Okay, so that just puts any... I'm assuming there's monsters that cost more than that. But then we have the pig. He's very iconic, so I don't think I need to go over him. He's a very iconic creature. Everybody knows what he does. Is that he, removes a landscape from play, which is how he works in the episode. I floop the pig, your landscape's going down. But in any case, there's a second version of this now, where this is now a new version of this, and this is a 10th anniversary promo card. So this is a different version of the character. Pretty helpful. And then we've got 3 copies of Cyclops, which is a rainbow creature. So we got 3 copies of this guy. Well, I do. You guys are at home don't, but we do have 3 copies of it. I do seem to have 3 copies of this guy. But in any case, okay. Rainbow creature. 1 defense for each open eye depicted on the other creatures you control. Ooh. Okay, so this buffs his defense. And then you get 3, and then you have 3 copies of him. So you can just play 3 of these guys, 2 or 3 of these guys, and you get 4 total defense. But then there's also, you know, the fact that every other monster does this. So that can be a really useful defensive monster if you know what you're doing with it. I'm gonna place something on this. I'm gonna place something on these because they're all sorts of folded up. That's not gonna work, is it? No. Hold on. I gotta shuffle around my desk, but I need to place something on these to sort of flatten them out, because currently they're not very flat, or any of along those lines. I'm using a steel book to do it, but honestly, I don't recommend doing it the way that I'm doing it. Get like a paperweight or something if they come in the mail like that. But we're almost done. We're not. We've been doing this an hour, and I still got a ton of cards and other things to go through. I'm probably going to be doing this most of the night, actually. I want to say, actually, no. Okay, that worries me. That worried me a little bit, but no, those are not in fact cards. Those are card sleeves. Is this card sleeves as well? Yes, these are also card sleeves. They sent me a lot of card sleeves. Okay, that worries me a little bit less. Okay. That worries me a lot less, actually. Alright, that was the main thing I was worried about, because I saw extra cards that were loose in here. No, they're card sleeves, which I'm supposed to put on all of my cards to keep them safe. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Alright, but in case, we've got a Cornfields deck, which I'm assuming is Jake's. I do have the deck breakdown. Yeah, there's the deck breakdown. Okay, this is going back in the deck first and foremost because it's not supposed to be out. This is decks. This is the... Yeah. Jake. Oh, no, this is for the doubles tournament. So where's the normal Jake one? No, this isn't. No, this is Lemongrab's deck. Okay. Okay, this is Lemongrab's deck that we're doing now. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Now that I have an idea of what we're doing, this is Lemongrab's deck. I understand. Okay. So this deck is designed to work with the Lemongrab card. Alright, so this is what we're doing. This is Lemongrab. Alright, so... Alright, so there's 40 cards in each deck, so... It's all the characters that came with them. I'm pretty confident. I'm going to set these down. But I'm pretty sure it's all the characters that came with it. There's Finn, Jake, BMO, Lumpy Space Princess. Yeah, there's 4. Okay, there's 5 landscapes, I think. No, there's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then... Yeah, there's 6, and then everybody else has a combination of different things. Okay, that makes a bit more. That makes a bit more sense. Okay, so there's 6. But then each card, but then there's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 6 card decks here. So I think there are. Is this? What is this last one? Yeah, of course the Lich doesn't have one. I'm not entirely sure who this last deck it belongs to. I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out. But in any case, getting in a Lemongrab's deck. We've got a lot of cards with Lemongrab's deck. So we've got a Sinkhole, which is funny because of how it resembles. Cornfield Building. Flip and discard a card. Flip target landscape in this lane face down until the start of your next turn. Okay. Oh, and they all have the faces on them. In that case, I can probably figure that out from the face that's on it, right? No, these are all promo cards. I think these are all just regular cards then. These aren't associated with any deck. So we've got Lemongrab, we've got Lumpy Space Princess, we've got Cake. I don't know. We got Beemo. We got Finn. And it doesn't say what huge deck this belongs to. I'm assuming Jake. Because by process of elimination, it has to be Jake. Unless they're all... Oh, no, they're multiples. Oh, that makes a bit more sense. Oh, okay. That's what was confusing me. Alright, these are from all the different decks, but you can run them from whatever. Alright, NK, Sinkhole. Flip and discard a card. Flip the target landscape in this lane face down until the start of your next turn. That's helpful. Okay, so these are all Cornfield cards. But yeah, in any case, we've also got this one. These aren't promo cards, so you can actually read these. Silo of Freedom. Discard a card. Your landscape in this lane loses its type and becomes the type of your choice, except face down until the start of your next turn. That's helpful. That's really useful. Okay, we've also got... Ooh. Okay, so Lemongrab runs a mix of different things, I'm noting. His deck is a mix. His deck is a big old mix. Okay. And then you've got Comet Camel. Caramel Camel. Never mind. Sandylands creature. When a creature own leaves play, you may just put as underneath this card instead. +1 attack and +1 defense for each card under this. When this card leaves play, discard all cards under it. Ooh. Okay, so this... Okay, so this buffs its attack and defense by discarding cards that leave play. This would be useful with the Lich deck, actually. This would be useful with the Lich. Because his whole thing is about discarding cards. If you play Caramel Camel as well on top of that, he's going to have a really beefy monster on his hands. That could be really helpful with the Lich. But in any case, we also got Scorpion. He's running a couple copies of Scorpion as well, which is this one. So he's got... Alright, Sandylands creature, Scorpion costs 1 less to play while an opponent controls a creature you own. Oh, you can play this for free then. Okay, that's useful. And then he's got two copies of that. Sand Magus. Okay, so Sand Magus, I'm not entirely sure what does. Sand Magus. Sandylands creature. At the start of your turn, you may return Sand Magus to its owner's hand. If you do, each other creature you control is +1 attack this turn. Ooh, okay. Again, that's a really useful for a Lich deck. That can be really useful. Because his whole thing is about discarding cards. Makes sense. The Lich does not value life in the slightest, so his entire build being around discarding cards makes sense to me. Grand Mummy. Just thought I'd show this. Grand Mummy, Sandy Lands creature. At the start of your turn, you may return Grand Mummy to its owner's hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. Ooh. Okay, so if you have possession of this card, you can draw 2 cards with it. Ooh. Okay, so again. Okay, we got Sandosaurus Rex again. We already explained what he does, so I'm not gonna. But that's the regular version of him. Static Paratrooper. Okay, and he's got 2 versions of that, 2 copies of this. Static Paratrooper. I don't know what it does. When Static Paratrooper enters play, move it to any empty landscape. It cannot be replaced At the start of this turn, you lose 1 hit point. Ooh. I'm assuming that's 1 point. That's 1 life point per turn. I don't know what that does, but the fact that you can play it twice. Oh, move it to any empty landscape, so you can force it onto your opponent. I understand. Also, I'm pretty sure that's a reference to that time that Lemongrab electrocuted a bunch of people, if I remember correctly. That would make sense. In any case, Jinxed Paratrooper. Okay, so he's running a couple of. I'm gonna say a Paratrooper archetype. If going off Yu-Gi-Oh terms, he's running a Paratrooper archetype. So he's got yet another one with Jinxed Paratrooper, and then the next several that he has are the same. Rainbow Creature. When Jinxed Paratrooper enters play, move it to any empty landscape. It can offer you a place at the start of your turn. Discard a card. Okay, so yeah, all of these are designed around screwing over your opponent by placing it in an empty landscape they control. I'm assuming. Or no. No, it seems like they're built around. But I am noting what the paratroopers do with each time you do them. They gain attack and lose. Yeah, okay, here's another one. Husky Paratrooper, Rainbow Creature. When Husky Paratrooper enters play, move it to any empty landscape, then flip that landscape face down. When Husky Paratrooper leaves play, flip it face up. Ooh. Okay, so that removes a landscape from play. That's helpful. That's helpful if you're trying to screw over your opponent. And you have Dragoon Paratrooper. So when Dragoon Paratrooper enters play, move it to any empty landscape it cannot be replaced. Adjacent creatures have -1 to. Yeah, a lot of these are about screwing. Several of these are about screwing over your opponent. Ooh, that's a mean deck that old Lemongrab's running. I can tell you that much. Yeah, he's running its entire. Okay, this is the rest of his deck, so I'm gonna. Alright, I'm gonna try and put these. Okay, so Drop Zone. He's got several copies of Drop Zone, so we're gonna go over those. Rainbow Spell. Return target creatures to a target creature you own to your hand. Okay, so he can return a lot of these creatures to his hand if he so chooses. And then he has Quick Pick Me Up, which is an interesting card. Based on its design alone, it's an interesting card. Return target creature you control to its owner's hand. Gain actions equals to its cost. Ooh. Okay, so this is very useful. This is very useful for setting up things. And then he also has a couple of buildings as well, based around the whole archetype that he's running here. This is a really interesting archetype because a lot of it is built around screwing over your opponent. Rainbow Building. Each creature in this lane has -1 attack. Okay, so that screws over your opponent because every creature in the lane has -1 attack, not just you. And then there's also a plus to, this is a level 2 card. This is Lunch Pad, which is fun. Floop, draw a card from each creature that enters play onto your landscape in this turn. Ooh. Okay, so you gain ability. So you gain cards for doing that. So you can use it to you can use this archetype to A, screw over your opponent, and B, gain a bunch of cards in the process. So this is a mean one. But we also got TN Timmy. Not sure what he does, but TN Timmy has an interesting design to him. Okay, so Rainbow Creature. When TN Timmy leaves play, deal 1 damage to each opposing creature. Alright, he only has 5 attack, and no way to actually hurt himself. So, if you remember, discard him from play, he damages all creatures on the board, and then there's a +2 to that. Ham Fist. Okay. I love the design again. It's once again. Ham Fist. This is again, it's a pun. It's a pun on the idea of ham fisting, but yeah, Ham Fist. Target creature you control has -5 attack this turn to draw a card. Ooh. Okay, so what I'm learning is that this entire deck is about self-sabotage, it seems. Because there's a lot of things here that are designed to target either you or the opponent. And he has 2 copies of Freefall. So Freefall does the exact same thing, so I'm not going to show both. Freefall, Sandy Lands creature. Each of your creatures has +1 attack for each creature that has entered play this turn. Ooh. So you can force a lot of creatures. So the idea is that seems like to be essentially looking into what... So looking at Lemongrab's deck as a whole, his deck seems to be about either forcing monsters onto your opponent, forcing monsters onto yourself to handicap yourself, but gain more buffs. And overall, that can be a really mean deck. At least I think that's how it works. I'm not entirely 100%. Okay. And Gunther has a lot of interesting cards as well. Kind of just flipping through his deck a little bit. Okay, I'm going to separate these out kind of sort of by deck, I think. So these are going over here. So we are officially on Gunther's deck. So he's running a mix of different things as well, like Lemongrab is. But Lemongrab has an interesting deck. I like his deck a lot. That's going in the box, though, so I don't lose it. But in any case, we're on Gunther. Gunther's got a lot more cards than Lemongrab compared to Lemongrab. Or at least it looks like it. But he's got a lot of different copies of cards. Okay, I understand. Yeah, he's got a lot of cards. Okay, I understand. He's got multiple copies of multiple different cards, is what he's doing. Okay. Alright, so Gunther's deck. We're starting with Snowballer. He's got 2 copies. So Snowballer. This is Gunther's deck. So he's got a lot of ice-based monsters, as well as some other things. He's got ice-based monsters. He's got... What else has he got? He's got ice-based and blue plains creatures. So he's got a lot of things. So he's got a pretty good mix of different things. Alright, but he's got 2 copies of Snowballer. In case, Icy Lands creature. Remove a frozen token from Snowballer's landscape. Deal 3 damage to target creatures. Ooh. Okay, so... This is built around free... If you get free frozen, that's useful for getting rid of that. Okay. Which makes sense. I'm pretty sure that's the main reason why the frozen tokens exist, is because of the Icy Lands effects. So we've also got this one. He's got 1 copy of this. What is it called? Frosted Snow Woman. Icy Lands creature. When Frosted Snow Woman enters play, freeze both landscapes in its lane. Ooh. Okay, so this is built to... So... That's what it does. That's pretty fun. Alright, he's also got the cooler. I'm trying to figure out what each of their decks do based on the effects, but Icy Lands creature, when the cooler leaves play, freeze its landscape. Ooh. Okay. I have no. So it seems to be a lot. So it seems to be a lot. So a lot of frozen land creature, icy land creatures seem to be based on freezing your lane, you and your opponent's lanes is what it seems to be. All right, we've also got Glacier Thingamabobber. What is it? Glacier Racer. Icy land creature +4 attack and both landscapes in its lane are frozen. Ooh. Okay, so a lot of these are built around buffing themselves based on if your deck is frozen or not. Okay, he's also got 2 copies of Frosted Deanimator. He's got 2 copies of this card. Frosted Deanimator is an Icy Lands creature. Frosted Deanimator may be played onto a frozen landscape. Okay, so this bypasses the effect of being frozen. Okay, and he's running 2 effects of this. He's also running... He's also running a lot of multiple copies of cards, I'm noting. Okay, so let's start with the next one. Icy Infiltrator. Not sure what it does, but we're going to find out. When Icy Infiltrator enters play, freeze its landscape. Ooh. I think the idea is that a lot of these characters, it seems, I'm assuming there's some sort of buff or something coming. There's some sort of spell that is designed to work with this specific effect. Because I'm noting there's a lot with this ability. Snowblower. In case, Snowblower. And I read its effect. He has got 2 copies of this. Choose a lane and freeze both of its landscapes. There has to be something in here designed to work with all of these frozen landscapes. Because there seems to be there's a couple of them now that do something with it. Okay, but Icy Commander, he's again got 2 copies of this. Icy Commando, +1 attack for each frozen. Oh, that's where it is. That's it. Okay. He has He has 2 copies of Icy Commando, which buff themselves based on how frozen your landscapes are. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, I'm starting to piece together. Okay, he's got 2 copies of Icy Commando. All right, and he's got Icy Interloper, which again has a buff to it. Floop and pay 1 action, freeze a target landscape. So Icy Intruder and Icy Commando are designed to work together, from what it seems. And he's also again got 2 copies of this. Snowavalanche. Ooh. Okay, there it is. Avalanche. Okay, so he's got 2 copies of this card. Avalanche is designed around dealing damage to opponents on frozen landscapes. So he can deal a lot of damage if he freezes all the landscapes with this. That's what it is. That's the trick. All right, and he's also got floating ice palace, which does the exact same, which does something similar with it. Now I'm understanding what this deck is. Freezing as many lanes as possible to gain buffs. Okay, Icy Lands creature. Your creature in this lane has +1 attack during your turn for each frozen landscape. And then he's also got Snow Training Camp, which I'm going to guess. Okay, so he's also got this one. I'm not sure what it is, but it's Snow Training Camp. Okay, this is useful for if you have no frozen landscapes. Okay, that makes sense. And since your opponent has to tribute cards to get rid of it. Ooh. Okay, and then he's got Industrial Assassin. Industrial Assassin, he's running 2 versions of. If you flip and destroy one of your creatures, you draw a card. Okay, that's pretty useful for deck drawing. Tired Wombat is a pun because it's covered in tires, of course. Yeah, Tired Wombat. At the start of your turn, move Tired Wombat to an empty landscape you control. If you cannot move it to an opponent's empty landscape. Ooh. Okay, I'm starting to see some sort of strategies with Lemon Crab's deck. Hold on, that's kind of helpful. Now, Fatigued Librarian, he's got 2 copies of this. Blue Plains creatures. These are all Blue Plains creatures, by the way. But yeah, I have the other copy, so I might as well read that one. Fatigued Librarian enters play exhausted and does not ready at the start of your turn. Wherever Fatigued Librarian changes lanes, ready it. Ooh. Okay, I understand. That's for Characters leaving play. I get that. That's you're gonna shuffle that one around to get it to work. Okay. Well, and then he's also got Wodak Ringleader, which is pretty cool. Blue Plains Creature. He's got 2 copies of this, by the way. But Blue Plains Creature, at the start of your turn, move Wodak Ringleader to an empty landscape you control if you cannot destroy it. Okay, and it's one, and that's a pretty straightforward one. Weakened Warrior. Okay, so this is pretty fun. Weakened Warrior. Weakened Warrior enters play into exhausted is not ready at the start of your turn. Whenever Weakened Warrior changes reigns, let ready it. Ooh, so this is yet another one you gotta shift into a lane that can work. He's also got. Ooh, okay, we're back in the ice. We're back into the. No, we're in Blue Plains Creature, but this is Drenched Cleric. Drenched Cleric. At the start of your turn, move Drenched Cleric to an empty landscape you control if you cannot discard a card. Ooh, okay, and he's got 2 copies of that, and then he's also got Wake Up Call. Blue Plains. Ready all of your creatures. That's useful, especially since he's got a lot that aren't that can't be readied. Ooh, okay. Okay, but Spazzy Cola. All the creatures have +1 attack during this turn, including your opponent's creatures. So essentially, what that does is it buffs all your creatures. That can be mean. That can be very, very mean. Okay. And he's got 2 copies of that. He's also got 2 copies of Tapped Out. Tapped Out. This turn, target creatures you control that has 2 attack. This has 2. This turn, target creatures can 2 attack for each of your exhausted creatures at any time you play this. Ooh. Okay, so that's designed to work with whatever deck, with the rest of the deck as well. He's also got Cute Overlord, which is, again, a reference to the one episode where he tries to take over everything with his cat. I think his daughter? I'm not 100%. Adventure Time's weird, man. Adventure Time's very weird and strange. In my case, Rainbow Spell. Destroy any number of your creatures. Draw a card for each creature destroyed this way. Ooh. Because that's a spell. Okay, that's helpful. Wearing Trading Post is a Rainbow Building. That's helpful. Rainbow Blade Flute, move an exhausted creature you control to the landscape in this lane if empty. Ooh, okay. That's designed to work with all the ones that start the game exhausted and then can be fixed. And then he's also got Fancy Spa, which is a Blue Plains monster. Fancy Spa. At the start of your fight phase, if you control an exhausted creature in this lane, draw a card. Ooh. Okay. And then he's also got Magna Napping, which is interesting. I don't know. It's a funny visual about at any point. It seems to be a reference to the. Seems to be the paratroop. Once again, the Parrot Trooper deck that Lemongrab was running. Blue Plains spell. Move target creature to your target's empty landscape. Move target creature to the target empty landscape you control. You cannot play this card. This, if you control more than 1 creature, you have more than 15. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so essentially what it seems to be is that Gunther is running seems to be running 2 different strategies here. One is to start buff his monsters by freezing landscapes, and the other is buffing is that a lot of his monsters start the game exhausted, but he has abilities that enable him to gain a card advantage if he uses those. So that seems to he's running 2 different strategies here. And that would explain why his deck is a little bit thicker. You're probably supposed to run half of one deck and half of the other, because it feels like he's running a doubly thick deck compared to Lemongrab. So he is indeed running 2 decks. Okay, that's pretty helpful. But in any case, getting into the next deck, we have, of course. Who are we on next? Ooh, we're on Fiona. Right, so Fiona has a lot of cards that she's running a lot of double cards. Okay, so that's pretty useful. I'm not entirely sure if Fiona and Cake ever did a Card Wars spoof episode, but that would not surprise me if it was a thing. Okay, and she's once again has a lot of cards associated with her specific deck. I think this is okay. And there's Cake. Okay, so Cake goes into the next deck. Okay, or at least that's what it seems to be. Okay, these are going over here, and then Cake should be started in the. Yeah, this is Lumpy Space Princess. Okay, I'm gonna go through the deck again, I guess. All right, so we've got a couple of different ones. We've got Pony, and Fiona has 2 copies of this. So Pony, who's pretty clumpy? Oh, that doesn't have an effect. Okay, okay, okay. That's interesting. It doesn't have an effect. It's just flavor text. All right, the dog. I'm assuming similar effect to the pig. Opposing buildings in this lane lose all abilities while the dog is flooped. Yeah, it has the same exact ability to the pig. It has a similar ability to the pig, and then instead of messing with your landscapes, it messes with your buildings. The very similar effect. But we've got Lonely Panda. She's got 2 copies of this. Lonely Panda. If you do not control any other creatures when Lonely Panda enters play, draw a card. Aww. That makes sense. Infant Scholar. Okay, she's got 2 copies of this. But Infant Scholar. Plus 3 attack if you played 1 or more rainbow cards this turn. Ooh, so running a lot of rainbow cards is useful for that kind of deck. Ooh. Okay, that's helpful. Alright, Tiny Elephant. She's got, again, 2 copies of this. Tiny Elephant. While in play, Tiny Elephant is both a blue plains creature and a rainbow creature. Ooh! So this counts. Okay, so that's useful. It can be useful for cards that require rainbow effects. You've got the Woadric Matriarch, which is, again, another member of the Woadric archetype, I'm assuming. I'm using Yu-Gi-Oh terms, but yeah. Because I've been playing a lot of that. I've been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So I've got a lot. Plus attack for each of your rainbow creatures. Okay, so that works well with that. Psionic Swashbuckler. So she's got 2 copies of this. Psionic Swashbuckler. When Psionic Swashbuckler enters play, you may deal 3 damage to target flooped creatures. Ooh. Okay, so so this attacks a flooped creature on your opponent's side of the field. That's helpful. We've got Business Dog. There's only 1 copy of this. Business Dog. What do you do, Business Dog? Blue Plains creature. Plus to attack for each card you have that played with dog or puppy in its title this turn. Ooh, okay, so if you build an entire dog deck, you could absolutely abuse that. That's there are a couple of dog monsters, not many, but a couple. Fiddling Ferret, she's got 1 of these. Fiddling Ferret, the blue plains creature floop, draw a card, then discard 1 card. If you discard a rainbow card this way, gain 1 action. Ooh. Okay, so this works with this again works with rainbow decks, so that's pretty helpful. Rainbow monsters are useful because you can play them on. They don't have a associated landscape, but they can be played on pretty much anything. They're very useful. In my case, you have Woadic Weirdo. Woadic Weirdo, floop. Reveal a card from your hand. That card becomes a rainbow card until the end of your turn. Ooh! There's no landscape. Okay, so it removes the landscape effect. This is essentially what it does. Alright, we've also got... We've got Vampire Lord. This is a level 2 rainbow creature. Rainbow creature. When Vampire Lord deals damage, it heals an equal amount of damage. Ooh, okay, so this restores damage to itself. I'm assuming that's how it's designed to work. But in any case, Blue Point, we got another one, which is Emboldened Retriever. I love the name, it's a pun. Emboldened Retriever, blue cringe creature. Each time Emboldened Retriever attacks, you may also draw a card. Okay. Much ball, wow. I love that there's a little flavor text down there, that's fun. In my case, Crazy Cat Lady. She's got 2 copies of this. I love the design. Crazy Cat Lady. Rainbow creatures you control have 1 attack. That's useful. Impossible Possum. She's also got 2 copies of this. Impossible Possum. When this goes into your discard pile, you may discard a card to return to Impossible Possum to your hand. Useful. Woatic Enchantress as well as next is another Woatic card. Woatic Enchantress, creatures in this lane cannot use flip abilities. Ooh, so that shuts down the creatures and their ability to flip. Makes sense when you consider that the pig. I didn't go over its effects, but considering the pig is such a nuisance, that makes a bit of sense. That makes so much sense. Friendship Bracelet. It's a rainbow spell. So any amount of damage between two of your creatures. Ooh, so that can potentially put damage on remove damage from a creature and put it on a creature that has a bit more health, so that you can actually keep attacking with it. Okay, Singing Sword. She's got 2 copies of this. Singing Sword. Target creatures has +1 attack for every 2 cards you have drawn this turn. Ooh, that's useful. Okay, so if you build in a draw deck, then that's really useful. Sword Bouquet. Deal 1 damage to target creatures for every card you have drawn this turn. So there's 2 of these, so I'm showing the effect. Okay, so once again, this is another spell that's useful for. Well, I'm assuming. Well, considering Fiona's deck, I'm assuming she has a lot of draw. She has a lot of draw effects. Glorious Gramophone. This is useful. Blue Plane spell. She has 2 copies of this. Draw the 4 cards and discard any 2 cards. Ooh. And there's also a River of Swords, which is useful. River of Swords, it's a level 2 rainbow spell, but each of your creature has +2 attacks this turn, draw 2 cards. That is, again, there's a lot of, looking at her deck, there's a lot of these that do effects for that. Shows Puppy Parade, again, really useful. Puppy Parade, heal 2 damage from each of your creatures. Your creatures lose their landscape type and become rainbow creatures. Ooh. Okay, so that removes their rainbow effect, but only for the end of the turn. That gives them a rainbow effect, but only for the end of the turn. That is helpful, especially since she's running a deck that relies on that a bit. Once again, Blue Plains. Blue Plains creature. All creatures in this lane lose their landscape type and become rainbow creatures. That's okay, very useful. Charming City. A Learning Center. Again, another deck. In any case, Blue Plains creatures. Learning Center gains the game text of buildings you control in adjacent lanes, but not their names. Ooh, so this can be useful for combining effects. That can be really helpful. And then finally we have Oil Refinery. She has 2 copies of this card. Oil Refinery. Your creatures in this lane has +2 defense for each oil refinery you control. She controls 2. Ooh. Okay, so that's a +4 to defense if you're running both. That's why she's running 2. Okay, so Fiona's deck overall seems to be about manipulating card attributes to turn them into rainbow creatures so that you can gain more effects from them, because that's what I'm getting from her deck. And that's pretty helpful overall. I think that's good. Okay, so that's almost done with this particular pack. Okay. In case we've also so all of these are. She doesn't have that many. I'm assuming there's a reason for that, but she has a lot. She's running. Ooh. Okay, she's running some cards, not a whole lot. I am surprised that Cake doesn't have a bigger deck, but this is her cards. This is literally just a single hand that's unique to her specifically. In any case, Helping Hand. She has 2 copies of this. Helping Hand. Fluke. Return a building from your discard pile to your hand. Okay, so that's useful for recycling discard cards. And then you have Hunklops. Doesn't have any effects. It's just a basic monster. Okay, but it's an easily placeable one. So that's useful. Lumber Caddy. This guy has, again, Flute, move target buildings you control to any lane without one. Ooh. Okay, so you can move buildings around with that. And then finally we have Husker Champion. She's got 2 copies of this one. Husker Champion, Cornfield creature, +2 attack and +2 defense if you control a building in this lane. Ooh. Okay, so this is yet again another Husker monster, which Jake runs a lot of. So that makes sense. It's weird that she only has the. That's not a lot of cards. So I'm gonna guess that her cards are somewhere. I didn't mean to put that back that way. Yeah, okay, we're gonna organize this a little bit better, a little bit more goodly. Thank you. It's weird that she doesn't have. Oh, that's the rest of her deck. Okay. So things are a little out of order. Okay, so things are a little out of order, it seems. Okay, I'm gonna open this next. All right, in that case, I'm gonna keep her deck separate from everybody else if there's more to it. I'm gonna guess that the Lemon Grab also was in a similar boat, where his deck is somewhere else. The rest of his deck's somewhere else, and I need to go find that later. All right, we're gonna keep her deck out then. I'm gonna assume that Lemon Grab is just missing some of his deck, because that makes more sense in my brain if he's just missing things that I don't have in my thing yet. But I can already tell from how Cake's abilities work. I'm assuming they were just put in whatever order. So I'm probably going to have to organize these. Yeah, because here's James Baxter's deck in the back here. He's definitely a Kickstarter. But James Baxter doesn't have a whole... Right, because James Baxter doesn't have a deck associated with him because he's new. Right. A lot of the... Okay. In that case, this one needs to go in the back, I think. Yeah, because if Fiona and Cake are the last ones. Yeah, now we're in the monsters. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to have to reorganize this box a little bit, because some of these are not in the right order. I'm going to have to reorganize. Okay, I will do that. This is not a flat surface to set this down on, is it? No. Okay, we're going to set these here. Because I don't want this deck to get all sorts of messed up. But, yeah, we're in the Kickstarter ones who don't have a deck associated with them. So now we're at that point. In my case, Druid of the Cobb. Flip creatures to control of one attack. She's got 2 cards. I'm going to show one of these. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling some of these are a little out of order. Popcorn Buttered Fly. 2 of these. Flip, draw a card for each building you control. Okay, so again, a lot. Yeah, already from what I'm establishing, a lot of our creatures are built around building manipulation. Yeah. Okay, so Burly Lumberjack lets you play additional buildings in this lane. That is pretty useful. This entire deck seems to be built around manipulating cards, so that makes a bit of manipulating, buildings and stuff like that. So that makes a bit of sense. Corn's Templar. You remove 1 damage from Corn's Templar. He has 7 health, so he just gradually heals. So he's just a beefy monster that you can't really take down. Okay. All right. Mr. Slicer. She's got 1 copy of this, but Mr. Slicer. You deal 2 damage to a target opposing creature in this lane. Okay, so that's just a straight damage monster. Makes sense considering it's literally a knife. Makes sense. We got Colonel Queen. She's got 1 copy of this. And then we've got 1 attack for each floop creature you control. Ooh. Okay, so again, her deck seems to be built around flooping and building manipulation, which is awesome. She's also got Husker Valkyrie, which has 2 cards, which is she has 2 cards of. +2 attack and +2 defensive. You control a building in this lane. Okay, so this is a beefier this is a very beefy monster, but it does require a building, and there are cards that remove buildings from play. Tough Lumberjack is also on here. I'm also noting that some of her cards are gender swaps because she also has Archer Danicia instead of Archer Dan. But she has 2 copies of, Tough Lumberjack. While Tough Lumberjack enters play, deal 1 damage to your opponent for each building. Again, very much built around manipulating card. Oh. Okay, so we've got more stuff here that we can use for Nepter, but I'll get to that. But in any case, Archer Danicia. Archer Danica. Floop and destroy a building you control. Destroying control, you deal 2 damage to each opposing creature. Ooh, that's useful. So, that's useful for dealing a lot of damage very quickly. Like, if you're, you can sacrifice one of your, it's, again, built around building manipulation. You sacrifice one of your cards, and then you send a card, and then you send an attack after them. Then we have Pied Piper, which feels like it would work with a Nepter deck, because it's literally a pie creature. And again, Cake's got 2 of these. But in any case, Cornfield Creature. When Pied Piper attacks an opposing creature, you may have a Floops creature in your control attack it instead. Ooh. Okay. Okay. And then we've also got Tornado Wall Fire. Tornado Wall Fire is going to be interesting. I'm not entirely sure how this works, but +3, it has +3 attack while flooped. I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to use that then to attack. I'm not 100% on that, but she's got 2 of those. Void Thimble. Okay, I'm assuming it's something similar. Lose 2 hit points, gain 1 action. Okay, that's useful. And then we've got Furious Furor. I'm not sure what he does. Target creature has +2 attack this turn for each flooped creature you control. Okay. Okay, it's a Cornfield spell. We got we got a lot of spells now. Alright, but in any case, we got Logarithm, Cornfield spell, and Logarithm is I love how he's playing drums, but each of your creatures in a lane with a building you control is +2 attack. Okay, so once again built around building manipulation. Harvest Moon. This is a fun one. Harvest Moon allows you to put a building from your discard into play. That's pretty useful, but also kind of mean. Alright, and then we've got Deforestation, which she has only got 1 copy of. Deforestation, Cornfield spell. To play this card, you must exhaust 1 of your creatures. Search your deck for a building and put it into play, then shuffle your deck. Ooh! Okay, so that's built around getting, again, more building manipulation. And then we've got a lot of buildings in the back here. Okay, so she's got 2 copies of Celestial Fortress. So we're getting into that. The opposing creature in this lane has -2 defense. Okay, so it'll make monsters easier to kill. That makes a bit of sense. We've got Blood Castle. Alright, she's got 2 copies of this card. But each time your opposing creature in this lane takes damage, increase the amount by 1. Ooh. Okay, so once again, Celestial Fortress and Blood Castle seem to be working in tandem with each other, where one makes all opposing monsters in the lane more susceptible to damage, and then Blood Castle increases the damage your monsters do overall. But we've also got Farmhouse, which is a level 2. Ooh. Okay, now I'm understanding the rule of that. Okay, I'm going to get to that in a minute. Farmhouse counts as an additional cornfield landscape you control. That's very helpful. Because that can be useful with the other one, so you can buff that. But here we have a +5, which I've never seen before. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do that, but I'm assuming, considering a couple of these built around getting action points, that's probably what it is. Cornfield building. Carbon of many woods costs 1 less to play for each flooped creature you control. Ooh. Okay, so it becomes a 1. So it's a 5, but it becomes a 1 if you have a lot of flooped creatures. That makes more sense. Okay. Okay, so overall, again, her building is based around, her deck is built around deck manipulation, is built around buildings and floop manipulation. So pretty useful. I need to find shit. Okay. Shit. Okay, I'm dropping cards everywhere. No, don't drop cards everywhere. Me. All right, Alright, so I'm definitely missing cards for Lemon Grab, now that I'm thinking about it, because his deck is small compared to everyone else's so far. So I'm getting the feeling his deck is missing some things. So we're gonna find his deck in a minute, I'm sure. But we've also got... Now we've got all the Kickstarter ones. So we're in the Kickstarter ones. These guys only have a couple copies of different monsters each, but they're all useful. But in any case, for example, and this is what I said when I said that the Lich and Peppermint Butler decks works well together. Okay, so in any case, Darko Mint. There's 3 copies of this one. Darko Mint is a level 1 Nice Lands creature. Pretty useful. When Darko Mint is destroyed, target opponents must choose and discard 2 cards. Very helpful. And again, 3 copies of this. The decks for these are not as big, so I'm going to just go through them real fast. Again, there's also 3 copies of Terrible Tower. Looking at this one, it's a Nice Lands building. Floop and destroy your creatures in this lane. Play the top 2 cards of your deck for free. Ooh. Okay, so that's useful for playing cards on your own. And then finally we have Tools of the Trade. Very helpful stuff. But Tools of the Trade, each of your creatures has 1+1 attack this turn for each opposing creature destroyed this turn, heal 2 HP. Ooh, yes, and this is what I said when I said the Witch's cards you work well with Peppermint Butlers. But we're gonna get. Actually, I'm gonna try and flip these. I'm gonna flip these over. I'm actually gonna flip these over and actually put them back in the order that they're supposed to be. Alright, so what we've got here, and next up is the Lich's deck, which is built around destroying monsters and removing them from play. So very mean little strategy, but it's the Lich, so it makes perfect sense that his entire deck would be around sacrificing monsters to gain an advantage. So, Whims of Fate. He's got 3 copies of this card, but Whims of Fate. Flip a coin. If heads, destroy one of your creatures. If tails, place a creature in your discard pile onto an empty landscape you control. So yeah, once again, Whims of Fate. And as I said, his abilities all work well together with Peppermint Butlers. And they're all rainbow cards, I think, so they're all useful. Which makes sense. The Lich does not affiliate himself with anything. The Lich is just someone who wants to bring about mass death. So it makes sense he wouldn't have any sort of affiliation with his deck. In any case, Ancient Comet. He's got 3 of these. Again, referencing the Lich himself, I think. If I remember correctly, the Lich is some sort of comet. I don't know. I've been rewatching Adventure Time. I haven't gotten there yet, but I know that's a thing. Flip a coin. If heads, deal 2 damage to each of your creatures. If tails, your creatures gain +2 attack. So again, a lot of his are built around either sacrificing monsters or boosting their efficiency. And then finally we have Monolith of Doom, which is his final card, and he has 3 of these. So I'm going to show you 1 and put the rest back. Rainbow Building. If your creature in this lane is destroyed, destroy Monolith of Doom and all creatures in play. So, again, very useful for getting rid of monsters. But yeah, that's the Lich's deck. The Lich's deck is built around obviously sacrificing as many monsters as possible to gain an advantage. He doesn't have much of a deck because he's new, but he has a deck nonetheless, and it's all built around that. And he's designed, and he works well with Peppermint Butler's deck to an extent because of how his abilities work. But we've also got, Nepter's deck now. All of his are pie themes, fittingly enough. Okay. Hold on. Alright, in any case, getting back into it, all of Nipper's cards are pie themed, which makes sense. So, he's got Berserk Bakery. He's got there's 3 copies of this one. But Berserk Bakery, and the way it works is that once during your turn, you discard a card from your hand and put a damage token on Berserk Bakery. Floop, deal 1 damage to the opposing creature and the same for each token on this. So, yeah, Berserk Bakery gets more powerful the more monsters you lose. Is essentially what that is. But he's also got Infinite Pies, which is a cornfield spell made for Napter specifically. Infinite Pies. It costs 1 to summon, but Infinite Pies deal 2 damage to an opponent. If there's an Infinite Pies in your discard pile, you may play this for free. Okay, so if you have 3 copies, it buffs itself. That's very nice. That's very nice. And then you have Crust Crusher, which is useful. Crust Crusher, there's 3 copies of this one. Again, it's a pie theme. All of them are pie themes, but he has a new pie themed monster to go along with his deck. Whereas the Lich doesn't have any of those, I'm noting, which makes sense. Why would anybody affiliate themselves with him? But Crust Crusher can be on a landscape with another creature. When the other creature on this landscape is dealt damage, deal to Crush Crusher instead. So he's a meat shield, essentially, is what he is. You put him on a landscape with another monster, and that monster can't be damaged in any sort of way. So that's useful. So I would assume you would have it like this, where you can read the effect of the one monster with Crush Crusher on top. But yeah, Crush Crusher is essentially a monster that's designed to be a wall for your other monsters. Pretty useful. And now we're in Party God. He's new, but he's also got a lot of Sandylands cards in association with him. And again, sorry. We're back. All right, back into it. Party God. All of his are party themed again. He's got a lot of these are party themes, makes perfect sense for the character. But all really expensive cards to play too. A lot of them are 2-pointers. But in case, party energy. This is so he's got 2 copies of this, but party energy. Let's look at what it does. Party energy. Move all your creatures to new lanes. Each creature that gets moved, so gets to attack. So his is good for decks that require shuffling around your monsters. So that can be useful. Party Oasis. He's again got 3 copies of this. Party Oasis. Floop. Move a creature from this lane to an empty lane. You may move another creature to you control to this lane. Okay, so a lot of his well, not really a deck, but a lot of his cards are built around moving things around. And then we got obviously Bongo Bounce House. And so finally the last one, Bongo Bounce House. What does it do? It's a standing lanes building. When you're dealt damage, deal that damage to Bongo Bounce House instead. Okay, and it has 8 defense. Okay, so you can. So it protects your monster. That also works well with Nepter's Crush Crusher. Because between Crush Crusher and Bongo Bounce House, you can really use that to make a monster safe. So that can be really useful, combining those together. Okay, so we've also got Death's cards. All Death themed, of course. But you got Ancient Healer. Again, a 3-pointer, a 1-pointer, but he's got 3 copies of this. Blue Plains creature. If Ancient Healer is played on a face-down landscape, turn it face up and heal 4 HP. Ooh, so that's good for you flipping over landscapes and healing yourself with them. Okay, so that's useful, and then there's 3 of those. And then we've also got Last Will and Detriment. Upon a Last Will and Testament, but I dropped it. Okay, but useful. There we go. Now you guys can see it. That's hopefully helpful. But Last Will and Detriment. Put Last Will and Detriment under an opposing creature. If this creature is destroyed, deal 4 damage to your opponent. So once again, you can use this again with Crush Crusher to keep your opponent safe. So there's a lot of these work well together. I'm noting. Like Party God is useful for lanes, for lane flipping. For lane switching. Deaths is useful for lane flipping and is also useful for swapping characters. There's a lot of these that slot nicely into other decks. I like that. Okay, but in case we got Creepy Crypt. This is the last of Death's cards. But in any case, Blue Plains creature, when your creature is in this lane play, leaves play, deal 2 damage to the target opponent. Ooh. Okay, so this removes. Okay, this is a building. Okay, so this deals 2 damage to your opponent, not the monster. That's pretty useful. Okay, and now we are on James Baxter's cards. We have a lot of rainbow cards coming up. Oh, okay, there's promo. Okay, all these next ones are promo cards. Okay, so we're on the last of the character specific ones, and then there's promo cards after this. Okay, so we've got, of course, James Baxter's Beach Ball as a card in the game. Okay, so it lets you Rainbow Spell, gain 4 HP, draw a card, you may put it into the opponent's hand. If you do draw another card, you may only play 1 beach ball per turn. Very useful. Very useful, but obviously you have to limit it. Okay, that makes a bit of sense. You could, because it, both the draw cards, okay, so this, you can also, so you can pass it around. So essentially, it's a 0 cost 1 that you can just pass around between your opponent. That is, okay, now I'm understanding. That's really helpful and really fun. I like that. I like that concept. But we also got Dressage Dancing Hall, which again is a horse-themed card. I'm going to show you one and keep the other 2 for myself. Okay, what does it do? Dressage Dance Hall counts as a copy of your landscape this turn. Okay, so again we have another building that copies a landscape effect. So that's pretty useful. You can slot that into Kate's deck. Really helpful overall. But then we got Happy Ghost Lucky. Ooh, last one of these. That's character specific, or at least from this particular pack. But in any case, it's a rainbow creature. It has 0. It's cost 0. When Happy Ghost Lucky enters play and attacks, you make it look at the top card of your deck. It is a rainbow card. You may put it into your hand. Ooh, so that's useful for rainbow decks. That really is useful for rainbow decks. I like that idea. But in any case, now we have a couple of final ones. We've got Sunday School, which is a fun little pun because it's an actual Sunday. But Sunday School, Rainbow Building. When you have an even amount of hit points, your creatures in this lane is supposed to attack. Ooh. Okay, so if you take one day, okay, that's an interesting one to pull off. That's a very interesting one to pull off. Okay, I like that, but that's weird. And then finally we have Blue Plains Drifter from this pack. Blue Plains Drifter. Once per turn, you may swap lanes with one of your creatures. Both creatures have +1 attack. Okay, so that's useful for, again, lane swapping decks. That's very useful. Okay, that is, once again, going back into the deck. I don't. So overall, a lot of these creatures are designed to work well together. But yeah, so a lot of these are designed to slot into other decks, from what I'm noting of them, which makes sense when you consider the fact that, obviously you're going to be running a lot of bouncing and burning. Obviously, not all decks are going to be the same, so it makes sense that you run some of these individually. But in any case, who's next in my deck? I think Lumpy Space Princess is next. I'm gonna say Lumpy Space Princess in the deck. Hold on, I got the deck breakdown. Lumpy Space Princess, is she before or after Lemon Grab? Before. And Ice King, I'm assuming, is in here as well. Okay, so I'm assuming. So some of these are a little out of order because Finn's deck is in the back. Okay. So I'm gonna have to find. Okay, I'm gonna put the Lumpy Space one in front of Lemon Grab. Actually, I'm gonna just keep this entire one. I'm gonna shuffle these around a little bit. Finn's needs to go in front. Shit. Okay, Finn's needs to go in front because he's first. Finn, Jake. BMO is next. I know BMO has a card deck over here. Yes. Because I know all the... Ah, shit. Okay, I know all the ones that I have. BMO goes here. And then Lumpy Space Princess goes here. Okay, I think we're all sorted now. Actually, now that I have them sorted, I should probably start with Finn's, right? Because Finn is... I should probably do Finn's next. If they're a little out of order in this box. But that's okay. So we're going to put those a little bit more in order. Do 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 do. Okay, and then we have BMO. Okay. Okay, so BMO's deck is in here, mixed in here as well. Okay, so we're gonna just not get to BMO's yet. We're gonna put BMO's. Okay, and again, we've got a lot of decks that are reskinned. Okay, I'm gonna put BMO's cards back because he has, or at least set them off to the side, because BMO has a lot of cards associated specifically with him. All right, so we've got Finn's deck. Yeah, and Finn's deck is probably the one that I already have, one of two that I already have. The other being Jake's. I have the Finn and Jake one, but these are reprinted versions of it. So I already have these decks, but it's good to have another set of them. But in case we got the pig, once again, don't need to go over what it does. We already went over it. But also we've got Nice Ice Baby. He's got 2 copies of this. Nice Ice Baby is really useful. I remember I've played this deck a lot, so I know this deck. +2 attack while your opponent does not control a creature in this lane. So pretty useful for characters that don't for when you've destroyed a monster. He's also got Dragon Claw. He's got 2 copies of this. Dragon Claw, Floop. Move one of your creatures to an empty lane. Yeah, pretty useful. A lot of his is built around. You know, again, he obviously runs a blue plains deck, because you know that's what he runs in the episode. But he has a lot of fun blue plains cards, including a lot that he already had, that we already know he had. For example, Ancient Scholar. That's one of his iconic cards. I probably don't need to go over it, but I will anyway. Ancient Scholar, blue plains creature, Floop. Return a random rainbow card from your discard pile to your hand. If you control a building in this lane, gain 1 action. So pretty useful for gaining actions. That's pretty useful. Psionic Architect. Again, he has 2 of these, but Psionic Architect. I should probably put these back upside down, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's flip these over real fast. Okay, we're good. Okay, so Finn's deck is really useful. Alright, but Psionic Architect, a blue plains creature. When Psionic Architect, he's only got 1 copy of this, so I'll show. Well, he has 2, but I put 1 away. When Psionic Architect enters play, you may ready one of your Floop's creatures. So I'm noting a lot of blue plains creatures are built around, you know, readying for attack, for actions and other things, which makes sense. But we've also got extra large Spirit Soldier, who's really cool. I like him. But in any case, blue plains creature, each adjacent creature has 1 attack. Useful. And then again, we've got a lot of cards that are similar. I think we've already gone over Unite, so I'm not going to go over him again. Actually, yeah, we did, because I'm pretty sure he's one of the promo cards that came in here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a promo. I'm pretty sure the promo cards are sitting underneath my thing. So I'm definitely sure I went over Unite, but pay 1 action, target to 1 creature in this lane as my snake attack. Okay, I did not go over this, but I did go over a similar card creature. Some of these creatures are reskinned, but yeah, pay 1 action, target 1 creature in this lane as my snake attack. So pretty useful for removing a card from, effectively removing a card from play. But anyway, we've also got Struzan Jin. He's a blue plains creature. +2 attack for each of your Floop's creatures. So again, really good for flooping. And we've also got Embarrassing Bard. There's 2 copies of this. Embarrassing Bard. Floop. Draw a card from each of your Floop's creatures, including this one. Very... Yeah, so this got again, really good for you flooping cards. Then you've also got the Wody Chief. He's got 1 of these. Wody Chief is pretty helpful, but +2 attack for each spell you have played this turn. So it gets more powerful the more spells you've played in a given turn. So that's pretty helpful. Then of course there's Cool Dog, which of course we already know from the episode. But yeah, Cool Dog. Your creatures on adjacent lanes may not be attacked. So it's solely a support monster. And it has 7 defense, so attacking it directly is, well, gonna take a while. But in case, Wodak Marauder, he's got 2 of these. Wodak Marauder. When Wodak Marauder changes lanes during a turn, draw a card. So a lot of Finn's deck is, of course, blue plane stuff. It's, of course, just blue plane stuff. The entire point the entire point of Finn's deck is that he's inexperienced. So a lot of his stuff seems to just be random stuff. Well, actually, a lot of it is built around lane changing, actually, somewhat. That seems to be a recurring theme with the blue planes. That they all have specific abilities. Like, that seems to be what they do. They all have specific abilities, but this is Pink Punk Cat. Each creature that changes lanes is +2. He has got 2 copies of these. He's also got Heavenly Gazer. He's got 1 of these. Heavenly Gazer is pretty useful. But Heavenly Gazer, Flute, put a spell from your discard pile on top of your deck, and then you can pull it your next turn, I'm assuming. That's pretty helpful. And then you've got Woad Blood. Woad Blood's pretty useful. Overall, it's pretty cool. Each creature that changes lanes, it serves to attack. So, yeah, this buffs any monster that's changed lanes, which, considering he has a lot of those, makes sense. And then to kind of help facilitate that, he's got 2 copies of Teleport, which allows him to change lanes. Pretty useful. And then you also got Woad Talisman. Which of course he's got 2 of. I'll show you one, read the other. Woad Talisman. Target blue plains creatures you control has +2 attack this turn, so it buffs blue plains creatures. Pretty useful. Yeah, he's running them strictly a blue plains deck, so it's not really surprising to me that a lot of his stuff is the same. And a lot of this is cards that were in the episode, so a lot of this is stuff. Well, several of these are, but there's been a lot of these. But he's also got Cerebral Bloodstorm, which Jake, of course, snatches from him in the actual episode. But yeah, deal 1 damage to your opposing creatures. So yeah, that's what it's designed to do, and that's what ultimately. So yeah, because monsters aren't, and that's how it works. If the monster isn't attacking, it just does damage to your own troops, which is how it works in the episode. But yeah, also got Gnome Snot, which is gross. Yeah, you draw 3. Okay, so it's Pot of Greed. That's essentially what it is, but it's gross. But do you really want to run a card called Gnome Snot to play as a Pot of Greed? Let's be perfectly honest. I think the answer is probably yes, of course, absolutely, because it's to draw 3 cards. Why wouldn't you? But now we're reaching the last of Finn's deck. He's also running Blood Fortress and Celestial Castle. Okay, but he's also got Woad Mobile Home. He's got 2 copies of this. Vote Mobile Home. Move a creature on an adjacent lane to this lane. If empty, I think we've already done that one, or at least I've seen a card that has a similar effect to it. I'm pretty sure we've done that one. Schoolhouse. He's got 1 copy of this. Schoolhouse. Floop. Your creature in this lane loses all abilities and gains the Floop ability of a random creature with a Floop ability in your discard pile to the end of turn. Ooh. Okay, so it gains. Okay, so that's pretty useful. So that essentially just lets you mimic any sort of monster in play. And he's got Celestial Castle. Oh, I understand. The card effects are flipped. Okay, that makes a bit of sense. Okay, so because it's a bizarre, because Finn and Cake is a fan fiction version of it, he's got Celestial Castle and Blood Fortress, which are the flip of Celestial Fortress. Whereas Cake has Celestial Fortress and Blood Castle. I understand. So your creature is in this land is through defense. That makes a bit more sense to my brain. Okay, now I'm understanding. Blood Fortress, meanwhile, is Finn's last card, and the way it works is your creature is playing as 1 attack. Okay, so that's how it works. So again, Finn's entire thing is a blue plains deck, which all revolve around flipping lanes. So a lot of what he does is lane flipping, which makes perfect sense. Okay, so putting these back. Okay, and then some of Jake's abilities mirror Finn's because he was the first to have a deck. Obviously, he's running a cornfield deck, which is of course his entire thing. But once again, okay. So starting off, we've got the Bigfoot. The Bigfoot flips lanes. I know that. Yeah, flip target face down, landscape control face up. So if you're dealing with a monster that is flipping lanes, this is useful for flipping them back over. So that's pretty helpful. And I think Jake, and if I remember correctly, Jake is running running one of those in his deck. So that's really useful. But he's also got Evil Eye. Got two of these. Evil Eye does nothing. Is literally just a monster with 1 attack and 5, but you can play it without any cost. So that's pretty useful on its own. And then you got Phyllis. Phyllis is useful. Phyllis, yeah, she doesn't have this doesn't have a card effect either. Neither does Drooling Dude, which of course Jake is running again. I'm noting several that I'm starting to realize why Jake loses a lot of games at Card Wars. Several of his cards don't have any effects attached to them. So yeah, Drooling Dude has 3 attack and 9 defense, so it's a beefy monster, but it does nothing. So yeah. Again, then once again we have Traveling Farmer, similar to the Unicycle Knight. Again, all of these have the similar effects, so I'm not going to read them. But yeah, Traveling Farmer leaves play, deals 1 damage, exactly what I thought it would. And then we have Corn Lord, which is again an inverse of what Cake's is. Corn Lord. All of hers are inverse of what Jake's are, which makes sense. 1+ attack for each other cornfield creature you control. That's pretty useful. Corn Ronin. This Corn Ronin gain is again a pretty useful one. +1 attack for each adjacent cornfield landscape. I know what this one does. This is pretty useful. Wall of Ears is a pretty useful one because it's a big defensive monster. Really good. But yeah, Wall of Ears. +1 defense for each cornfield landscape in play, counting all players. Really good for a defensive wall monster, which makes sense. But then we've also got Husker Worm. He's got 2 copies of this. Husker Worm. When Husker Worm enters play, flip one of your cornfield landscapes face down. So this is designed to combo with the foot. You're supposed to use this one with the foot to keep your landscapes in play. So pretty useful overall. And we've also got Patchy the Pumpkin. He's running 2 of these. Patchy the Pumpkin. You flip it, you deal 1 damage to a target creature. Do this once for each cornfield landscape you control. So you can only attack 1 creature each. So it has no attack itself, but it can attack one creature. So yeah, but also based on how many cornfield landscapes you control. Field Stalker. This is another cornfield creature, and it's a very beefy one. Corn Stalker. At the start of your turn, each player draws a card. So very beefy monster, but one that is designed around card drawing. Then we have Cornitar. Another cornfield creature. He runs a lot of these. A lot of these are corn themes, you'll notice, because Jake runs a lot of these as well. But yeah, Cornfield. When Cornitar enters play, deal 1 damage to your opponent for each cornfield landscape you control. So pretty useful for burn damage. And then you've got Legion of Yearlings. When Legion of Yearlings enters play, you may return target creature in this lane to its owner's hand. So pretty useful for getting rid of an unwanted card. Even though this isn't how it works in the episode, I'm pretty sure that's made up for the card game. But one that is absolutely updated for the card game. One that is pretty much taken verbatim from the episode, Husker Knight. Really, really good card. I love this one a lot. And I can understand why Jake runs it and is his main monster in the episode. Essentially what it does is 1 attack and 2 defense for each cornfield landscape you control. So combine that with cards that boost your amount of landscapes, And you've got essentially, because from what I saw, there was at least, what, 7? So 7 times 2 is 14 defense and 7 attack. So this can be mean. This can be really mean if you build your deck around it. But if you obviously are only running, like, you're only getting off 1 or 2. So you gotta build to this. But he's mean. But then you have Field Reaper. Field Reaper is also taken from the episode. I don't think it does what it does in the episode. I think it does exactly what it does in the episode. To play this card, you must discard a card. When Field Reaper enters play, move the target creature in this lane to an adjacent empty lane you control. So it doesn't do exactly what it does in the episode, but it still does what it does in the episode, which is to move a character to your lane. That's pretty useful. But in any case, you also got Corn Dog, which is, again, a creature from this specific deck. But Corn Dog has 1 defense for each cornfield landscape you control. If you go 3 or fewer cornfield landscapes, Corn Dog has 1 attack. Ooh. Also, so it's just a beefy monster that you can just plop down on the field. But if you control 3 but it's also one that you... Yeah, it's a beefy monster, but it gains 1 attack. But only if you only have 1 cornscape. And then Archadan does exactly what it does in the episode, which is destroy a building in a target lane. So he's pretty much exactly the same of how he works in the episode. We also got Field of Nightmares. Deal 1 damage to your opponent for each card in their hand. So again, does burn damage based on how to draw decks. Really good. Teleport, we've already gone over. We're not going to go over that. Reclaim Landscape is another card that's really useful, but does exactly what it does in the episode again. Rainbow Spell. You may flip 1 of your landscapes face up, and you may move 1 of your buildings to any of lanes without 1. So, not completely 100% what it does, but still very similar to what it does. But yeah, it is taken exactly verbatim from the episode. Then we've got Corn Scepter. It's a rainbow spell. And it costs 1 point. Deal 1 damage to a target creature for each cornfield landscape you control. So if you're running a full thing of 4, does 4 damage. No, it deals 7 damage because there's cards that'll enable you to boost that artificially. So it deals 7 damage. That'll kill most monsters, actually, if you build your deck around it. Cross-pollination. So cross-pollination is another rainbow effect. Pretty useful. But cross-pollination. Each of your cornfield creatures has +1 attack for each of your different landscape types you control. So, if you're running a lot of 1-point cornfield monsters, you can absolutely use this to buff your... Which makes sense when you consider that Jake is running at least 2. So this can buff something absolutely on his field, which makes sense. And then the last card that we're going over is Silo of Truth, which Silo of Truth, pay 2 actions, steal a random card from your opponent's hand and play it at no cost. So essentially that's what Jake uses in the episode as well. And we're not going to go over Celestial Castle or Blood Fortress again because we've already gone over them. But again, Jake's deck is a cornfield deck, so exactly as you'd expect it to be. But yeah. Okay, he's putting that back in the deck, and now we get into this is not BMO's deck. Where's the rest of BMO's deck? There's the rest of BMO's deck. Because BMO's deck is next. And then I'm assuming the rest of Lemongrab's deck is in here too. Okay, so I'm assuming the rest of... Yeah, okay, so we've got the rest of BMO's deck here. So we're going to add the rest of his deck to it, and then we're going to actually go over it. Or at least do our best to. Okay, we're on the. I think we're on the last of BMO's deck. Okay, so this is going in BMO's deck, and we are going to go over BMO's deck. And then this is all decks that we'll go over later. Okay, so BMO's deck is full of a bunch of different stuff. Alright, so first things first, he's running Wandering Bald Man, which again is taken directly from the episode, but doesn't do what it does in the episode, which is, at the start of your turn, put the top card of your deck into your discard pile. So I'm assuming that's constant, as a constant thing for as long as it's on the field. And also it does no damage. So I'm not entirely sure, so I'm pretty sure Jake cheated in the episode, because Wandering Bald Man should not have been able to kill Finn's pig based on this card effect. Jake cheated. Let's be perfect. Just something Jake did. He cheated. Because he was running that card. It killed Finn's pig. I'm starting to realize Jake is a cheater, pumpkin eater, because that's, of course, not how his thing works. And then we got Grey Eyebat. Grey Eyebat is a useless swamp creature. Pay 1 action, return a random useless swamp creature from your discard pile to your hand. So pretty useful overall. It's useful for returning for recycling monsters. Chest Burster, some reference to Alien, but not exactly an alien. So funny. At the start of your turn, deal 3 damage to each opponent who has no cards in hand. Ooh. Okay, that can be mean. So that stays around on the field for a while, and if your opponent runs out of cards to play in your hand, that's burning them. That's mean. That can be mean. In any case, you've also got Hot Eyebat, which is, again, another reskin. There's a couple of reskins. Like, only a handful of them, but there are a couple of reskins. In any case, Hot Eyebat, he's got 2 of these. Play Hot Eyebat only if you have 10 or more cards in your discard pile. Ooh. So you have to play it if... So you can only play it if your discard pile... If you're not doing well. Okay. I'm not sure. I think that would have been better on a better monster, because this has only got 4 attack, 4 defense, but... Okay. And that would also explain why BMO doesn't like playing with Jake. So... Because BMO's deck seems to be built around... Well, actually, the useless swamps in general seems to be built around, if you're not doing well, you gain benefits. So, yeah. And then we've also got Mouthball, again, another useless swamp creature, plus 2 defense for every 5 cards in your discard pile. So, yeah, if you're not doing well, this deck is built around that. That seems to be what useless swamp does. I have never actually used useless swamp, so that kind of works. But yeah, we also got Red Isling, Floop. Return a card with 0. Return a card with cost 0 from your discard pile to your hand. So you can recycle things from your discard pile. That's helpful. I like that. That's very useful. Then we've got Extraordinary Spider. He's got 2 copies of this. At the start of your turn, deal 1 damage to the target opponent for every 5 cards in your discard pile. So again, another card built around not doing well and being rewarded for it. That seems to be what well, again, it makes sense. Useless swamp. If you're not doing great, that sets off a lot of its effects. And then these are all built around, doing well with BMO, of course. They're designed to work with BMO. In my case, useless swamp creature, Mace Stump. Destroy Mace Stump. Target opponent's discard from every opponent's discard. Target opponent discards a card for every 5 cards in your discard. Again, another thing that benefits you for not doing well. Okay, so that also just benefits you again. In any case, Green Mermaid. Not sure what Green Mermaid does, but is pretty helpful. Green Mermaid. Destroy Green Mermaid. Deal 1 damage to each opposing creature. Ooh. Okay, so it just kills itself. So you gotta pay the destroy cost for that, but it kills itself and then deals damage for each opposing creature. A lot of this is built around not doing well at the game and being rewarded for it. I like the useless swamp. That's an interesting idea for an archetype. I like that idea. But in any case, we've got Dark Angel. Dark Angel he only has 1 copy of, but Dark Angel's useful. Useless swamp creature. 1 attack for every 5 cards in your discard pile. So again, another card built around doing badly. And then we've got Tree of Undeath. Tree of Undeath, I've read the description of it. Recycles cards from your discard pile. Again, a lot of this deck is built around not doing well at the game. And then we've got Green Merman. Green Merman does something similar, I think, as well, to its Merman counterpart. Fluke. Put the top card from the deck into your discard pile. Deal damage to each opposing creature equal to the discarded card's action cost. Ooh, so if you burn a two card, this is dealing 2. If you burn a 1, this is dealing 1. If you burn a 0, it does nothing. Okay, so that's a risk reward type thing because you have no idea what cards on top of your deck. So that can be useful. And then we've got Teeth Leaf. A Teeth Leaf. If you have 10 or more cards in your discard pile, take 2 fewer actions to pay Teeth Leaf. So Teeth Leaf lets you play it for free if you're doing badly. So, yeah, a lot of this deck is built around being bad at the game and being rewarded for it. That is essentially what Useless Swamp seems to be going for. Then we got Dr. Death. Dr. Death. Flip and destroy a creature you control. Destroy target opposing creatures in this lane. Ooh. Okay, so once again, and this is also a reference to, I think, a serial killer? I'm pretty sure is what the reference is. Because I know there's a guy named Dr. Death who I think killed people instead of actually practicing medicine. I'm pretty sure he was a serial killer. I don't really know, but that's an interesting reference to be making in your card game aimed at children, I think. And then we've got Immortal Maze Walker. He's got 2 of these. Immortal Maze Walker is, well, I don't think it does. Okay, and yeah, it does exactly what it does in the episode, which is when it's played, it has to be played into it's a useless swamp, which makes sense why Jake was running it, why he had a useless swamp. But yeah, Immortal Maze Walker. Immortal Maze Walker's on a cornfield landscape. Its attack value is tripled, so it gains 6 attack and does a lot of damage. So that's pretty useful. And again, that's why it worked. That's why it's in Jake's deck in the actual episode, because it works well with his cornfield monsters, even though it's not a cornfield monster. But then you have Blonde Merwitch. Again, a lot of these again are reskinned. This does nothing. These are cauldron and greens or anything that sinks. So this is just flavor text, but it does nothing. Bane Wand. He's got 2 copies of it. Bemo's got 2 copies of this. Play only if you control a useless swamp creature. Target opponent discards a card from their hand. Okay, so this is useful, but only if you're running useless swamp monsters. So, Immortal Maze Walker, yes, if you're running that on in a cornfield deck, that's useful. And then you have Ogre Gas. Okay, so Ogre Gas is interesting. So essentially, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, put one of them in the bottom of your deck and discard the rest. I have no idea. Well, that actually just, once again, is built around the entire idea of, being bad at the game and being rewarded for it. Again, that's another effect that works with that. So a lot of useless swamp, I'm noticing, does that exact effect. And then you have Snake Eye Ring. Return a random useless swamp creature from your discard pile to your hand. So this allows you to recycle monsters. Okay, but I've been noting Bemo as a pretty interesting deck here. We also have Abraca Admetus. This was one of the ones from the other pack that I had to open. Abraca Amadeus. A useless swamp spell. Target opponent discards a card from their hand for every 5 cards in your discard pile. Okay, so if you're doing poorly at the game, that's useful for that. And then you have useless Magic Ring Ding. Each of your creatures have 1 attack for this turn for every 5 cards in your discard pile. Again, not doing great at the game and being rewarded for it. So, which is essentially what the entirety of Useless Swamp seems to be, is just being bad at the game and being rewarded for it. And then we have Celestial Castle of Blood Fortress. We're not going to go over those again. And then we have Palace of Bone. This is a new one. Palace of Bone. Opposing creatures in this lane do not trigger entering or leaving play effects. Ooh, okay, so that's useful for just avoiding those kinds of effects. And then finally, we have Bemo's deck. We have Spirit Tower. Not sure what it does, but it sounds useful. Floop and pay 1 action. If you control no creatures in this lane, move target creature in this lane to your side and ready it. At the end of turn, return it to the owner's side. Ooh. So you get to take a monster, but only for your turn, and then it has to go back to where it was. That's pretty useful. Okay, again. So again, Bemo's entire deck seems to be built around not doing well at the game and being rewarded for it. Because Wandering Bald Man discards a card. There's a couple of cards in here that discard themselves. There's other spells that discard a card. And then once you have enough, several of your monsters become a lot more powerful and a lot more potent. So it is built around, it's a draw. It's essentially a discard deck. It's essentially what Bemo's running. You discard cards, you get more, but you're able to draw more power, to make your cards more powerful. I like that. That's useful. Okay, and this is going to be the last time. I got to go eat food, so I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty, let's bring the rest of these out. Okay, so next in my deck is Lady Rainicorn. The next deck I have. Then I got Princess Bubblegum here as well. Oh, and here's... Okay, we have half of Lumpy Space Princess's deck in here as well. Alright, let's separate these out. I'm noticing that... What is it? When separating these out, that Blood Fortress and Celestial Castle are at the center of a lot of these decks. I'm noticing it's a very versatile ability. Yeah, she's running a lot of Rainbow and Sandylands cards. So this is to kind of explore how the Sandyland decks work. Which makes sense. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Because, you know, Lady Rainicorn, you know, literally a rainbow-based creature herself would run a lot of, you know, rainbow cards in her deck. It makes sense. I don't think there's any decks that are solely rainbow, but that could be interesting. Like, could you imagine that being a whole thing where they just made a rainbow deck? Like, that could be useful. But in case we got Sand Angel. This is a rainbow card. She's got two of these. No effect on this one. So it's literally just got flavor text to it. Yeah, but then there's also Miss Mummy. Again, it's a reskin of another monster because there's a couple of those. Rainbow creature, at the start of your turn, you may return Miss Mummy to its owner's hand. If you do, target Sandyland's creature you control gains 1 defense. So it buffs monsters if you return it to the hand. That's pretty useful. I actually don't know any of these cards, so this is getting to the point where I'm starting to get into things I'm not familiar with. Well, actually, I'm back on things I'm not familiar with. Because I only ever bought the Finn and Jake booster pack. So I have no idea what any of these cards after this point do. But we also got Peach Ginny. She's pretty cool, but in any case, Rainbow Creature. When a Sandylands creature enters play under your control, Peach Ginny has +1 attack this turn. Okay, so it's a support monster where it gains buffs based on, you know, that. And then we have Fummy, who is fun. Okay, so he's a Sandylands creature. Fummy. I can read this on the gain 1 action this turn. Okay, so it boosts your attacks. So when you play it, you can also play a +2, I'm assuming, or 2 1s, whatever. Ooh. Okay, this is an interesting one. Sand Knights. This works similar to Husker Knights, which makes sense, because, you know, because Jake, her husband, runs Husker Knights, it makes sense that one of hers is Sand Knights. But +2 attack when you control Blue Plains landscapes. So this is useful for Blue Plains decks as well. So overall, very helpful. But then we also got 2 copies of Beach Mummy. She's running 2 copies of Beach Mummy. Beach Mummy, Sandylands creature, Floop. Return a creature in an adjacent lane to its owner's hand. I'm noting a lot of this deck is bouncing monsters back to the hand. Or otherwise, you know, controlling when they enter play and when they don't. But we also have Sandhorn Devil. Okay, so yeah, this is built... So it seems that Sandylands decks are built around bouncing monsters in and out of the field to deal a lot of damage. So that makes a bit of sense. When Sandhorn Devil enters play, deal 1 damage to every creature in play, including your own. Oh, that's a pretty mean one. And then we have Sandwich here, who is a pun. We've got 2 copies of this. Sandwich. When Sandwich or another creature enters play under your control, deal 1 damage to your opponent. Okay. Okay, so it also has no health, but it's defense. So it's literally just you have it enter play, and then you can get rid of it, I'm assuming, and then you just keep doing that. But then we also have Sand Snake. There's 2 copies of this. Sand Snake. When the Sand Snake enters play, deal 4 damage to the target opposing creature in this lane. Okay, but it has no attack itself, so you're going to need to buff it. That makes sense. And then you have, okay, Green Cactoball. Green Cactoball feels like it's something straight out of the main Adventure Time universe, I think. Plus 2 attack for each Green Cactoball you control. Oh, so this is designed to work with itself. So if you have 2 of these, you have 4 attack on this monster. That's pretty helpful. So if you're, and you can play both of them, so that's pretty good. I like that. Shark. Literally just shark. When a Sandylands creature enters play during your turn, including shark, it has +1 attack this turn. Okay, and it's a very beefy monster. I'm noting a lot of these are beefier monsters. Some of these are, at least. Okay, and then you have Wall of Sand, which again is a very beefy monster as well. But if one or more Sandylands creature, yeah, I'm noting a lot of this deck is built around manipulating, you know, placing monsters. So if you play this, one or more Sandylands creature enters play during your turn, Wall of Sand is +2 attack. That's pretty useful. And then you have Sand Eyebat, which is again another Eyebat monster. But Sand Eyebat, when another creature enters plays under your control, Sand Eyebat gains 1 defense. So I'm assuming that's a permanent 1 defense, like in terms of overall how this deck works. But then you have the Mariachi. The Mariachi, Floop. Deal 1 damage to a target creature for each creature that entered play this turn. Okay, so if you run a lot of decks that are designed to build creatures, you can send in Mariachi. Ooh. Okay, now we have one more. Okay, Mariachi. Okay, so this is what, yet again, another creature that has a higher thing than you can play on it. Because you're limited to +2 creatures. But this is also one that loses that becomes cheaper the more creatures you have in play. So if you play 3 or more creatures, it's, well, if you have to play at least 3 creatures. But once you play 3 creatures, this thing is free. So that's pretty useful. Then you have 2 copies of Teleport. We've already gone over that, so I'm gonna just, shit. I'm dropping these things all over the goddamn place. When will I learn? This is a mess. Yeah, but yeah. That's not, it didn't go back correctly. Doop. Okay, and then we have Unempty Coffin. There's 2 copies of this. Unempty Coffin. Reduce the cost of the next creature you play this turn by 2 actions. Okay, so that's really useful for, you know, sending in, you know, monsters that are 2 or higher. So that's pretty useful, and there are a couple of those. Not many, but there are a couple of those. Zaza's Magic Sheeds. I'm pretty sure this is a reference to an episode of Adventure Time where they had to guard beans. I'm pretty sure. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Target Sandylands creature has +2 attack for each creature that entered play into an adjacent lane this turn. Ooh, that's helpful. That's very helpful. And then you have, okay, and then there's Tome of Onks. This is pretty useful. So Tome of Onks, draw a card for each of your empty lanes. So it essentially means that this entire deck is built around filling your lanes with monsters, essentially is what it is. And then reaping the rewards from it with various effects. This guarantees that you will always have monsters to play. So that's pretty useful. Then you got Cerebral Bloodstorm, you got Celestial Castle, Blood Fortress. We're not talking about any of those. We've already done those. And then we've got Sand Sphinx. So there's 2 copies of this. This is the new building. Sandylands building, Floop. Return a creature you control in this lane to its owner's hand. So, pretty helpful. Actually, yeah, it's useful for returning monsters. And then you can use that to burn. So, the Sandyland deck is built... So, Lady Raincorn's Sandyland deck is built around sending monsters into play and gaining a bunch of benefits as a result. That's a pretty good strategy of deck strategy, I think. And it contrasts perfectly with BMOs, where, you know, the idea is to get as many out of the field as possible. So that seems to be... So they do have opposite effects, essentially, is what they do. But yeah, BMO. Their decks are designed to do the exact opposite of each other, which I like a lot. But then we have Princess Bubblegum, who's running a Nice Lands deck. And I'm not totally sure what Nice Lands is, but considering, I'm pretty sure Peppermint Butler's slots into hers. Okay, this is where we are. Alright, and these are the rest, and this is the rest of Lumpy Space Princess's deck. So we're going to put that aside while we get the rest of Lumpy Space Princess's deck out. But we have Cow, which does nothing. It literally is just sending a free monster. That's useful. Always useful. Angel Heart. Okay, I'm noting Angel Heart. Rainbow Creature. Pretty useful. She's got 2 of these. Well, Angel Heart is exactly 3 damage on it. It has +3 attack. So, this is designed to beef up, to take damage, and then dish it out. Okay. Like Sack of Pain. Actually, exactly like Zack of Pain, except Sack of Pain does it a little bit better, I think. But, and then we have Albino Ibat. There's 3 copies of it. There's 2 copies of this. I almost said 3, but we'll get to that. So, while Albino Ibat has exactly 2 damage on it, he gets 2 attack. I'm noting that the Nice Land cards also are built around taking damage. Which is interesting. Yeah. Yes, the Nice Lands are built around taking damage. So, taking damage and gaining effects. That's what this is. Well, Cotton Ibat is exactly 4 damage on it. It has 4 attack. So, 4 damage. So, this... Okay, so these are designed to buff one another. That's helpful. So this is... So yeah, a lot of these are built around taking damage. Wall of Chocolate is a Wall of Years reskin. So it's pretty helpful there. Nice Land's creature. Wall of Chocolate has no damage on it. Has +3 attack. Okay, so... Wall of Chocolate is a beefy monster, but if it takes damage, it loses that ability to deal damage. So, yeah, a lot of the Nice Lands are built around that, it seems. And then you have Miss Fluff, which is a Nice Lands creature. Well, Miss Fluff has exactly 7 damage on it. It has 7 attack. It has +7 attack. So, you gotta be really careful with that one, actually. Because I'm not entirely sure how well that's gonna work in a... You have to keep that really in control, or you're never going to be able to use that. Alright, and then you have Cutie. There's 2 copies of this, but Cutie's cute. And then Cutie is solely support. You can heal 1 hit point, but not go over 25. So, it's a similar effect to something I think we've seen before. So, it's pretty useful. Apple Pie Clops. Okay, yet another card that works well with Nectar's cards. Apple Pie Clops. At the start of your turn, you may heal or deal 1 damage to each of your creatures. Choose for each creature. So, yeah. Okay, so that essentially you can either damage a creature or heal a creature. So that's how you're supposed to keep it on exactly 7. That makes sense. This guy's supposed to work with Miss Fluff. All right, and then you have Nisosaurus Rex. There's 2 copies of this. At the start of your turn, if Nisosaurus Rex has damage on it, draw a card. Ooh, okay, so that allows you to do a damage draw thing on that. That's pretty useful. Rainbow Ibat. There's 2 copies of this. Rainbow Ibat I like quite a bit. I like a lot of the Ibat designs. At the start of your turn, you heal 1 hit point for each different landscape type you control. Ooh. Okay, so this is really useful for running... If you're running, again, a rainbow deck, this is really useful for rainbow decks. Because you can heal with it. That's very useful. I like that idea. I like that a lot. But in case, we've also got Fairy Shepherd. Okay, and this is yet another... Again, I'm guessing that this effect is damage based. Yes, each edition Nice Lands creatures... No, it buffs their defenses. Okay, so... But otherwise, that's pretty much... But otherwise, that's pretty much what they've been doing. Pie Clops. Pie Clops, I read the effect. So, yeah, Pie Clops, again, you can build a deck around Nectar, kind of, sort of. When Pie Clops enters play, heal 1 damage from each adjacent creature. Yeah. Okay. So I'm noting Nectar is good for cornfield and what is it? Okay, Angel of Vanilla. Okay, Angel of Vanilla. Pay one action, heal all damage from Angel of Vanilla. Ooh, so this thing can just heal itself perpetually. Ooh, and then there's Angel of Chocolate, which does fundamentally the exact same thing but with different stats. So that's pretty helpful. But then we have Snake Mint, which is the exact, which is there's two copies of. Nice Lands creature. When Snake Mint deals damage to an opposing creature, you heal that many hit points. Ooh, but okay, so this will constantly keep you healthy, but you have to buff it to really benefit from it. That makes sense. You can absolutely build a deck around that, I think. And then there's Ring of Fluffy. Ring of Fluffy is a nice land spell. Target creature you control has X attack this turn, where X is the amount of damage on it. Ooh, okay. Again, another thing built entirely around the idea of nice lands being buffed. That makes sense. Falling Star. Okay, so once again we have another. You're assuming another damage-based thing, because that's been the entire theme of Nice Lands deck so far. A creature takes no damage from opposing creatures this turn. Okay, so this keeps you from taking damage. So this protects you. Okay, so that's what you're supposed to do with it. And then there's Pie Storm. Yet another pie-themed one that you can use with Nectar. If you absolutely want to. Nice land spell. Each of your creatures with no damage has +2 attack this turn. That's pretty helpful. And then there's Blue Candy. Oh, there's a couple of different themes on this one, themed ones. Okay, Blue Candy. This does. There's a couple of these. Heal up to 3 damage from the target creature you control. And then, and then there's Green Candy, which does something similar. Green Candy heals or deals 1 damage to a target creature. So these are similar effects, but do something different. And then we're going to skip over these next ones, because Celestial Castle we've already gone over. Celestial Castle and Blood Fortress we've already gone over. Cave of Solitude. So Cave of Solitude, I'm not entirely sure what it does, but it was from the episode where Finn and Jake... So Finn couldn't play this. He wasn't running any Nice Land stuff. Discard a card. Your creature in this lane cannot be targeted by or attacked until the start of your next turn. That's useful for, what is it? The flooping the pit for the pig. And then there's Windmill of Health. It's another Nice Lands building, and I'm assuming based on that it heals you. Yeah. While a creature you have in this lane has no damage on it, has +2 attack. So essentially what the entire Nice Land deck is not taking damage. The entire thing, the entire gimmick of this deck is taking damage, which is pretty helpful. Don't get me wrong. That's a pretty cool effect, but I'm not sure how helpful that is. That's a very gimmicky deck. I'm not sure how well that'll play. But then you also have Lumpy Space Princess. I need to open the rest of her deck. And I'm assuming... Then we're gonna lean this to kind of keep it. Nope, this isn't working. Okay, well, that's cool. That's cool too. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle this. Then there. Okay, so we've got the rest of Lumpy Space Princess, and she's running a useless swamp deck, and I think a mix of other decks. Yes, yeah, she's running Blue Plains and useless swamp. Okay, so she's got a mixed deck, like the rest of the like some of the a lot of the later ones. All right. So we're getting to the end, probably. I have no idea. We're 3 hours in. To be fair, I took a break, but yeah, we're quite a ways in. Ugh. But yeah, I've got a bit of ways to go, but because I still have to go through the doubles tournament one. Okay, we're gonna sort out Olympus Space Princess's stuff. Okay, and here's Ice King's deck. Okay, so Ice King is mixed in here. And he's, of course, using a lot of ice-based creatures. Okay. Okay, we're going to put this one back in Olympus Space Princess's deck. Whereas Ice King, we're going to see if we can separate out. Ice King is running a lot of Iceland stuff. Marceline is in here, too. And then I'm assuming the last of these... Yes, and then the last of these are Lemon Grabs. Okay, so this is the rest of Lemon Grab's deck in here as well. Okay. Alright, so that's useful. I'm gonna swap these. Hold on. But now that I have the rest of Lumpy Space Princess's deck. Okay, so in case. Alright, Goat is a rainbow creature. And from what's description is designed to replace a creature and then let you draw a card, which is pretty helpful. I like that, and she's got 2 copies of that. Then there's Brain Gooey. The Brain Gooey replaces a creature that's supposed to attack this turn. I'm noting that her deck seems to be around replacing monsters. Or at least half of it does. Yeah, because Grape Ginny does that again. You may put a card from a discard on the top of your deck. So Grape Ginny replaces that. Blueberry Ginny. If your Blueberry Ginny replaces a creature, you can draw 2 cards. Alright, I'm not entirely sure. And then there's Future Scholar. And then if Future Scholar replaces a creature, gain 1 action. Alright. Headphone Jerk. I don't know what Headphone Jerk does. But I'm about to find out. Headphone Jerk replaces a creature, deal 3... Yeah, all of these are built around replacing creatures. That seems to be what her deck is so far. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. Alright. Floop. Swap lanes with another one of your creatures. Ooh. Okay, so this is how that works. That's how you facilitate that. Okay, and then target player draws 5 cards. This is Strength Crystal. Didn't read the thing before I sent it up, but there we go, Strength Crystal. Then we've got Pants of Awesome, which they look fun. Move target creature you control to an empty blue plains landscape you control, then draw a card. Okay, so this is again around flipping lanes. She's got 2 copies of Subliminal Strength. So Subliminal Strength looks fun because left versus right hemisphere. Target creature you control has 2+2 attack for each spell you played this turn, including this one. So that's pretty useful for buffing monsters. And then we have Pyramidia. Pyramidia is a pretty useful one. I'm not sure how useful, but Flute play 1 less action to replace your creature in this lane. Okay, so it is a blue plains building, and it allows you to replace monsters. So that's apparently a mechanic that I wasn't aware of. You can replace a monster with another monster. Okay, so that's apparently just a mechanic an obscure mechanic I wasn't aware of. Bluff Fortress we're not going over again. Dog Boy. Dog Boy. Draw a discard card. Dog Boy has +2 attack this turn. Limit once per turn. So you can only do that once per turn, which makes sense. Infinite Figure. Not sure what Infinite Figure does. Infinite Figure. Discard card. Deal 1 damage to the opposing creature this lane. Okay, so once again, so now we're in the blue plane stuff. So no, now we're in the Useless Swamp stuff. And again, her Useless Swamp is around. Seems like a lot of her stuff is built around is A, replacing creatures, and B, discarding cards so far. Because Dragonfoot has 1+1 attack for this turn, but it can do it 5 times per turn for upward of +6. This is useful. Squatting Bald Man. Discard a card, heal 1 damage from Squatting Bald Man. Okay, so a lot of these cards are built around discarding cards. Again, fits the useless swamp archetype of being bad at the game and being rewarded for it. Alright, Herculi. Useless swamp creature, discard a card. Herculi has +4 attack this turn, limit once per turn. That's pretty dang useful. So yeah, a lot of our decks are built around either replacing creatures or discarding cards, which is pretty helpful. Pink Merwitch. Looks a little like Princess Bubblegum. I'm not sure what that's commenting on with Lumpy Space Princess as a character, but it looks a little like Princess Bubblegum. Discard a card, deal 1 damage to each opposing creature. And you can only use that effect once per turn, so you don't abuse it. Fatapillar. And then, once again, Fatapillar, +2 attack for every 5 cards in your discard pile. So, once again, this is what it's useful for, which is, again, drawing through your deck and to be rewarded with benefits. And then we have Skeleton Hand, which is useful. Skeleton Hand's very, very helpful. Flip. Discard the top 3 cards of your deck. For each spell discarded this way, target player discard a card. Target player discards. Ooh. Okay, so once again, this is very much built around getting rid of card. This because useless swamp is very much built around that. And then we have Stake Chop. At the start of your turn, discard 2 cards to destroy Stake Chop. Discard after your free draw. Okay, so you get to discard 2 cards, or destroy him, which is useful. Volcano. I remember this from the episode. I'm pretty sure this just wipes out everything on the field. I'm pretty sure this is what it does. Destroy target building. You may deal 3 it's a rainbow spell. You deal 3 damage to a creature in that lane. Flip your landscape in that lane face down. So it destroys a landscape and whatever monster's in there. That makes sense. But you have to target a thing for that. And then there's Brief Power. Not sure how Brief Power works, but it's useful. But Brief Power. Target a useless swamp creature you control has +2 attack this turn. Okay, that's kind of useful. Then there's Toilet of Doom. Toilet of Doom, I'm not sure what it does, but it's kind of looks cool. It looks funny, at least. Although it does feel like it's the same toilet that the Squatting Bald Man was sitting on, so he's probably dead. Target creature you control has +1 attack this turn for every 5... Okay, so this is another useless swamp spell and is designed to, buff your useless swamp stuff. Mausoleum. Here's a useless swamp building. This is new. We haven't done this one yet. Mausoleum. Your creature in this lane has +1 defense for every 5 cards in your discard pile. Cool. And then there's this one. I don't know what it is. Night Tower, I think, is what it's called. So, Night Tower. Floop. If your opponent has no creatures in this lane to discard a card. That's pretty good. So, overall, her entire deck seems to be around replacing monsters and discarding cards. So, and then gaining buffs from them. Which, again, is how Useless Swamp and works, but not how Blue Plains creatures have been established to work. So, there's something interesting here with Blue Plains. Or at least, that's what I think is going on. But in any case... You're right. I need to... Okay. And now we're on Ice King's deck. He has a new archetype. He has a new lane type effect. So I'm imagining he's going to have some different stuff to it. And then Marceline. And then Marceline is running yet another mixed deck. Okay, and as is Lemongrab. I didn't get to some of Lemongrab's stuff, though. So we're going to put aside these. I'm going to go over... Actually, shit. No, god damn it. thing that just flew all over the floor. Gotta clean this up and put it some semblance of back in order. God, everything on the floor. Again, this is the last of Lemon Grub's deck, so this is going back where it's supposed to. Okay, I'm trying to reorganize because it just dropped everything all over the floor. Okay. I'm not doing this in a very sophisticated way. This is going over here. I can sort that. I'm trying to fix this. God damn it. Stop. Okay, I think we got everything sorted out, sorta. Alright, Marceline's I think is okay. Lemon Grabs I hope was okay. We're gonna separate them out so that doesn't happen again. Ice King. Ice King has okay, Ice King is running a bunch of ice cards, which makes sense when you consider that that's pretty much his entire deal is ice. Literally his only personality trait is ice. Just fall if you're gonna fall. Okay. Alright, well, in case, first things he has is Nice Ice Baby, which we've already gone over. We're not gonna go over. Ice Spike Icicle, I don't think we've gone over yet. Does nothing, but it has 1 defense and 3 attack. It's mostly an attack of monster, it seems. And now we're into the archetype that Ice King is actually kind of known for. Which is his Icy Lands creatures. So first and first we have Cold Soldier, a reference to Cold Shoulder, but thirst speed attack while your opponent does not control a creature in this lane, which is pretty dang useful. And then we have several of Ice King's monsters are built around not if your monster has a control in this lane, has no monster in this lane. This is again another creature that does that. Okay, and once again, and now we're getting into the whole frozen landscape concept of that with Ice Meister, who does that. He does damage to any creature in a frozen landscape. Ice King doesn't so far have any creatures that are able to freeze landscapes. Something that I think we're going to be improved on with Gunther's deck, but yeah, and this is another one, a Icy Lands creature. This one is, what is it? Sprucey Lady. +1 attack for each frozen landscape. And then we have Reindeer. And then you draw a card for each frozen landscape. But so far, he doesn't have any cards that can freeze landscapes. So I'm assuming that's coming. Ah, there it is. Okay. And he has 2 copies of that, so I'm not going to show it again. Frost Dragon he has 2 copies of as well. He can use this to freeze a landscape, but he has to pay an action to do it. So that's how he freezes landscapes. If he plays this first. But he has to play Frost Dragon first, or he can't do it. Or he's running cards from the other deck, from Gunther, to deal. And then you have Sleigh Rider. This deal 3 damage to a target creature on a frozen landscape, so that's pretty helpful. Well, when you have it actually working. Frozen Fish. When Frozen Fish deals damage to a creature, may freeze a landscape in this lane. Oh. Okay, so this attacks. So it does damage and then freezes a landscape. That's pretty useful. But it has to get rid of a monster to be able to better fully benefit from that. Then there's Snow Angel. He's running one of these. And this heals for frozen landscapes. So this is a healing monster that heals based on how many frozen landscapes you do. Yeah, you flip it, and it says heal damage for 1 from each of your creatures for each frozen landscape. So that's pretty helpful on its own. And then we have Emperor Penguin. He has 2 copies of this. Emperor Penguin, creatures on frozen landscapes have -1 attack. So setting up frozen landscapes and then abusing them are essentially what Ice King is doing. But he doesn't seem like he has a lot of monsters that facilitate frozen landscapes so far. Like, he only has like a handful of them. So first and foremost, then you have Snow Bunny. Destroy Snow Bunny, freeze target landscape. I don't really feel like sacrificing a poor innocent little bunny, but okay. But yeah, Ice King is the kind of guy who would do that, so yeah. Okay, so this is Snow Dog. He doesn't have many monsters that facilitate freezing landscapes, at least not to my knowledge. He has maybe a couple of them, but I don't know. I don't know if this deck is as good as Ice King thinks it is. But in any case, Icy Lands creature, Floop. Each adjacent creature has +2 attack this turn, ×2. Okay. Then he has Border Collie, which is a really funny name for a deck, for a character. Essentially, it's a pun on the Border Collie breed of dog. Floop, move Border Collie to any of your empty landscapes. If either landscape in that lane is frozen, gain 1 action. Okay, but you don't really have many cards that benefit from that, Ice King. So, what the hell, man? Alright, and then you have Frosty Frolic. Target player discards 1 card from their hand for each frozen landscape they control. So, okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. There it is. He's got a lot of spells that facilitate it. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Okay, so this is an Icy Land spell, Snow Way. And it essentially says freeze 2 target landscapes. That's pretty helpful. But he's also got 2 copies of Freeze Ray. And Freeze Ray does the exact same thing. You freeze target landscape, then draw a card. So pretty helpful. So now we're getting in the actual abilities to actually do what he wants to do. And then you have Freezing Point, which is another spell. You freeze each of your opponent's landscapes. So essentially disrupts your opponent's entire ability. Because I'm pretty sure they have to get rid of a landscape to be able to use it. Isn't that right? How it works? Pretty sure. They have to tribute a card to get rid of it. So I'm pretty sure is how it works. So that's pretty powerful. But in case we've got Frozen Heart. Deal 1 damage to a target creature. If that creature is on a frozen landscape, deal 3 damage instead. So once you start getting frozen landscapes, that's pretty helpful. Alright, but yeah, he has a lot of spells designed to facilitate it. And then we're not going to go over Celestial Castle again, because again, it does exactly the same thing you think it does. And then you have Isolation Cell. So Isolation Cell is another card that we can go over. Creatures on frozen landscapes in the lane cannot attack or use abilities. Ooh. Okay. And then we've got Snow Business. Okay, that's kind of helpful. Then we got Snow Business, which I think is yet another building. Play one action, freeze target landscapes in this lane. Ooh. Okay, so this just freezes a landscape for you if you don't have a spell to do it. And then we have Crystal Palace, which is Ice King's final card. So I'm noting a lot of his buildings and spells are what actually set off his conditions for his monsters to do their job effectively. When landscape is in this lane, becomes frozen. Deal 2 damage to the target creature. Okay, so this is pretty useful. Alright, so Ice King's entire deck is built around freezing landscapes and then having monsters that can effectively use them. But he's very reliant on spells, unfortunately. I've noticed that. He can't really use spells. Because I'm pretty sure I have... Okay, this is the last of their deck. You're going in here, Ice King. Okay, this isn't staying, but stay, damn you. Okay, I'm getting to the point where my cards no longer fit. There we go. Now we're good. Okay. In any case, Marceline's deck. She has a lot of runs a lot of Niceland and useless swamp cards. So I'm curious what kind of deck she's running. But first and foremost, she has Furious Chick. It's a rainbow creature. It's supposed to attack for each damage on it. Tracks with how Niceland cards work so far. And we got another one. We've got Black Hole Pendant. Okay, this is one that's very useful for multiple cards, I'm noting. It says Black Hole Pendant, target creature has X attack this turn, where X is the number of different landscape types your opponent controls. So, this is a counter strategy to Rainbow decks, where you can run a whole bunch of +1 monsters and then do that. That's the counter strategy. Okay. And then we have, fittingly enough, Blood Transfusion. Very fittingly, we have Blood Transfusion. Now, Blood Transfusion is a rainbow spell. Remove a card in any player's discard pile from the game. Heal target creature X damage, where X is the cost of the removed card. Ooh, that's pretty useful for healing. So we also got Furious Rooster. She's got 2 copies of these. And Furious Rooster, +1 attack for each damage on it. So again, Niceland cards. That's essentially how they work. They're mean if you're mean to them back. So that's pretty useful. She's also got Music Mallard. Floop, draw a card. If Music Mallard has 5 or more damage on it, draw an additional card. Okay, so it's a pot of greed, but you need to take 2, but it needs 2 damage on it. Okay. Okay, and I haven't even gotten to some of the other things in here. I'm still working on the main thing. But okay, I'm trying to get through the rest of this, but we're getting there. Okay, Cotton Bolt. Floop, deal 1 damage to a target creature. If Cotton Bolt has 5 or more damage on it, ready it and heal it 1 damage. Ooh. So this just heals its. Okay, so once again she got 2 of these, but again, once again, a lot of Niceland cards are built around taking damage and then benefiting from that. Kind of similar to how Lucis Swamp works. So, and then we have Dr. Stuffenstein, and he's stitching on a pillow, which is fun. But Floop, heal 2 damage from a creature on an adjacent landscape. If Dr. Stuffenstein has 5 or more damage on it, heal 2 damage from each of your creatures instead. Ooh. Okay, so if Dr. Stuffenstein is getting his ass kicked, He can heal. He's a group heal. That's really useful. I really like some of these, and I really like a lot of Nice Land cards. Nice Lands is a deck I haven't been seeing, but it's useful. And then we have what is it? Furious Hen. +1 attack for each damage on it. Ooh, so the more you hit it, the deadlier it gets. So it'll have 9 attack by the time it's almost dead. So that can be mean. That can be really, really mean. And then we have Paper Cut Tiger. Paper Cut Tiger, I'm assuming a similar effect. Paper Cut Tiger is exactly 5 damage on it. It's +5 attack. So once again, what is it? A Mrs. Fluff, but as a Paper Tiger. That can be mean. I didn't just do anything that I would have immediately regret, did I? No, I don't think I did. No, okay. My stream is still going. I'm gonna say I didn't do anything. Okay. Pentade. I love this joke. Heal exactly 5 damage from a target creature you control, no more and no less. Okay. Very clear and no uncertain terms. It only heals 5 damage. Alright, so we've also, and this is where the part of the deck that I kind of sort of screwed up. So Banshee Prince, okay, not Banshee Princess, Bog Banshee Angel, okay. Okay, so pay 1 action, move all damage to this creature to a target creature. Okay, so that's useful. This card feels like something's going on with this card. Okay, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm probably crazy. I'm gonna say I'm probably crazy. Okay, Banshee Princess. This is a different version of what we just opened. When Banshee Princess enters play, you may remove a token from an adjacent landscape. Ooh, I'm assuming that means damage tokens and/or frozen tokens, because that makes sense in my brain. And then you get 2 of those. That's pretty helpful for clearing, frozen and/or damage. I'm gonna say that's probably what that's for. Then we got Fly Swatter, Floop, which is a useless swamp creature. Floop. Each opponent discards a card with cost 0 or reveals a hand with none. So once again, useless swamp just proving that it's built around getting rid of cards and being rewarding, and being bad at the game and being rewarded for it, because this facilitates just getting rid of cards. Okay, and then we have Bog Bum. We have 2 copies of this. Bog Bum. If Bog Bum leaves play while ready, each opponent discards a random card. So don't attack this. So don't kill this thing or remove it from play. That's essentially what that is. All right, and then you have And then you have Unicyclops. So Unicyclops is at the start of your turn, each player draws a card and then discards a card. Useful for facilitating useless swamp builds, because that's essentially what that is. And then we got 2 versions of that card. And then we have Man Witch. All right, again another pun. I'm noting that. Useless swamp creature. When an opponent discards a card, deal 1 damage to them. Useful, very useful. Okay, and she's got 2 cards of that. She's also got Banshee Queen. I'm noting there's an entire line here of cards for this. Banshee Queen, useless swamp creature. When Banshee Queen enters play, you may remove a token from an adjacent landscape. Okay, so once again, a better version of a monster we've already seen. So pretty good. Then we've got Bog Frog Bomb. Not sure what that does. Bog Frog Bomb is pretty fun to say though. If Bog Frog Bomb leaves play while ready, deal 2 damage to each opposing creature. Okay, so that just makes it so that you can't really attack it or you're going to get screwed. All right, and then you say Bums Away, which is, again, another pun. Target opponent may discard a card if they do not deal 2 damage to each of their creatures. Ooh, so they have to discard a card or they're taking damage to all of their monsters. That's pretty mean, and that's a spell. That's a really mean spell. And then you have Bloodbath. Again, another pun. Target opponent may discard a card with cost of 2 or greater if they do not deal 5 damage to them. So they have to get so a lot of these are built around burning cards. And fittingly for Marceline, we have Funeral Home, which is built around a coffin. Very fitting for Marceline the Vampire Queen. When an opponent discards a card, your creature in this lane has +1 attack till the end of turn. And then we also have a cardboard mansion, which is a new building. And the cardboard mansion costs 1 less to play for every 5 cards in your discard pile. So once again, you get a reward for it, and then you gain an action by flooping it. So again, the entire point of this deck is to build around it and be rewarded for it. And might as well go through the rest of Lemongrab's deck while we're here, since I'm going to be putting him back in a couple of minutes anyway. So, okay, we're getting... Okay, so I think I messed up some of his deck, but that's okay. In any case, amazing what is it? Amazing Avalanche. Your creature has +1 attack this turn for each face down landscape in play. Okay, so once again, a landscape build. Quake Maker is another one of Lemongrab's cards. He seems to be running a couple of different decks in his, because I've seen a couple of different builds going in his, which is interesting. Cornfield Creature, +2 attack for each face down landscape in play. I'm noting there's a couple of different abilities that Lemongrab has for his deck. Then he has Rock Out. He has 2 copies of this. Rock Out. Flip target landscape face down until the start of your next turn. So pretty powerful. Oh, there's Quake. There's the rest of... That's what I screwed up. Hold on a second. This goes here. This goes here. And now we're good. Okay. And then we have Earth Mover. There's a Cornfield Creature. It's shaped like a jackhammer, at least, I think. So, which is fun. A great little joke. Cornfield Creature. +2 attack for each face down landscape in play. So, once again, another landscape build. Ah, shit. So, it seems that Lemongrab is running a couple of things. He has a lot of stuff built around burning his opponent with drop-in characters. And then, you know, controlling landscapes. Okay, and then you have Old Corn Eye. Old Corn Eye is going to be a difficult one to run based on its... It has 1 defense for each different landscape type you control, but it's a +2 monster, so you need at least 2 You need at least 2 of the same to play it. So that's a difficult one to play. That's a difficult one to play because it gains defense for different attributes in your lanes, but you need at least 2 or you can't play it. That's going to be a difficult one to play. Ugh. Okay, and then we got Fancy Zebracorn. He's got 2 copies of this. +1 defense for each different landscape type you control. So, this is a better version of what he had. Okay, makes sense. Makes some sort of sense. Rebounding Zebracorn. Okay, so there's another... So he's running another set of these being built around the Zebracorn deck this time. So, +1 attack for each different landscape type you control. He's got another one of these. Bouncing Zebracorn does the exact same thing, but I'll show it. Yeah, it has the exact same effect as the other ones that we had. And then we have... Mantle Masher. Mantle Masher's interesting. I'll give it that. Mantle Masher is very interesting. Mantle Masher. When Mantle Masher enters place, flip a landscape in this lane face down. While Mantle Masher leaves play, flip it face up. Okay, so once again, I think that he has a couple of things built around manipulating the field to build himself up. And then he has Rock and Roller as his final card, which is when Rock and Roller enters play, flip a landscape in this lane face down. Okay, so he has a couple of facilitate flipping landscapes upside down and flipping them back up. Okay, so that's pretty helpful. Okay, and I also screwed up his deck as well. Right? That would explain why he just had a bunch of random cornfield spells at the start. I was missing half of his cornfield deck. Yeah, that's why he had such a weird deck. He was missing cornfield spells. Okay. Okay, and now we can put Marceline back. Okay, but overall, that's a fun... Everybody has a fun deck, but we haven't gotten to the promo cards yet. So let's get to the promo cards now. I've put some of these decks back incorrectly. Okay, we didn't put the promo cards back. Okay. And now we are on the promo cards, which are all apparently rainbows. And I'm assuming, and because of this, they can slot in pretty much any deck. Once again, though, we have another set that needs to be folded up. Okay, I'm assuming, based on the fact that they're all folded again, I'm assuming that these are yet again another. Well, the back half of these are. Yeah, okay. All the promo cards are folded up in a mess. I'm going to have to stick those underneath and fold and flatten those. Okay, I'm setting these aside because I know I need to stick those in the thing. Little Freezy. Okay, so we got all the promo cards now. And these are all, again, rainbow cards. So I'm sorry if they don't come through clearly on camera. But there's also some unique cards in here. Well, some, not a whole lot. Okay, we've got a Little Freezy. Okay, so I'm noting these different versions are all the same. They have the same effect. And then we have Elf Hut. And an Elf Hut is designed around drawing a card for each creature in this lane. So that's pretty good. I'm noting all the different archetypes are built around different things. This is built around lane manipulation. I am noting all the different landscape types are built around different things. So, Floop. If your creature in this lane moved here from another lane, this turn has +3 attack. Okay, so Igloo Sanctuary is pretty good. There's a blue plains. Paladin. Paladin is mostly a pun. We like the Paladin. Blue plains creature, each of your creatures that change lanes this turn has +3 attack. Okay, so if anybody moves lanes, he's buffing them. That's pretty helpful. Alright, and then we have Spell Warp, which is another promo card. I'm sorry if these don't come through very well, but I'm doing my best. Spell Warp. Swap this position of 2 of your creatures. Alright, so that's pretty helpful. Ooh, this is good for attacking cornfields landscapes. From what I read from the description. Each of your creatures is supposed to attack this turn while attacking a creature that is on a cornfield landscape. So essentially, if you put this in Finn's deck, he's beating Jake. Essentially is what that entire idea is. Then you have Socks of Fortitude. Socks of Fortitude is another blue plains, and ready each creature that changed lanes this turn, they have +2 attack. Okay, so that's, again, more stuff about lane changing. Pink Candy. I think Pink Candy we've seen the different effect for, but yeah. Each of your creatures has +2 attack this turn while attacking a creature that's on a standing landscape. Okay, so some of these are built around attacking different creatures. Some of these promo cards are. Puma Paw, for example. Ready one of your Floop creatures has +2 attack this turn. Okay, and then we have a lot of new cards for, what is it? Cornfields. Okay, so we've got Yellow Lighthouse and Cornfield Building. At the start of your turn, each player who controls a creature in this lane draws a card. That's pretty helpful. And we also have Captain Taco. Captain Taco's new. We haven't seen him yet. Captain Taco. While Captain Taco enters play, deal 1 damage to each creature that is not on a cornfield landscape. Ooh. Okay, so put him in a deck that you know isn't running cornfield landscapes, and he's mean. Okay. And then Gold Ninja. Gold Ninja's useful, but he's also... I'm not sure how well these are coming through. Cornfield Creature. When Gold Ninja enters play, deal 1 damage to target creatures for each different landscape you control. So, pretty dang mean. Okay, and then we have Pirate Bear. Pirate Bear is pretty cool. Pirate Bear. Well, Pirate Bear is on a useless swamp landscape. His attack value is tripled. So the inverse of... So this is the inverse of Immortal Maze Walker, but not as good. It does 3... It literally the inverse of Immortal Maze Walker. But not as good because it has lower stats. So you want to rerunning Immortal Maze Walker. Then you have Golden Jackal. Golden Jackal, I think, is new. So, Golden Jackal. Floop and discard a Sandylands card. Deal 1 damage for each opposing creature. Oh, so this is good. So it seems like a lot of these are good for dealing with opposing landscapes. Then we have Old Corneye. We're not going over him again because we already went over him. Popcorn Power, I don't think we went over, but it's a new Cornfield spell. So yeah, each of your creatures is supposed to attack this turn while attacking a creature that is on a Blue Plains landscape. Ooh. Okay, so once again, we have ones that are effective on various. And again, that's an inverse of the one that I just said would be useful on Finn, because that one's useful on Jake. This one, I don't know what it's called. I'll get to that in a minute. Which way? Cornfield spell. Each of your creatures that is on a useless swamp has +2 attack this turn. Ooh, so again, they're designed to work with useless swamp, so that's pretty useful. And then Husker Amulet is a new card that I don't think we had. Husker Amulet. Cornfield spell. Each of your creatures is +2 attack this turn while attacking a creature that is on a nice landscape. Ooh, so again, these are all built around messing with people on other landscapes opposed to you. So that's pretty useful. Cotton Devil, we're not going over again, because we already went over it. Confectionery Ring is pretty dang useful. So Confectionery, or at least I think it is. Confectionery Ring. Each of your creatures is +2 attack this turn while attacking creatures on a cornfield. Yeah, I'm noting a lot of these promo cards are built around attacking people on opposite landscapes than you. Yeah, because this one also lets you attack on useless... Does the same thing, but on useless landscapes, on useless swamps. So I'm noting a lot of these do this. And then you have Ghost, which does the same thing but lets you defend. So a lot of these are the same. Yeah, all of these are defensive spells. Yeah, so this is Dave Barry Jones. Yeah, these are all defensive spells, which are useful. But you only get 1 copy of them. Yeah, Ghost Tag. All of these do the exact same thing, but with different landscapes. So they're very useful. Yeah, I might as well show them all, but they all do the exact same thing. So I'm not going to read out their individual effects. I'm just going to show them. Okay, because they all do the exact same thing, but with different landscapes. Is that they just affect different landscapes, which is pretty cool in and of itself. I like that a lot. And yeah, these all do the same thing. All right, and we're on the last of these, but all of these did pretty much the exact same thing, but they cost different things, so that's pretty useful. All right, and what are we on now? All right, Incredible Egg. This is a new one. Incredible Egg. Reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. You may put a reveal Cornfield card on your hand. Discard the rest. Ooh. Okay, so if you're running a Cornfield deck, the Incredible Egg is useful on that. Or unless you pull a rainbow card. Master of Disguise. Master of the... Appropriately, the effect is each of your opponent's creatures is -1 attack this turn, which is pretty great. And then you have Ring of Damage, which does the exact, which increases the damage. Each of your own creature buffs each of your own creatures. And then we have Green Sniggy. He's a Sandylands character. So Green Sandylands. Okay, when Green Snaky leaves play, deal 1 damage to a target creature in this lane. Okay. Okay, so I'm noting a lot of these have similar effects where they buff creatures on different lanes but aren't from the same lane. Adjacent cornfield creatures are plus 1 attack. I'm noting that's what these do. And then you have this guy, Green Party Ogre. When one of your creatures leaves play, heal 1 damage from Green Party Ogre. Okay, so he just heals yourself, essentially, is what he does. Sand Jackal. Sand Jackal's pretty useful. Sand Jackal. Sandylands creature. While Sand Jackal is on your Nicelands landscape, you heal 3 HP when it destroys an opposing creature. So it heals itself, but it's also a very frail monster, so you gotta be careful with it. And then you have Diamond Dan. Okay, so Diamond Dan. When Diamond Dan leaves play from an Icelands landscape, return to the owner's hand, and it's a useless swamp one. And it's a Sandylands one. So there's a lot of these. And then we have Phantoclops. Yes, Polterclops. Sandyland creature, 1 defense for each different landscape you control. This is useful on Rainbow deck. So, pretty useful. Lucky Penny! Once again, in Sandylands one, but it's a Sandyland spell, I'm sure. Alright. Each of the creature is supposed to attack this turn while attacking the creature is on blue planet. Okay, so once again, we're on. Okay, so once again, we're on different. That's another spell that buffs the thing. This is again another spell. And Portal to Nowhere. Sandyland spell. Move one of your opponent's creatures to an adjacent empty lane. That's pretty helpful. Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes is yet another one that does damage based on where your landscape is. This one is for Useless Swamp, so I'm not going to go over its effect. And then this is a Useless Swamp one, so it once again buffs your defenses. So, pay 1 action, target 1 creature in this lane. It has +1 attack for every 5 cards in your discard pile. So if you're not doing great, again, that's what the entire deck is built around. And then you have Shadowy Pyramid, which is yet another building. So, Floop, draw a card. If you control a creature in this lane, discard a card. Okay. So it's once again another one of those kinds of cards that is just it just makes you discard a card. But, anyways, Useless Swamp Creature. I'm trying to get through all of them, but I'm getting to that point. Useless Swamp Creature. When Ghost Chestburster leaves play, draw the bottom card from your deck. Ooh, that's useful. That's very useful. Alright, and then we have Brew Murloc. He's pretty handy. Floop, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay, so once again, Useless Swamp is built around discarding. So that's pretty on brand. We got another one. Useless Swamp Creature. If fish or fish enters play onto a blue plains landscape, deal 2 damage to each opposing creature. Ooh, so if you're running a mix with a blue plains and a Useless Swamp, that's useful. If otherwise, no, it's not. Okay. Swampy Horn. Swampy Horn is yet another one of these that gains buffs based on the landscape, different types of landscapes you control. So it's all of these have the exact same effect. So I'm noting that. Scroll of Bad Breath. Once again, another one that gives you an advantage against a different landscape. This one is Nicelands. This one gives you. This one's one that buffs you based on, again, and this one is for Sandylands. This one, again, buffs you against a different landscape. And this is Ogre Braces. Ogre Braces is a spell that heals you if you're doing badly, which makes sense because it's a useless swamp card. And then you have Blue Slimy. Blue Slimy, I think, is new. If you control 3 or more different landscape types with Blue Slimy, when Blue Slimy enters play, return a creature in this lane to its owner's hand. Ooh, so you send it against something and it bounces them back to the hand. That's useful. That's very useful. Ghost Ninja. Ghost Ninja, what does he do? When Ghost Ninja deals damage to an opposing player, they cannot play spells during their next turn. Ooh. But it has to be a direct attack. That's what it is. Okay. So they can't defend themselves if that thing attacks. That's pretty useful. Okay, Blue Gnome. Blue Gnome is useful. So Blue Gnome, Floop, deal damage to each opposing creature that is on a useless swamp landscape. So once again, another one of these that buffs your damage based on what landscape they're on. Pyclops. Blueberry Pyclops is a difficult one to play. He has a 4 for a cost, which you can't naturally play, but he costs 1 less to play for each spell you have played this turn. So play a lot of spells and you can run him. And then you have Tax Reduction. Tax Reduction is an interesting name for this one. Tax Reduction. You may move each of your buildings to a different lane you control. You may move each of your opponent's buildings to a different lane they control. Ooh, so you can mess with everybody's buildings. That's helpful. And then you have Cornfield, and then you have the last is Sallow of Justice, which is a Cornfield building. Pay 1 action, deal 1 damage to a target creature slain onto those who control it, lose 1 hit point. Okay, so that gets rid of a creature and then messes with the player. Okay, so we've got a ooh. Okay, and then all these cards are folded, so I need to set them underneath a thing. Okay, we've got a lot of gnomes in these bonuses. I'm noting that. Ooh, okay. And also a couple of these in the back are the ones we've already seen before. Okay, so Yellow Gnome is a holographic one. Okay, this does nice land stuff. Actually need to flatten this, so we're gonna keep that separate. Yellow Slimy, I'm assuming, does the exact same thing as Blue Slime. Yeah. When you only deal 3 or more different landscape types, Yellow Slimy has +3 attack. Okay, so not the exact same, but it does do something landscape-wise. Log Knight. What does Log Knight do? Log Knight, Fluke, put a building from your hand into play below this landscape. Ooh. You may not replace a building. Okay, so it's only if you lose a building behind this. Okay, so that replenishes itself. Cowspur. I'm assuming it's a pun on Casper, but yeah, Cowspur. In any case, each adjacent cornfield creature has +1 defense, so it's a cornfield creature again. We're a nice windmill. So you can either heal or deal damage with this one, from what I can read on the card. So what it says is pay 1 action, heal or deal up to 2 damage to your creatures in this lane, and it costs 1 action, so it's very useful. Then we have Life Beater Gnome. Okay, because they couldn't say Wife Beater, but yeah. This is another nice lands creature. Floop, deal 1 damage to each opposing creature that is on a sandy landscape. Okay, that is tracking with that how that line works. And then we have Strawberry Slimy. So if you control 3 or more different landscape types of Strawberry Slimy into play, heal 4 damage from each of your creatures. So I'm noting that the Slimies all do different things depending on what landscape they're on. Well, no, depending on if you run different landscapes. So they're really useful for different types of landscape builds. And then this is Full Metal Racket. Deal 2 damage to a target creature. So that just attacks a creature. Musical Chair. Musical chair, what do? Swap up to 2 of your landscapes with one from the outside the game. Ooh. So if you're not running a landscape... So, I'm assuming this is side deck shenanigans, is essentially what this is. This is side deck shenanigans. I haven't seen any other cards in this deck so far that have done something with a side deck type thing. So that's interesting. And then we have Sand Pyramid, which is another Sandylands building. Makes sense, because that's where you find the pyramids. Pay 2 actions. Return each creature to this lane to its owner's hand. So you can bounce it back to the hand. That's pretty useful. Well, you can bound cards back to the hand, which is great. Temple of the Sun. Again, this makes sense because I think it's... I don't actually think it's a Sandyland building, but... well, it says it's Sandylands, but... I don't think that's the Temple of the Aztecs. It's based on the Temple of the Aztecs, which I don't think was from a deserty region. But I'll allow it because it's a temple-themed building. But yeah. When you play a Sandylands creature with cost 1 or greater on this lane, you may return it to your hand. Okay. So you may return it. That doesn't necessarily mean you can. Okay. So, this is yet another one of these mummies. Great giant mummy hand. Sandylands creature. Floop. Deal 1 damage to target creature for each cornfield landscape adjacent to this lane. Ooh. Okay, so... you play it in the between lanes. And you have to run a cornfield. That's interesting. That's interesting. Because landscapes are, depending on how you lay out your landscapes, you can do different things. I know that. Then you have Green Gnome, which is yet another one of these gnomes. And once again, it deals 1 damage. And that's pretty much how this line works. But for each different things. And then we have another Slimy, assuming it has a different effect, but same general idea. Control 3 different landscape types, while 9 Slimy enters play, draw 2 cards. So it becomes a pot of greed. That's pretty useful. I like that idea. Fancy Pants Gnome. So Fancy Pants Gnome, useless swamp creature, Floop. Once again, it deals damage to cornfield creatures, which is useful. Black Paladin. 1 attack for ED card that is discarded from their hand this turn. So, which is a useless swamp. So, this is Black Paladin. He's new. Pretty cool. Eye Guy. Eye Guy's another useless swamp monster. And we have another Slimy coming up. At the start of your turn, look at the top card from your deck. You may put it at the bottom of your deck. Okay. I'm not sure what use that puts in, but that works with the whole useless swamp theme of not being great, but being rewarded for it. I'm assuming that that's if you get a card that you don't want, you can put it at the bottom of your deck, but I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. Then you have Pickler. I'm assuming he has pickles. Yeah, he has a pickle jar. Useless swamp, destroy Pickler, deal 3 damage to a target creature. So he just discards himself and then deals damage. Makes sense. Okay. Yet another Slimy. So we have, this is Orange Slimy. If you control 3 or more different landscape types with the Orange Slimy enters play, deal 3 damage to your opponent. Okay. I think that's the last of the unique monsters because all the rest of these are reprints. Matching what's unmatching. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the rest of these are all reprints. And that did not, in fact, do what I thought it was going to do. Okay. Well, put these all back in the deck, I guess. If that's not working, then maybe just being in the deck will flatten them out. I don't know. Okay. I also... Shit. Okay. I also didn't put these back, but... Yeah, that flattened them out. Okay. Alright, well, that's the main box done. Good God, we still got a lot more to go, don't we? Alright, we got bags for all the stuff that needs to go in. So we're going to put these back. We're going to put all the card things back. Everything that we need to go back. And we still got more to go. Because unfortunately, that was not the end of it. Because we still got doubles tournaments, and I think that's the main thing we got left is doubles tournaments. So we're going to put this off to the side. We also got tuck boxes, I think, is also in here. But I might as well show these off. I got card sleeves for everything. So I got card sleeves for every card that's in here. So I've got a lot of these. There's a lot of card sleeves in here. That's really helpful for keeping cards nice. So I like that you gave me a whole bunch of those. All right, but in any case, okay, these are tuck boxes. So I might as well show off the tuck boxes next. Custom tokens and bags. Okay. What's next? And then there's a big box. Okay, but we got the Adventure Time Doubles Tournament. So that's going to be next. And then we've got some booster boxes as well. For the Glory Booster Collection. I'm going to put the For the Glory Booster Collection on the table so that I have them. I think that's everything for the most part that's in here. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. There's a rainbow spell I didn't even realize was in here. It's really well wrapped. Oh yeah, it's sleeved. Okay, so we're going to go over this card. Oh, okay, this is part of... Okay, we're going to save that then. Because that's supposed to be part of this, and it's not. I'm not sure why that's extra. And everything else is with its respective decks. But this, we're going to go with... We'll just put that off to the side for now. Okay, but we got the Adventure Time Doubles Tournament. So the doubles tournament, I remember, was an episode they did later in the series, where they revisited it, but it was in Daddy Daughter Card Wars, and Jake was with his daughter, and he met with his ex girlfriend and his rival at the time, I think. Grab a partner and do your way to victory against another pair of card warriors. In this 4-player Flute Fest, play as Jake, Cornfield and Icelands, and Charlie, Blue Plains and Icelands versus Grand Peace, Sandy Lands and Icy Lands, and Moniker, Useless Slop and Icy Lands. This set features teamwork cards that give you and your partner a sweet benefit turn after turn if you play your cards right. Contents is 164 game cards, 4 oversized hero cards, 9 bonus oversized hero cards, and 16 landscape tiles, lots of hit points and frozen tokens, and 1 rulebook. So it's a 4-player game. So this is to teach you how to play the game in 4-player mode. Is essentially what this is for. And this is a unique kind of take on it. Because I haven't seen the... Okay, but here's the rule book. I'm curious what's different. 4 decks of 40, of course. 4 oversized hero cards, 9 bonus... Oh! Oh, so there's more hero cards in this one. Okay, so what's the difference? Take a mulligan. Okay, so based on how this looks and works, I've never played the double. I didn't have the doubles tournament either. Look at how this works. You place your landscapes next to each other, and then you sit in front of wherever. You sit opposite from your partner. And so you're fighting both of people at the same time. That is interesting. That is an interesting way of doing card wars, and I have not seen that yet. But it otherwise looks like it's the exact same gameplay. Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same, but with different cards. So you can build your decks and then play in a 2 or 4 player. That's useful. Okay, but it came with a promo card. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Grand Prix deck first, if I can find this. But we have all the, of course, all the... Ah, okay. Okay, we've once again got bags for everything. So here's all the Niceland stuff. So here's all the fields. They run the exact same fields as everyone else, but it's... Yeah, it's just the doubles tournament version. Yeah, so it's the exact same. Okay. So, putting those off to the side, because they're in the way. We're getting to the meat and potatoes of it, but we got 4 decks. Okay, so I'm gonna have to sort through that. I'm gonna actually. Oh, okay. I'm gonna set this here. Okay, but this is a far smaller deck. This should be useful. This should be really a lot easier. This is a far smaller collection, so it should be a lot easier. These bags need to go in here as well because those are for collecting coins and other such things. But yeah, we've got all the characters that were from that episode. So we've got Jake. I think once during turn where a creature controls damage an opponent, you may deal 1 damage to a target creatures in one of your lanes. So we got Jake. Charlie is new. I think Jake has the exact same effect that he has in the base game. Charlie is new. So once during your turn, you may move a creature you control to an adjacent empty landscape. Grand Prix is also new. So Grand Prix is once during your turn, you may put a creature you played during your turn back in your hand, then play for free and put 3 damage on it. Cool. Then we have Moniker, who's also new. She was she's from the game, but she was in the episode. Once during your turn, you may ready a floops creature. Very useful. And then we have a bunch of other people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we've got 9 different characters to play as on top of that. So we've got Tree Trunks. And Tree Trunks. Once during your turn, you may discard a card with a pie in its name to gain 1 action. So once again, we've got a pie build here going on. So it kind of works with some of Nepter stuff. Ricardio. Ricardio is... We love Ricardio because he's voiced by, what is it? George Takei. I want to say George Takei, but yeah. But yeah, he's voiced by a really iconic. He has a really iconic voice. Once during your turn, removes 1 HP. If you do reveal the top card of your deck, you may discard. Okay. Magic Man. No, we don't like Magic Man. At least early seasons. Magic Man. When you play a 2 card with 2 cost 2, deal 2 damage to a creature an opponent controls. So kind of being a mean. That makes sense. Billy. We all love Billy. We all miss Billy. But yeah, Billy. If your opponent's deck runs out of cards, you win the game. Ooh. Okay, so there is no rule for that. That was my question, is if you run out of cards, do you lose the game? As it turns out, no, because Billy has a unique mechanic for that. Okay, Susan Strong. Susan Strong. Pay 1 action to destroy creature you control. Deal damage equal to its cost to the opposing creature. Makes sense. Cosmic Owl. Essentially, Jesus. Essentially, is what he is. But pay 1 action. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck and rearrange them. Okay, so he has the ability to look at every card and fix them. Okay. Abracadaniel. Abracadaniel is, I don't think Abracadaniel is new. No, because pay one action, reveal the top card of your deck. If there's a rainbow card, play it. Okay, so he can play rainbow. So he's built good for rainbow decks. Huntress Wizard, who's always pretty cool. Huntress Wizard, at the start of the game, choose a word with 3 or more letters. Whenever you play a card with that word in its name, deal 1 damage to a target creature and your opponent controls. Okay. And then Prismo. Prismo is cool. We like Prismo. Prismo. Also his voice actor got screwed over, I know, from when Adventure Time Fiona and Cake started streaming. Apparently he was not told that there would be a new series and was not asked to reprise his role because apparently his agent just declined on his behalf, which is really messed up. And he was very upset about it when he found out he wasn't invited to come back because of his agent. So yeah, he was very upset about that. Okay, but Prismo is also useful for rainbow decks though, because the card says that if you have no matching landscapes, your creatures have 1 defense. So he just actively buffs all of your creatures, which is great. I like that idea that Prismo just buffs all your monsters. I'm gonna put these back in some sort of order. Moniker, Tree Trunks, Ricardio, Magic Man, Billy, Susan, Cosmic Owl. There we go. Okay. And now we get to the actual meat and potatoes, which is going through all of the decks. I need the box back for that, so we can put them all back. Do 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 do. How do I unwrap this deck? So Jake, I'm assuming. So this is Jake's deck specifically. He has his own card to reference his deck, to reference his own deck. But I'm assuming you can, when you have all the cards, you can play in whatever kind of order, whatever you want. So it doesn't really matter if the decks are arranged, because you can just slot those into your deck and play a 2-player game. There's no real issue with that. But I'm assuming all of these cards have similar effects. Like we'll see in a minute, but I'm assuming. Okay, this literally just says Jake's name on it. Like, just to let you know who owns the deck. Which is funny. 2v2. This is his 2v2 deck. Is Jake's deck separated out? Ooh. Okay, it is separated out. Okay, we're gonna put that one to the side. We're gonna put this one off to the side. Okay, we're gonna go through Jake's deck and keep them somewhat organized, I think. So, first and foremost, we have 2 copies of Feedman, who is a new cornfield creature for this version. When Feedman enters play, the next creature you play this turn costs 1 less to play. So, he's helpful for putting cards on the field. That's essentially what he does. Okay, we're going to place this on Jake's face. Dupe. And then we have Green Zebracorn. Again, another Zebracorn. A unicorn type creature. But yeah, Green Zebracorn. When Green Zebracorn attacks, immediately deal 1 damage to a target opponent. Times 2. So that deals damage to whoever you're attacking, is essentially what it is. Alright, but then you have Grizzled Zebracorn. Alright, so okay, he has a lot of Zebracorn cards in his deck, I'm noting. So, at least for his 2-player version. So you got the Grizzled Zebracorn. When Grizzled Zebracorn attacks, immediately deal 2 damage to a target opponent. That's a better version of what he just played. And then you have Shielded Zebracorn. Ooh, when Shielded Zebracorn attacks, immediately heal 1 damage from an adjacent creature. So this, again, is really helpful for keeping your creatures on the field. And you have spiked. He's running a lot of Zebracorn cards. Alright, when spiked Zebra... Okay, so spiked Zebracorn. When spiked Zebracorn attacks, immediately deal 1 damage to each opposing creature in adjacent lanes. That's... Okay, so that's for damaging opponents in adjacent lanes, I'm assuming. That wording is a little weird, but I'm gonna go with it. And then you have this one. Young Zebracorn Husker. Alright, if Young Zebracorn Husker leaves play during your fight phase, you may put it on the top of your deck. So it just recycles itself. That's pretty helpful, considering, you know, a lot of decks need to be able to do that, is what it does. And and he has, again, Young Zebracorn Husker. Train Zebracorn Husker. So, upgrade. Essentially is what it is. So, 1+1 attack for each teamwork card in your team controls. If Train Zebracorn Husker leaves play during your fight phase, you may put it in your hand. Ooh. Alright. King Baby. King Baby is fun. So King Baby's interesting. So King Baby. Floop and pay 1 action. Deal 1 damage to a target creature for each cornfield landscape you control. Nice. So... Let's do play 1 action, deal 1 damage to a target creature for each corn. Okay, so if you're running cornfields on a doubles tournament thing, that'll help. Okay, so Infinite Haymaker. I love the pun in the names, by the way. A lot of these are pun based, and I love them. In any case, cornfield spell. Deal damage to yourself equal to the target creature's remaining defense, then destroy it. Ugh. So you hurt yourself. Okay, but that would be useful for cards that allow you to heal yourself as well. So that could be potentially pretty helpful. And we have this. And then we have Bailout. When target creatures attack this turn, if it would leave play during the fight phase, remove all damage from it instead. Ooh. Pretty helpful. Okay, I like that. And then there's Hay Barn. Hay Barn's useful. So Hay Barn. Floop and pay 1 action. If your landscape in this lane is empty, play Feedman from your discard pile onto it for free. If Hay Barn leaves play, destroy the Feedman in this lane. Ooh. So you have to play... So this is designed to work with Feedman, but you have to keep the building safe or Feedman goes poof. Okay, that makes sense. Hay Barn. And, okay, we just did that, didn't we? Yeah. Okay, so Husker Garrison. Okay, so more Husker themes things. Husker Garrison. I like Husker Garrison. Your creature in this lane has +1 attack and +1 defense for each cornfield creature you control. Okay, so that's pretty helpful. And then we have our first cooperation card. So these are new to the game. We don't have cooperation card. We only have cooperation cards for this deck. So, cooperation cards, we have Cooperation, Cornfield Teamwork. At the start of your team's fight phase, if you played no creatures during your turn, your teammate may play creature out of turn with the cost of less than 1 for free. Neat. Okay, and then he has nice land cards and some spells, and he has yet again another cooperation cards. Okay. He's running 3. Okay, which isn't many, but I'm assuming, considering you're gonna be doing the bulk of it, having at least 1 is helpful. Okay, but Adora Bunny. This is another card that's new to this deck. A lot of these are new to this deck. Nice land creature. At the start of your turn, if Adora Bunny has 4 or more damage on it, deal 3 damage to a target opponent. Ooh. Okay, so Adora Bunny just soaks up damage, doesn't attack itself, but then just starts throwing out 3s when it gets low, when it starts to get low. That's pretty helpful. Cutie Koala, he's got 2 copies of this. So Cutie Koala. While Cutie Koala has 4 or more damage on it, it has +2 attack. So it attacks more. Again, this is how nice land creatures work, so I'm not really surprised. And I know that Charlie runs a nice land deck as well, so that's going to be interesting. Dude. And then Lovable Lamb. He's got 2 of these. Lovable Lamb, nice lands creature. At the start of your turn, Lovable Lamb has 4 or more damage on it. Deal 2 damage to your opposing creature this lane. Ooh, helpful. Okay. So that's pretty helpful. Again, a lot of Nice Lands cards are about taking damage and dealing it in return, and punishing the opponent accordingly. So, yeah, it makes sense. But then we have Stitching Squirrel, or Stitched Squirrel. I may have misread that. Stitched Squirrel. At the start of your turn, if Stitched Squirrel has 4 more damage on it, destroy an opposing building. Ooh. So that just removes buildings from play. That's pretty useful. I like that idea. Alright, so we also have Endearing Elephant. Endearing Elephant is great, I think. Probably. I don't know. I haven't read the card effect yet. Endearing Elephant. If Endearing Elephant is targeted by an opponent's spell, deal 2 damage to the target opponent. Okay, so if it's targeted by a spell, it attacks the opponent. Makes sense. That's how Nice Lands cards are supposed to play, I think. But then we have Giddy Giraffe. There's 2 of these. Giddy Giraffe. Giddy Giraffe. While Giddy Giraffe has 4 more damage on it, it targets your opponent instead of the opposing creature. Ooh. Ooh, so it deals direct attack if its health starts to get low. That's mean. That can be... Well, it needs a buff to it if you're using it, but that can be mean. In my case, Huggable Hedgehog. Huggable Hedgehog is a Nice Lands creature. While Huggable Hedgehog has 4 more damage on it, targets your opponents instead of the opposing creature. So I'm noting that Jake is running a lot of plushie stuff for his Nice Land stuff, and just generally a lot of stuff that's useful for teamwork on his cornfield deck. Then we have 2 of these. Then you have Punch Puppy. Okay, and this is another Nice Lands creature. He's running a lot of plushies on his Nice Land deck, half of the deck. Deal 3 damage to Patch Puppy. Patch Puppy has +2 attack this turn. Okay. So you deal 3 damage to it, and it gets a buff. So it becomes a +5, but that also makes it 1 step closer to being damaged. Patchwork is a... And then we have a spell... Again, he's running a lot of Nice Land stuff, but he's got a Patchwork spell. Which Patchwork, redistribute the damage on creatures you control. No creature can have more damage than the fence. Okay. Okay, so that just makes it so that all of your you can update your defenses. That's helpful. Cuddle Puddle. I love this card. I love the idea of that card. Okay, so what does it do? All creatures deal damage equal to their attack to the opposing creature in their lane. Friendly creatures have +1 attack. Okay. Oh, so this just makes all creatures attack, regardless of what they are. That's pretty useful. So if you and your partner are running a thing, that's what it's useful for. And then we also have Pillow Fortress. This is again a new card. So Pillow Fortress. Flip and pay 1 action, heal or damage to deal 2 damage to a creature you control in this lane. They do the same to a friendly creature. Nice. And then we have another... And then we have Solidarity, which is a teamwork spell. So, the first creature that attacks another creature during your team's turn has +1 attack that turn. That can be either really good or really bad, depending on who attacks first. I'm assuming in the context that you're going to be attacking first, but that can be potentially dangerous. And then we have Sheep, which does nothing but is cute. We then have Eternal High 5, which is useful. Heal or deal 1 damage to a target creature after playing this. Heal or deal 1 damage to a target creature after playing this. You may put it into your teammate's hand. Ooh, so no, Extreme High 5. Heal or okay, so you can just pass this between your teammates, and use it to heal your. That's a useful. Not for like a solo player thing, but that's useful for a teamwork thing, which is why it's here. And then you have this. Family Gathering. Choose another player and a landscape you control. Draw a card for each of their creatures that match that landscape type. Ooh. Okay, so that's pretty helpful for single player. Then you have Royal Revelry. Yeah, spell card. If target creature you control deals 1 or 2 more damage to an opponent this turn, deal 2 damage to that opponent. After playing this, you may put it into your teammate's hand. Great. I like that idea. Okay, so again, that's a good teamwork spell. Yeah, so you just passed. So again, that's a card that you just passed through. I had to reread that in fact. Play your next creature building for free with a creature or building with it with that name is in play. This is clone. I don't, okay, that's a little confusing. What is it? I think the idea is that if you're already run that exact same building or landscape, or if you're already run that exact same building or creature already, you can play it again. I think that's the idea they're going for. And then finally we have another collaboration, which is another teamwork spell. And it's a rainbow spell this time. There aren't many teamwork spells, which is interesting considering the entire deck is built around them. But yeah, rainbow teamwork, the first time your teammate puts a rainbow spell during the turn, the other teammate may play a rainbow spell with the same effect, same cost for free. Okay, so you get to play rainbow spell, a free rainbow spell. Okay, and then we have Charlie's. So, we gotta open the rest of this deck. But we're getting to the point. I'm trying to keep them somewhat separated. Okay, I think I'm gonna put Jake's back in the box. But to keep it safe, I'm gonna put Jake's back in the box. We're almost done with this, hopefully. Because we only got the 2 tuck boxes. We only got these left, and then we got the tuck boxes. And then we've got the big box, which I'm pretty sure is just to store everything, and then we're done. Hopefully. I knew this was going to be a long stream, and I wish I had started this earlier. I knew this was going to be a long stream when it arrived. But in case. Okay, we're in. Okay, that's Charlie's deck. I'm gonna put Jake's back, and we're gonna go over. Now I think I'll put the teams back to when I'm done with both of them. Okay, so we've got Team Charlie's deck. To kind of differentiate and separate them, but we got Charlie's deck. Then we've got her. She's running a lot of blue plains and again more nice lands. So she's running a lot similar to her father, but some of them are different. Well, that also means we can skip over some of her cards, but not many. Yeah, some. Some, not all of them, but some. Okay, but we got Pyromancer. Pyromancer's a blue plains. So, whenever Pyromancer is placed on an empty landscape, you may deal 2 damage to a target creature in that lane. Pay now in action. Move the Pyromancer to an empty landscape you control. Okay, that's... I think that's a little confusing. Oh no, you get to move it and then use the effect again. So you just get to bounce them around and mess with your opponent and deal 2 damage to the creatures that you're opposing. That can be pretty useful if you don't have a creature in that. But you can only do that once per turn, I'm assuming. And then she has 2 of those. And then we have Geomancer. Geomancer is also new. Blue plains creature at the start of your turn, you may move Geomancer to an empty landscape you control. So similar to Pyromancer, but he doesn't do damage. But he does allow you to move him out of the way of an attacker. Hydromancer. Okay, she only has 1 Hydromancer. Which makes sense because it costs 2. But Hydromancer. Blue plains creature. When Hydromancer enters play, you reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal a teamwork card. Then play it for free. Shuffle the other revealed cards in your deck. Okay, so this is just useful for farming for teamwork cards. Which are the meat and potatoes of, the 2-player teams. Which makes sense. And then you have Aeromancer. There's one copy. I'm noting that some of these are one copy that they cost 2, whereas others have 2 copies that they cost 1. Blue Plains creature. When Aeromancer enter play, you may swap the position of 2 creatures target player controls. So you can force it. So can you move a card around? I'm noting that the doubles tournament version of this is a lot more nuanced than advanced. That's going to be interesting. Necromancer. Pretty sure everybody knows what Necromancer is, but there's 2 copies. Whenever one of your creatures leaves play, you may move Necromancer to that creature's empty landscape. Okay, so it takes over. Whatever. That's useful. Biomancer, there's 2 copies. She's running the entire Mancer deck, I'm noting, which is pretty useful on its own. Biomancer, whenever one of your creatures changes lanes, heal 2 damage from Biomancer. Okay, so Biomancer just gets to heal himself. Pretty good. Then there's Robomancer. There's 2 of these. Robomancer. And Robomancer, +1 attack for each creature that changed lanes during your turn. So he just gets stronger the more. So this is considering this entire thing, this entire archetype is clearly built around swapping lanes. That makes a bit of sense. Then we have Chronomancer, which is the final one of these. It's a 2-pointer. But each time Chronomancer changes lanes, it gains 1 action. Ooh. So you can flip it around, but it gains an action. So and then there's this spell, redirect damage. Redirect danger. Yeah, redirect danger. Move your up to 3 damage to one of your creatures to the opposing creature in its lane. Oh, so you can just make an opposing creature take damage. That's fun. I love that idea. And then there's Convey Wisdom. So Convey Wisdom, look at the top 4 cards of the target player's deck and put them back in any order, then draw a card. Okay, so you can either use this on your opponent to screw them up, or use it on yourself to benefit yourself or your partner. And so that you can either use this to screw over your opponent or help yourself and your partner. So that can be really useful in the doubles thing. Cloud Tower is a building. So, Cloud Tower. Blue Plains building. Your creature in this lanes cannot be targeted by your opponent's spells or creature abilities. Floop. Move a creature you control to your landscape in this lane. Ooh, so this helps facilitate moving cards around. That works. And then Dome Stronghold is a new card. Dome Stronghold. Your creature in this lane has +2 defense and cannot be damaged by your opponent's spells. Nice. I like that. I like that effect. And then there's 2 of them. Okay. And then we have another cooperation effect. So we got this guy. I'm not sure what it does. Contribution. Blue Plains teamwork. At the start of you and your teammate's fight phase, if your teammate drew 3 or more cards this turn, the other teammate may also draw a card. I'm assuming this is designed to work with, Okay, so I think this is designed to work with Jake's deck, where somebody draws a card and then you get to play it. But you would have to build around that. And then we have Adora Bunny. We're going to skip over that. We're going to skip over Lovable Lamb. Fluffy Fox, I think, is new. I'm going to show it because I don't think Fluffy Fox is new. No, I don't think it is. When Fluffy Fox has 4 more damage on it, it ignores the first 2 damage dealt by its opposing creature. Yeah, it's definitely new. Okay, so now we're in some of the newer cards that Charlie is running. But I like this archetype of the plushies. It's really interesting. We have Overstuffed Orangutan, which is useful. Well, Overstuffed Orangutan has 4 more damage on it. Its attack value is doubled, so it deals 4 damage as opposed to 2. That's pretty useful. Don't piss off the monkey. We can skip over these next several because they're cards that Jake has. Soon Sloth. This is a nice lands creature and a new one. Soon Sloth. Each adjacent creature has +1 attack. If Soon Sloth has 4 or more damage on it, each adjacent creature has +2 attack instead. So it buffs creatures next to it, is what it does. That's pretty useful. And then you have Knit Kitty. Knit Kitty is again another new monster. Knit Kitty. Knit Kitty is affected by buildings on an adjacent landscape. Ooh, so it doesn't need its own building because it gains the benefit. Well, actually, no, it gains the benefits of 2 buildings. If it's next, this is also useful in single player because if it's next to a building, then you can use this to buff it. You can place this in a single player deck, and then this will be buffed by both adjacent buildings. It's not designed to do that because there's a the way that doubles tournament card wars works, according to what I can read from what I glean from the instructions, is that there's only 2 lanes but there's 2 lanes on either side of you. So you're battling with one lane, you're battling with another lane. So yeah. So this can be really broken in a regular single player deck. Not so much a doubles deck. But in case, Stuffed is a new Nice Lands card. I like that. Alright, so Stuffed. Nice Land spell. Choose a creature that control and needs deal damage to it equal to its attack, then its attack value is doubled this turn. Ooh. Okay, so it doubles the attack, but it also deals however many damage. So if you're not careful, that can kill your monsters. So yeah, that's mean. In any case, Hug It Out is another one. Is another new one. Another new spell. Nice Land spell. Destroy target creatures you control and destroy the opposing creatures in its lane. So you can remove a monster from play. That's useful. But you also remove yourself from play. So that's a double-edged sword. And then we have Beanball Bamba. Whatever that means. Beanball Bamba. Nice Lands building Floop. Healer 2, deal 2 damage to your creatures. Deal damage to your creature in this lane until it has 4 damage on it. Ooh. Okay. That's useful. And then we have another card related to that. So we have Fellowship. Nice Lands Teamwork. During you and your opponent's fight phase, the first time the damage is dealt to an opponent, the other teammate may deal 1 damage to a target creature on one of their lanes. Ooh. Okay, so during you and your teammates fight, so this is useful for forcing pressure on your opponent. That's useful. That's really useful. That's gonna place that. And then there's the Barrel. I'm noting some of these are given the theme, I'm gonna guess the Barrel has +1 attack and +1 defense for each other, but the Barrel in play. But there's only one. Okay. That's not a particularly great card, but I'm assuming there's a booster or something that gives you more of these. Because that's not useful on its own. Like, this is essentially a useless card because there's no other The Barrel. That's a useless card. Firm Handshake. New card. Okay. Firm Handshake. Deal 5 damage to your opponent and self-target. Unless the Barrel is in another deck that I haven't gotten to yet. That's probably what it is. Tandem Bike. Okay, so this is another rainbow effect. But you know what Tandem Bike is. Choose a creature you control and put it into its owner's hand. Then choose another player. That player chooses a creature they control and put it into their owner's hand. Ooh. Okay, so it forces 2 people to bounce a monster back to their deck. It can be useful. And then Enchanted Celebration. This is another new card. I just keep saying that, but there's some cards that are repeats and most aren't. But in any case, move target creature into adjacent empty landscape the owner controls. After playing this, you may put it back in your teammate's hand. Nice! And last but not least, we have the rainbow effect for this deck, which is communication. The Rainbow Teamwork card. The first time you or your teammate plays a rainbow spell which costs 0 during their turn, the other teammate may copy it and may choose new targets. Neat. Neat. Okay. Okay, so overall, these decks are kind of fun. Obviously, the Nice Lands decks are designed to work together with these decks, but otherwise, they're pretty unique. Obviously, Jake running his cornfields and Charlie running her nice lands can make this deck really, really powerful and really, really mean. But we're going to put that back in the deck. And now we're going to get to the rest of these, which is Team After School Program. And Grand Prix is is running a Sandy Lands and Icy Lands deck. So he's running 2 Sandy Lands and 2 Icy Lands. Okay, so that's pretty helpful. That's pretty good. Gotta sort out his deck. He's running a lot of cornfield creatures. There we go. He's running a lot of not cornfield creatures, but he runs a lot of what the deck says he's running essentially. In any case, here's Grand Prix's deck card. Pretty useful. But in any case, what does it start with? Let's start with Shifty Sandcrab ×2. So he has 2 of these. The Shifty Sandcrab, Sandylands creature. Whenever a creature enters play during your turn, you may swap positions with it and Shifty Sandcrab. Ooh. Okay, so this is yet another flipping lane swapping thing to mirror what Charlie was doing. ×2. Slashy Sandcrab. He's running all the Sandcrab archetypes, I think. The Sandcrab archetype. Or at least from what I can tell. Sandylands creature. Whenever you play a creature on adjacent landscape, Slashy Sandcrab deals 2 damage to the creature in its lane. Oh, okay. No, this entire deck is built around lanes and manipulating them. Then you have this guy, Sailing Sandcrab. When Sailing Sandcrab enters play, you may play a creature that costs 1 for free. Neat. Then there's Repelling Rock Crab. Whenever Repelling Rock Crab takes damage from a creature, it deals that much damage to that creature. Neat. Routing Rock Crab. Okay, so Routing Rock Crab. Whenever Routing Rock Crab takes damage from a creature, you may move that creature to an adjacent empty landscape. Neat. And then we have the Cooper. And then you have and then they said and then they made a joke about how it's the pig of this one, but I flipped the Cooper. Flip. Target creature gets plus attack for this turn equal to the total cost of teamwork cards your team controls. Ooh, so this is mean for taking out teamworks. Okay, I can see why Jake didn't do well in the episode either. Because that's just a card designed to punish people for playing the game the right way. That's essentially what that is. In any case, we also got Lifeguard Lobster ×2, which is interesting. Sandylands creature. Whenever another creature enters play during your turn, you must also heal with damage from another creature. That's pretty helpful. He's running 2 of those. And then we have Longboard Lobster. This is pretty cool. Was 1 attack for each useless swamp landscape in play. He's not running useless swamp though. Nobody's running useless swamp. This is a useless card. Nobody's unless it isn't his girlfriend. Ah, yes. Okay. That's what I was missing. She's running useless swamp and he's not. Okay. And then surging serve. Destroy 1 target opposed creature. Destroy 1 target opposing creature. Each opponent draws cards equal to that creature cost. Okay. Okay, and then we have Bailout, which is a spell. Sandyland spell. Put target creature you own into your hand, then play it for free. Okay, so, and then there's 2 sandcastles, which are interesting. Sandylands building, destroy sandcastle, put your creature in this lane into your hand, and then play it for free. If it's already on the field, then I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of that is. If you're allowed to play it again, I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of that is. Maybe just, move it? I'm assuming move it to another lane, but that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense why you would destroy it only to then play it again. But in case we have Crab Skull Island, which is another Sandyland building. He's running all the crab cards. Flip and play one action. If you do not control a creature in this lane, reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal a creature. Then play it in this lane for free. Shuffle the other revealed cards in your deck. Okay, I'm noting he gets a lot of the crab cards, and they all have similar-ish effects. And then, or crustacean cards, I guess is the best way to put it. And then there's Assistance, which is the Sandyland teamwork card. At the start of you and your teammate's fight phase, if you or your teammate played a creature with cost 2 or greater this turn, the other teammate may draw a card. Neat. Okay, and then we're on his Iceland deck. His Iceland's deck. I'm curious what he did with his Iceland's deck. Because I know Grand Prix gave Jake a run for his money in the actual episode. That's not what the episode is mainly about, but it's about Jake, finally settling his trauma and not, it's finally growing up and being a bigger person and not letting Grand Prix get to him anymore, which is why he hates Card Wars, why he gets so bent out of shape playing Card Wars. I know that's what the episode's about. But yeah, Grand Prix is obviously very good at deck building, because a lot of his deck is mean, I'm noting. But mint Chuckaflage, so there's ×2. When there's no opposing creatures in this lane, mint Chuckaflage can't be damaged by your opponent's spells or creature abilities. Ooh. So if it kills the creature that's across from it, it can't be damaged by spells or abilities. So it has to kill a monster first, or a monster has to be removed from play first. But that can be potentially helpful. And also, I'm noting he's running Frozen Treat monsters for his deck. Yeah, he is for his ice. Okay, I'm noting that. Okay, there's a theme with his decks. He's running crabs, and there's a theme with both of these decks. I'm noting. Okay, but Patriot Popsicle. And it makes sense. I mean, Iceland spell. When Patriot Popsicle enters play, you may freeze a landscape in this lane. Ooh. Okay, so that freezes landscapes. Again, very mean deck. But we have Ice Cream Sammy. Weirdly, only one copy of him, but Ice Cream Sammy. I flip and play an action, choose a lane, freeze both landscapes in that lane. Ooh. Okay, so that can be potentially mean. I know because you can't play on frozen landscape cards. Frozen Banancy. Okay, and then this is another Icy Lands creature. He only has one. At the start of your fight phase, if there are more than more frozen tokens in this lane, deal 2 damage to a target opponent. Ooh, that's rough. And then there's Softy Recruit. Again, it's another one. He's running a lot of ones with his Icy Lands deck, I'm noting. When Softy Recruit enters play, if your opponent does not control a creature in this lane, gain 1 action. Ooh. Okay, so that's, again, dependent on whether or not there's someone in the lane. But, okay, Mocha Launcher. Okay, and this is Mocha Launcher. And Mocha Launcher is, I'm noting, mean. Flip and pay 1 action, deal 2 damage to target creature. That creature is destroyed in this way. Freeze landscape is on. And it otherwise can't attack. So that's pretty much its only way of damaging you. Which means you have to do a bit of a burn. So that's useful. Ultra Dog. And so Ultra Dog allows you to freeze landscapes. You freeze a target landscape with a creature on it. That's pretty useful. Especially, and then we have Smooth Eli, which he's a smoothie, so it makes sense. Oh, and he gets to move frozen tokens around. That's pretty helpful and useful. Okay, I like that. He moves a token to a targeted landscape. That's helpful. And then we have Chocolate Takoi, I think. Chocolate Takodi. Okay. Icy Lands creature. At the start of your fight phase, if any landscape in this land is frozen, deal 1 damage to each creature target player controls. Okay, so if a landscape is frozen, it deals it attacks a creature. So very mean deck. I can see why Jake struggled against this. Jake and Charlie struggled against this. This is a mean deck. In any case, we got Ice Sing. This is a mean deck. Alright, but in any case, freeze one landscape controlled by a player, then draw one card. Ooh. Controlled by each player, then draw one card. Okay, so this just freezes landscapes. That's pretty useful. And then Frozen Lemonade. I love the puns. There's a lot of them. I love the puns. Okay, but Frozen Lemonade, Icy Land spell. Count the number of frozen landscapes, then heal 1 damage from that many friendly creatures. Oh. So that can be a potentially up to 16. Okay, so... But that... Okay, but there's not enough... Okay. So it maxes out at 8. Because there's 8 monsters on the field total. But it can heal for up to 16. So it's guaranteed to heal your monsters at that point. And then Snowbank is an icy building. Again, I love the puns. I am a big fan of the puns. Okay, but in any case, Iceland's building. Floop and remove a frozen token to this lane. Deal 3 damage to a target opponent. Okay, so that removes frozen tokens. And then we have his Icy Lands Cooperation one for this deck. So he gets an Icy Lands Cooperation card. So what is it? Camaraderie. Each time an opposing creature deals damage to your team, deal 1 damage to the opposing team. Neat. Okay, and then there's... Okay, and then he's running Icy Infiltrator, which we've seen before. So we're not going to do that one. Extreme High Five we've seen before. So we're not going to do that one either. Duet. Okay, and then we have Duet is new. But some of these cards are similar. So Duet. Heal 1 damage from a creature you control and 1 damage from a creature you do not control. Okay. So that's supposed to be a teamwork one, but you can also use that in a single player deck. Beach Blast is new. Reveal the top 3 cards in your deck. Draw 1 card and discard the rest. After playing this, you may put it into your teammate's hand. Okay, so this is yet another crab card. And then Twinsies and Collaboration we've already seen, because they're the exact same card that Jake was running. So, makes sense. They're quote-unquote rivals, so it makes sense. And then we have Moniker, who is a new character, also a new character. Okay, so, Moniker. Let's see what your deck is like. Alright, so we got Granary Weevil. It's a 2-player, so there's only one. It's a 2-pointer, so there's only 1 card of it. Destroy Granary Weevil. Destroy target opposing creature in this lane and any creature with the same name in play. Ooh. Okay, so that removes all creatures with the same name. That can be mean. Okay, I like where this is going. Okay, so we've got Investigator. Investigator, useless swamp creature, Floop. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. Play the revealed teamwork card for free, then discard the other cards. So this is similar to a card that Charlie has. Is how that works. Oh, she's running all Gators. Okay, I like that. They're all Gator puns, of course, because of course they are. But it's funny. Use a swamp creature. When Tail Gator enters play, draw a card from each creature placed in your discard pile this turn. Okay. So once again, useless swamp, demonstrating that it rewards you for being bad at the game. And Tailgater, we have 2 copies of. Yes. And then we have Fumigator. Fumigator's funny. I love all the puns. Flip and play 1 action. Deal 1 damage to each opposing creature. Ooh. Okay, so you play it, and then you play it again to deal a bunch of damage, to damage all the opposing creatures. So, These are offensive, is what their deck. So what I'm learning is that Grand Prix and Moniker's decks are very offensive. So they're very mean to play against. That is why Jake and Charlie lost in that episode. I'm learning of that. I do like this because this is canonically the deck they ran in the episode. So it's mean. But in any case, Navigator. Discard a card. This turn, Navigator gets attack equal to the cost of the discarded card. Okay, so if you have a high power card, it can be pretty devastating. Then there's two of them. Instigator. Instigator. What does Instigator do? I'm not sure, but it's got a 2+2 cost. When Instigator enters play, move target opposing creature into Instigator's lane if empty. Ooh. Ah. So it moves so it makes a monster attack it is essentially what it does. It moves a monster into the opposing lane, then attacks it. Which it has 5 attack with, so it's gonna hurt. So it forces you to attack it. So then you have Irrigator. Irrigator. When Irrigator is on an Icy Lands landscape, it is supposed to attack, and considering the fact that, she's running an Icy Lands landscape, that is appropriate. So, okay. Alright, and then Subjugator. Subjugator is funny. But yeah, Subjugator. The opposing creature in this lane has -1 defense for every 5 cards in your discard pile. Like pretty much every other useless swamp creature, it has an ability based on that. So, and then you have Staff of Frailty. It's a spell. So, Staff of Frailty. Add damage to a targeting creature until it has 1 defense remaining. Ooh. So it makes any monster that's opposing you weak to a single attack. That's mean. I like that, but that's mean. Waterlogged. Okay, Waterlogged. So opposing creatures have -2 to attack this turn. Ooh, and it can only lower them to 0. That's brutal. Okay, and then Bayou Fountain. There's two copies of this. Bayou Fountain. Discard a card. Your creature in this lane has +1 attack this turn, and then there's 2 copies of it. Okay, so that once again just sends a card to discard, which is useful. And then this one is Bog Palace. So Bog Palace. Your creature in this lane has +3 attack. At the start of each of your turns, discard a card. Ooh. Okay, so this just facilitates. So this is useful in a useless swamp deck by just facilitating its ability to send all your cards to discard slowly. Ooh, that makes a useless swamp a lot more mean. Because a lot of cards rely on that. That's mean. And then we have the cooperative spell for this deck. So we have the cooperative spell for Useless Swamp, Synchronization. At the start of your team's fight phase, if you play no spells during your turn, your teammate may play a spell out of turn with what costs 1 less or less for free. Also, if you don't have any spells, if you don't play a spell, this lets you play it. Okay, that's pretty useful. I like that. But that's situational. Again, Useless Swamp relies very much on you not knowing how to play the game. So, or rather being intentionally bad at it, so that you can reap the benefits from it. So that's again another thing. We've also seen Patriot Popsicle, seen Ice Cream Sammy, though she's running different. Soft Recruits, Mocha Launcher, Okay, here's a new card. We had to skip a couple, but because a lot of the decks are similar. Alright, 4-star Fudge. He's new. 4-star Fudge. Alright, each time a landscape becomes frozen, draw a card. Okay. And then we can skip Struck and Talcody. Brigadier Banana Split. He's a new card. Brigadier Banana Split, Icy Lands. When Brigadier Banana Split attacks, deal 2 damage to target opposing creatures on a frozen landscape. Ooh. Okay, so that again just works with all the other ones that allow frozen landscapes. And then we have Ice Cream Captain, who is also new. Ice Cream Captain. Ice Cream Captain costs 1 less to play for each play. Okay, for each player that controls a frozen landscape. So he has a 4-point. He's a 4-pointer, but you're gonna be freezing a lot of landscapes to get him on the field. So that's gonna be helpful. All right, and then you have Slushy Salvo. He's new. It's new. It's a spell. But Slushy Salvo. Freeze target landscape. You may move any number of frozen tokens to new landscapes. Ooh. Okay, so this just moves around landscapes. So that works really well. Bomb Pop. This is a new one as well. Bomb Pop. Okay, so Bomb Pop. Destroy target creature on a frozen landscape. Okay. So, but you have to freeze the landscapes or it's useless. Okay, that works. That makes sense to me. And then we have a couple of remaining spells. We have Ice Base, which is also new. It's an Icy Lands building. When Ice Base enters play, freeze both landscapes in this lane. You may play creatures in this lane even when a landscape is frozen. Ooh. Okay, so you don't have to get rid of monsters to play it. That's useful. That's really useful. And then we have the Ice one, which is coordination, which is another Ice Lands teamwork spell. While your teammate controls a creature on frozen landscape, your team may play creatures on onto frozen landscape. Okay, so just as long as you control a creature on a frozen landscape, you can play as many on the frozen landscape as you want. That's good. Okay, and then we have Icy Infiltrator, Firm Handshake. Okay, and then we got some new ones, sorta. Okay, we got Jinx. Jinx is a rainbow spell. It's a new rainbow spell. Choose 2 players. Each reveals a random card from their hand. If their costs do not match, to discard those cards. Okay, so just getting rid of cards is essentially the game of the game. And it works with useless swamp, and works with useless swamp and negator. Anyway, we have Matchy, which again continues this entire trend of gators. Discard the top 2 cards of your deck. If they have the same cost, deal damage equal to their combined cost to target opponent. After playing this, you may put it in your teammate's hand. Okay, so you can just, again, it's another card you can pass. Clone we've seen before, and Communication we've seen before. So, but there's also one last card that isn't part of the set, but it's apparently part of Grand Prix's deck, but it's a bonus card. So, we're going to show that off. I promise we're almost done, but I'm getting... This is a long... I knew this was going to be a long stream. I should not have started as late as I did, but in case... Twinsies! Twinsies is a rainbow spell card. And it's, I'm assuming, draw a card and reveal it. Another target player then reveals the top card of their deck. If their costs match, the targeted player draws it. So it's a free draw. Okay, this goes in Grand Prix's deck. So this is going, because according to this thing that it does. Okay, so Grand Prix and Moniker's deck are mean, and I like them, but they're mean, and I can understand why Jake and Charlie lost. So like they have a very offensive deck, and it's of course very mean. Okay, but that's gonna do her. That's gonna do her for this deck. This box is done. So we've got, yeah. Okay, we're gonna put this back together. But now that we're done with that, we got one last thing we need to do. Well, we've got two booster pack cards collections. So we need to go through those. Hopefully these won't take nearly as long, because, okay, there's 107 cards in each. So as long as we're quick, it's already 9:30, but we're getting to the last of the cards, so I'm almost done. Where's my scissors? I need my scissors. Where do my scissors? There's my scissors. This is a long, very long stream. Ugh, it's a very long stream, but it's worth it because it's worth it for the Card Wars. It's worth it for the Card Wars, chat. It's worth it. I promise. It's worth it for the Card Wars. Okay, so Floor of the Glory, I believe, was all the expansions that came out in addition to everything. So, oh yeah, there's a lot of cards in here. Okay, so there's 200 cards total in here. Ooh. Okay, I think we'll be able to speed through this a little bit because a lot of these are the same. Or at least from what I can gather from this, they're the same. Okay, that might make it a little bit faster. Just a little bit, though. And they're not part of any particular deck, so we can just do these in whatever order. I think I'm going to open them all and then just go through them. Yeah, these are all promo. Well, there's some that are different. Okay. But a lot of them are the same. Okay, so they just add additional... They just add additional copies of the card. Okay. Well, most of them do, anyway. Some of them are new, some of them are not. So we're going to go through the ones that are the same and then the ones that are not. But a lot of them are the same. Okay. Yeah, okay, I can't really go through many of these because they're all the same. Yeah. The only one that I think is new is Davy Bones. Only one, at least, I think. Yeah, okay. This goes a lot faster. A lot of these are the same. Yeah, a lot of these are just additional copies. Okay, so that makes my life a lot easier. I don't have to show you any of these because they're all cards that I've done before. Yeah, okay, they're all the same. Yeah, they add a new Immortal Maze Walker. But there is... Huh? Okay, I do have something to show you. Not entirely sure what this is. I think it's a blank card. Does it say anything about a blank card? Ah. Okay, I get the point. They're supposed to be mixed together. I get it. These are to build your own deck. So you can take from other decks as well as this one to build your own deck. Okay. That's pretty useful. Okay. So, the exception of this one, which is a blank. And I'm going to just hazard a guess and say that this is the exact same boat, being that you can build your own Card Wars deck from this. Exact same boat, I'm going to guess. Yep, all of these are exactly the same as something else in another deck. Yeah. So you're literally just supposed to build from whatever, take whatever from another deck. Yeah, these are all cards that we've seen before. Okay. So that makes it a little bit easier to go through. So the second box, I'm assuming, is the exact same boat. Okay, this makes it so much easier then. I literally just have to open them, tell you, hey, they're the same cards, and then not do anything content-wise. Okay. That's not very entertaining for you, but that's a lot easier for me, because now I don't have to do them. It's so much easier. So much easier. Okay. Strap to chew, chew. Okay. Yeah, it's the exact same. I knew that I had a feeling this was the case, but they are the exact same booster deck. Okay. So they literally sent me 2 copies of the booster deck. I might as well open them. Might as well open them all now and go through them. But now I have like multiple copies of each card. So that's really helpful and really good for building decks. And then I can just borrow landscapes from whatever deck. But I'm going to take out these 2 blank ones, because I don't really know what to do with them. Yeah. Why did they send me a blank card and I don't really know what it's supposed to be replacing? Probably is supposed to be a card or something. But I don't think it's any card. Because I have all the cards. And then this one. Oh no, weird, something weird. They sent me a blank card. I'm not sure what to do with it, but they sent me a blank. Choo-choo-choo. Yeah, I don't think there's any more blank cards in here. No, that seems to be the only one. And I don't know what card this is from. I don't know what card this is supposed to be, or if it was or if the other one's supposed to have a blank in it. I don't know. All I know is they sent me a blank card, and I don't know what to do with it. Maybe I'll make my own monster or something to be fun. I don't know, but it's clearly. I don't know. It's clearly supposed to be something that's supposed to be here, and it's not. What is this supposed to be? Because I don't see anything that it could possibly ever been sent in place of. I think they just sent me a blank card. Not complaining, but it's interesting. Okay. But in any case, these are going back in the box. But now we have more things that are supposed to go. Because while we are done with all the cards, technically speaking, there is, of course, the matter of how to store all of these, which the game does, in fact, come with. First things first, we got to go through. Yeah. Okay, this. Okay, and then there's. Like, actually, I do have other things I need to go through. but we'll get to in a minute. But yeah, the solution, so of course, to my little conundrum of where to store all these cards, is in this thing. This is there is a massive Adventure Time Card Wars Collector Storage box for all of the cards that they sent me today. I'm assuming it lets me organize. Gotta open this. They sent me a massive collector box. To put all of these in. I'm assuming there's no cards in this, it's just for storage. If there are, I don't know what I'll do. But if there are, I'm gonna lose it a little bit, probably. Part of me's probably gonna die inside. I don't think there's any cards in here. There shouldn't be. Ah, it's compartmentalized. Sorta. So you can put... So you can put your landscape cards in here, your tokens in one, and then separate out your decks to put them all in other places. Okay. So that's a pretty good storage box. It's big. Obviously, it's very big, but it helps me with storage and other things. So I'm gonna set this off to the side. And now we've gotten to all of the, I think all of the stuff that's in here. Okay. This I'm gonna set off to the side, but what else we've got is we've actually got some other additional stuff to enhance the game. There's tuck boxes, which I don't really know what are. So we're gonna open that. But it came with tuck boxes. I'm not sure what tuck boxes are, but I'm assuming they're another storage related thing. To keep your cards nice and safe and all those good stuff. Okay. Ah. Okay. I understand. These are the duck boxes. Okay. So what they do is they let you sort out your decks by person. Aha. And then there's 2 additional ones for your bonus deck, for your side deck stuff. Alright, so kind of explain what this is. Okay, so to kind of explain what these are designed to be for each individual deck. So I gotta fold them out, but these are designed to be for each individual deck. This is a 10th anniversary box, but the rest, and this one is behemoth themed. But essentially what these, okay, but the rest are all, I gotta put these a little bit together. These are designed to store your boxes. Okay, these are designed to sort out your decks based on themes. Okay, so there's a BMO one, and there's a 10th anniversary one. But the way these work, once I get them all set up, is that they are all themed to house a different deck. They're all themed to house different decks. So, for example, they're all themed after the different characters. So there's one for Finn, and there's one for Jake, and there's one for Laney Rainicorn, and then there's the Daddy-Daughter one for the Daddy-Daughter Card Wars, which features old Jake. Features the alternate Jake deck, the alternate the Charlie deck, and then the Moniker and Grand Prix deck. So all these are designed to keep the decks separated and nicely compartmentalized. So that's really helpful. And also tells you what their player card effect is supposed to be. So I have to organize these, but that's essentially what these are. And then what we have in here is more tokens. I will have to organize all of this. Of course, I will have to organize all of this. That was probably tonight's job. I'm gonna spend spend like next several hours. I'm gonna spend tonight organizing and making sure everything is the way it should be. I'm assuming it doesn't work with the landscape cards, though. You're going to have to punch those out, unfortunately, and just put those wherever. It's mostly for your decks, for your main deck. So, yeah. But then, I'm really worried about opening this one in particular, because all this stuff's going to spill out. Or not. There's a bag. That's a lot better. Okay, that's a lot. That's something a lot far less that I don't need to worry. That's something more that I don't have to worry about. Okay, so there's tokens in here. Ooh, okay. These are acrylic tokens, so you don't have to punch them out. These are special tokens. So you don't have to punch them out. Now that's really helpful. That's real helpful. Okay. I like that. That's real helpful. You don't have to punch them out. They're just special tokens. Okay. And then they have their own little drawback, which I am used to using to store stuff, by the way, because there's also another one of these with my Binding of Isaac for Souls decks that also use this exact bag to store all their excess stuff. So I am used to doing that. But okay, the deck boxes, and then there is, well, two last things I need to show off. That being, okay, if I can get this open. But there is two last things that I need to show off. And something that I feel is saved best for last, at least from the Card Wars stuff, because there's one other little surprise that isn't technically part of Card Wars, but is something that is here. Which is, we officially have Dweeb and Cool Guy mugs. I mean, like they have the Adventure Time Card Wars branding on the back of them, but they are literally the Dweeb and Cool Guy mug. It's great, and I love that. But yeah, they have Card Wars branding on them, so they're cool. So they're kind of collector items. But there's a Dweeb and Cool Guy mug. Come on, you have to do it now. Like, you gotta drink at the end of the game, because now that there's the mugs. All right, but that's great. Okay. But yeah, that's great. I'm keeping them in the box so they kind of sort of stay nice. But that is all it for the Adventure Time stuff. However, that is not all it for the Kickstarter stuff. Because there is, in fact, one last thing that came in this that is part of unrelated thing. This is part of an unrelated thing, but if I can get this thing open. Okay. So this is actually related to a completely unrelated to a somewhat unrelated Kickstarter that Cryptozoic Entertainment is putting on in addition to this, but they are in fact also doing a, if I can do this, they are in fact also doing a, what is it? An Adventure Time role-playing game, and if you Kickstarter this, you get a free module to go along with it. So they're doing another adventure. So Cryptozoic Entertainment is doing another Adventure Time thing. That will be coming later down the line. That will be its own stream when I open that and try to dissect that. But Cryptozoic Entertainment is doing more Adventure Time stuff. So this will not be the last Adventure Time stream that I'm doing. Theme stream that I'm doing. We are going to be, of course, there's this module. It's designed to work with their Adventure Time role-playing game. So, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, I guess is the best way to explain it, except Adventure Time themed. So, it's a module. I'm going to flip the pig, a 5e module for Adventure Time, the role-playing game. The Land of Ooh is filled with adventure of every kind imaginable, so having a magical Adventure Time adventure seems too perfect for an opportunity to miss. We ported in the creatures of Card Wars to play in the poetic place of Magic, Boys and Magic Man. We've written rules of revolving the Card Wars match using a trusty T20, and we've sent the players to a Card Wars tournament hall to discover the truest meaning of Christmas, or at least to find a scheming scoundrel. All right. So kind of explain this since I'm not going to go through this entire module. Because I'm not going to go through this whole module because it's really its own thing. Yeah, he summons a bunch of monsters and other things, and then there's character sheets in the back that you can fill out and notes. But yeah, kind of reading the introduction. Magic Man has stolen the alphamatical copy of the Immortal Maze Walker card from the Maze Master Binder, an ancient artifact that holds the first and most powerful version of every Card Wars card. This dastardly spell-slinger is attempting to dupe this terrifying creature and build an unstoppable army that will ravage the Land of Ooh. So, in case your adventures are summoned by Prismo, the keeper of the Master Binder, to stop Magic Man and get the card and his cardboard catastrophe. They need to get him and get that card back. And to help you on your mighty quest, Prismo has recruited the Pig to join you on your adventure bring party. Overcome a series of harrowing adventures and battle Magic Man in a head-to-head card-slinging showdown. It's a Card Wars campaign in the Land of Ooh that you'll never forget. You hold in your hands a complete adventure scenario for a short 5e adventure in Ooh. Each area has a descriptive text in the box that describes the situation the player perceives when they arrive. Read this aloud or use it to make your own descriptions. Any box text in italics is conditional information based on the player's roles and actions. Basic stats for creatures and counters may be written on the page they show up, but you can always reference their full statistics in the bestiary on page 19. If you're entirely new to 5e and to D20 role-playing systems, you can find the system reference document, SDR, here at dndwizards.com, sources. Okay, so that's just the thing that you need to refer to for the thing. And then if you'll need a few players to act as first level adventurers in the campaign, they can use the pre-generated characters on page 26 through 30 or roll your own, and one person to be the dungeon master, you. Okay, so and who uses this book to guide the players throughout the strong algebraic quest in OO. That should help the dungeon master describe what will happen next, depending on what they play or do, but don't be afraid to make it up. Just rely on your love and knowledge of Adventure Time and Card Wars, and you can't go wrong. Each player should take a moment to look over the character they have chosen to get an understanding of what they can do. This is a great time to give the character a personality, think about their appearance, large or small, hair color, wardrobe. These are all decisions each player gets to make. Lastly, make sure they name their character. The Dungeon Master should review this book, have an understanding of the flow of the adventure, and familiarize themselves with the basic contents of each encounter. The Dungeon Master should keep the book for references throughout the game. Oh, and have a great time flipping the pig, the perfect way to mix magic and mayhem. Magic Man. Okay, so yeah, this is essentially they did a card. So yeah, this is designed to be a crossover between their two games. They're doing a Dungeons and Dragons thing. That got finished a while ago. That's coming. I don't know when that's coming, but it's coming. But there's a Adventure Time role-playing game. I will go through that when that comes. But for the time being, this is it. This is an introductory thing for their new thing that they're making. But overall, I think we're going to leave this stream here because I've been streaming for a long time. And now I'm tired and my throat hurts and all those other things that you really shouldn't be doing. But that is fantastic. So overall, I am very happy with everything. So obviously, I love Card Wars. Obviously, I did an entire massive stream. I don't want to make sure there's nothing else in here. I don't think there is. I think that one random card was all there was. But obviously I'm a big fan of card. I'm gonna have to sort all of my decks and other things down into their tuck boxes, which I'm gonna need to fold in a couple of minutes. But I have tuck boxes, I have mugs, I have all the things that need to be done. So yeah, I also have to strip down my cards. I have to finish these tuck boxes up. Because the tuck boxes, I'm assuming, are supposed to contain your custom decks once you're done building them. I'm pretty confidently sure is what that's supposed to be. But yeah, I'll have to fiddle with that. But that is gonna, do her. So overall, that was a brutal stream, but I did everything. Everything is now nice and boxed up and all those other things. I didn't put the... Okay. Well, I'm going to leave this stream here. I didn't put the plastic bags back in the box. But that's going to be it. So I got a lot of cleaning up to do. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Because this was a long one. This was the one that I very much enjoyed doing. But a long one nonetheless. So yeah, this was hard on the throat. There was a lot of describing and other things in this one. So hopefully you guys enjoyed today's stream. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today, I think. Next stream, I don't know what, but I'm gonna have to clean up all of this. I'm gonna have to do all these tuck boxes, fold all these tuck boxes. I'm gonna have to move everything from these two boxes. Put cards. I have card sleeves that I need to put on every single one of my cards. So I'm gonna have to do that. Move everything into the big box. So I've got a lot of work yet to do to get all my Card War stuff squared away. But once I'm done, I'm gonna have a really good collection for my Card War stuff. And then there's this. I don't know what to do with this. I really don't know. I guess I could do something stupid, like make it Exodia. Like I could just do something stupid, like make it a card from a completely different game or something. But yeah, I could do something really stupid. Like I could absolutely do something completely very stupid. I really should do something stupid. That could be funny. That could be really, really funny. Like just publish be something stupid. I would have to figure that out. But I can't for the life of me figure out why there was an extra card. I don't know what this is supposed to be because the other booster pack didn't have one. And I'm confused as to whether or not there's supposed to be an extra card. No, because I looked through the decks, they're identical. So I'm not sure what this is. I really am not sure what this is. Where did this come from and why do I have it? I'm not complaining because, you know, it's a card that I can now doodle my own thing on, but yeah, I guess I could just doodle my own thing on it. Like just I don't know, maybe make it a rainbow monster that is like really rainbow monster that's like really busted or something. I don't know. That could be funny. I'm gonna try that. That could be really funny, but I don't really know what to do with it. I guess we'll figure that out. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it here. I think because I'm tired. I'm tired. Okay, so we're gonna find someone to raid. I don't. Not that my microphone works, but we're gonna find someone to raid. Yeah, but this was a long stream. This was a long stream, but a fun one. I hope you guys enjoyed. This was a brutal stream to do, but because it took me a better part of 6 hours to stream everything, and unbox everything. Not including the breaks I took. Not including the break I took to eat. But it was a very brutal stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed. Okay, but in any case, let's find someone. And also, I watched, what is it? Oh, that's a... okay. I'm gonna say it's... I don't know what it's trying to do. Go away, YouTube. But in any case, let's find someone to raid. Okay. That was long. Okay, let's find following who's raidable today. I have a lot of folks that I follow that I could potentially raid. I don't know who to raid today because I haven't done this in a while. Can I raid Yuffie? I'm gonna try to raid Yuffie. If it doesn't work, and then I'm not sure that I'm gonna default to somebody else. But heck, in a word, heck. Okay, but I got a bunch of cards now. So they sent me like a big old box, of course. But it was fun. This was a fun stream. A very long stream because I had to explain physically everything that they sent me, but yeah, I've got mugs. I'm happy. I got mugs. I've got a box of custom tokens. I've got tuck boxes to put all my cards in. One of which just fell on the floor. I've got a collector's box. 2 other boxes that I need to empty out of all their stuff. Punch out all the cards. Put everything in the big collector box so that I have everything together. And honestly, I don't know what I'll do after that. I'm gonna do my best, I guess is the best way to put it. I'm gonna do my best. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be a fun stream. I need to find. Honestly, I need to find people to play with. But honestly, my sister's coming home soon. She loves Card Wars. I might ask her to do that. There's also a collectible shop near me. I may just bring my collector's edition box to and just play with whoever's there, because there's a collector's shop near me that I can do that with. But in case, I'm gonna rate Yuffie. So I think we're gonna leave this here if Yuffie will let me rate her, but I'm gonna leave it here. So thanks everybody so much for coming to hang out. If you enjoyed. There's got to be another Adventure Time themed stream sometime in the near future when that Adventure Time role-playing game drops. So when I eventually get my copy of that, I'm gonna try and box everything, go explain through everything. But that's also gonna probably be an equally long stream, and that's probably gonna land on a Saturday or something. Because Sundays I'm not gonna be able to stream really, because I have work late in the night. But yeah, we'll get to that. But in case, that's gonna do it for today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I am definitely looking forward to having Card Wars. I'm happy to have it back, and I'm happy that a lot of people are able to play it again. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today, I think. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and all those other things. If you're watching this on the YouTube end, at least. If you're watching this on the Twitch end, follow me. Do all that. Do all those good things, and also be sure to go and check out my Discord. Link is down in the description. Hopefully, depending on where you are, it should also be on the social links. I'm not sure if the links work because Twitch changes their links occasionally. I may have to fix that, but I may have to. I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure if I will because it's me we're talking about. But that's a thing that's on my list of things I need to do. But yeah, go check that out. Be sure to go and check out my Blue Sky because I'm not on Twitter. I'm trying to wane off Twitter because Elon is unfortunately he's ruined Twitter. Now he's in charge of something important for the country. So I'm not having great faith with Elon at all. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, go check that out. Go check out my again. Of course, if you're watching this on the YouTube end, of course, be sure to check out the videos linked in the end screen as well. Top video is the most recent video. It may or may not be this video. Whereas the bottom video is the video recommended to you based on what you've already seen from me. Please go check both those out. Link is down in the description. Link is on the end screen of the YouTube end. If not, we're obviously going to be raiding Yuffie, or at least I'm hoping she is, because I'm not sure if the raid is going to go through. But yeah, we're gonna. If not, I'll pick someone else. But I'll try to raid Yuffie. If not, that's not gonna work. But in any case, and yeah, follow my page. Go check out my Patreon. Help support me. I would appreciate that. But in case. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'm gonna rate, hopefully now, if this works. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, I think Yuffie has it locked. I would love to be able to rate her, but I think she has it locked to people who are in mute, who she doesn't follow, which makes sense. That's a safety thing, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe there's a limit. I don't know. Maybe there's a limit on who can rate her. Maybe she just has raids turned off. I don't know because Twitch is weird. Twitch is weird like that and doesn't play by a lot of people's rules. So we're gonna find somebody else to go and send the love to, and I don't really see anybody else that I can send the love to that I know at least. Umbri? That's an option. Okay, we're gonna raid Umbri, I think, instead. Alright, well, in case that's gonna do it for Adventure Time. That was kind of brutal. I'm gonna put my... I haven't been doing that, but I'm gonna put my earphones on. Even though the way I have this set up is that it's playing my audio through my... what is it? The desktop stuff. It's very distracting. But, which is why I haven't been wearing my headphones. But in case, I'm gonna raid. And then I'll see you guys in a bit. But in any case. Yeah. Okay. Starting raid. Alright. Okay, but it is playing through my audio again, too. Alright. Alright, well, I'm gonna figure this out. Alright, I'm trying to figure this out. But yeah, Adventure Time Card Wars is great. I'm happy I have a full collection of it now. I'm gonna keep my eyes out for any expansions or anything in the future. but I don't know if there are going to be. But I think we're going to leave it. So, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'll see you guys in the next stream. Bye-bye.